Chapter 442. I just want to know how many names are on the property certificate, Ning Shu said. She was very curious if Shui Manman's name was on the certificate. I'll find a way to get you a copy of the certificate. The person took Ning Shu's money. Ning Shu put the photos in the file and said, "Tell me about Shui Manman's background." The person looked at Ning Shu and said, "Zhang Jiasan and Shui Manman were a couple in college. They seemed to have broken up after graduation. Later, Zhang Jiasan married you. Not long after you got married, Shui Manman became Zhang Jiasan's secretary. Broke up. That means the two of them might not have broken up at all." Ning Shu said, "Help me investigate these things." If there was nothing fishy about it, Ning Shu would eat shit and leave his new wife in the countryside. Maybe he would be with Shui Manman. Maybe Shui Manman knew about this marriage scam plan and even participated in it. "Okay, since I've taken your money, I'll do it for you." The person nodded and said, "By the way, investigate Shui Manman's family background." Ning Shu said indifferently. The person nodded, "Okay. You can't tell anyone that I've investigated Zhang Jiasan and Shui Manman." Ning Shu narrowed his eyes. "Don't worry. We have professional ethics," the person in charge promised. Then, he took the money Ning Shu gave him and left. Ning Shu took a sip of the bitter coffee, picked up the file and went to the bank to open a safe. He put the file in the safe. She and Zhang Jiasan were husband and wife. Zhang Jiasan might find these things at home. These were all evidence of Zhang Jiasan's crimes. With these things, Zhang Jiasan would be the wrong party in this marriage. Ning Shu wanted to check the company's accounts. Where did Zhang Jiasan get the money to buy the house? He transferred the property to his name without batting an eyelid. Zhang Jiasan was more than powerful. There must be something wrong with the accounts that allowed Zhang Jiasan to make so much money without being discovered. Back in the office, Ning Shu found Zhang Jiasan sitting on the sofa waiting for her. Seeing the well-dressed Zhang Jiasan, Ning Shu almost couldn't help but want to kick this guy. "I'm so angry, but I still have to keep smiling." Ning Shu chanted the heart-cleansing mantra in his heart. Zhang Jiasan walked in front of Ning Shu and saw that Ning Shu's expression was not very good. He asked, "What's wrong? You look like you've been wronged. Tell me and I'll help you vent your anger." Ning Shu, "Ha ha ha, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired, so I went to the factory." Ning Shu rubbed his forehead and said. Zhang Jiasan had a faint smile on his face and said, "Managing a company isn't something that can be done in a day or two. Take it slow." Ning Shu nodded and thought about it in his heart. It was easy to cheat the supply channels. Buttons, needles, scissors, rulers, these small things could all be falsified. There was also the equipment for making clothes. Ning Shu glanced at Zhang Jiasan and didn't intend to ask him anything. It was not good to act rashly and alert the enemy. This company was her father's. If there was anything, she could just ask Father Miao. It was too convenient for Father Miao to check the accounts. "Why are you looking for me?" Ning Shu asked Zhang Jiasan. Looking at the talented and calm Zhang Jiasan, she felt that it was a waste of his good looks. Inside, he was a greedy, selfish, unscrupulous, and even vicious man. Zhang Jiasan said with a bit of bitterness, "Miao Miao, shouldn't you go home? I go home alone every day. Let's spend some time together." "Pretend, keep pretending." Ning Shu nodded. "I'll go back in a few days. I'll ask father something in the next few days." Zhang Jiasan's eyes flashed with a dark light. Ning Shu asked, "Miao Miao, do you really want to manage the company?" "Yes, after I came to your house, I never thought that there would be someone living such a poor life. I suddenly found that I'm living a happy life. In order to be happy forever, I have to work hard. This little bit of hardship is nothing." Ning Shu used this matter to disgust Zhang Jiasan again. Zhang Jiasan's face flashed with displeasure. He said in a pampering tone, "You are my little princess. Even if you don't do anything, I will still spoil you. You can also be happy forever." Ning Shu, wretch, she really wanted to vomit on this man's face. She didn't expect Zhang Jiasun to say such words. The plot didn't say such words. Obviously, Zhang Jiasun didn't want her to work in the company, especially when she occupied the position of general manager. Moreover, she was the heir of this company, the first in line. Although she wanted to vomit, she still had to maintain a smile. Ning Shu smiled at Zhang Jiasun and said, "I know you are very good to me." At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Then, Shui Man, who was dressed in a secretary's office wear, walked in. When Ning Shu saw Shui Man, she recalled that Shui Man lived in a luxurious house owned by Tang Chen. For a secretary to live in such a house, Shui Man must be Zhang Jiasun's mistress. Maybe it was love between them. "What's the matter?" Ning Shu asked, looking Shui Man up and down. Shui Man looked at Zhang Jiasun and said, "Manager, the head of the sales department is looking for you. She has something to tell you." Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. He suspected that this was true. Ning Shu realized that Shui Man always appeared when she was with Zhang Jiasun. Last time, she took a piece of paper for Zhang Jiasun to sign. This time, it was the head of the sales department. Ning Shu smiled and said, "It must be something important. As the general manager, I have to go take a look." Shui Man's face stiffened, and a trace of panic flashed across her face. Ning Shu sneered. As expected, it was really disgusting. "You have a lot of documents here. I'll go." Zhang Jiasun glanced at Shui Man and saw her panic. He rejected Ning Shu on the spot. "I'll go too. I can help with anything." Ning Shu got up from the leather chair. Zhang Jiasun reached out and pressed Ning Shu back into the chair. "You just read the documents obediently. I'll take care of these things." With that, Zhang Jiasun quickly walked out of the office. Shui Man hurriedly followed Zhang Jiasun. Ning Shu rolled her eyes. She suddenly realized that her eyes had seen through too many things. Now that she looked at the two of them, she felt that their acting was very clumsy. Perhaps it was because they knew the truth, but now that she saw that there were loopholes everywhere, or perhaps they felt that they were stupid. These two people were somewhat unscrupulous in front of her. The original owner, Meow, was a housewife. She didn't know about the company and didn't know that Shui Man was a secretary. She only knew about this person's existence before she died. Speaking of which, Meow's death was indirectly related to Zhang Jiasun and Shui Man. Ning Shu even suspected that Zhang Jiasun did it on purpose. He deliberately let Meow know about Shui Man's existence. At that time, the Meow couple was already dead. No one could suppress Zhang Jiasun. Moreover, Meow was found to be crazy. No one suspected anything. Chapter 443. Ning Shu didn't care about Zhang Jiasun and Shui Man. She spent most of her time in the factory and found that many of the cameras in the factory couldn't be used. Many of them were broken. Even if there were good cameras, the old employees in the factory could avoid them. Although it wasn't expensive, there were so many people in the factory. If everyone took one, it would be a lot of money. Ning Shu's expression didn't change. She took a sum of money from Miao's father and found a professional. After the employees got off work, they installed miniature cameras in the more important places in the factory, especially in the warehouse. Miao's father wondered why Ning Shu didn't take the money from the company's finance department. Of course, Ning Shu wouldn't say that Zhang Jiasun was watching the company. If she took the money from the finance department, Zhang Jiasun would definitely ask her what she was doing. Ning Shu didn't want Zhang Jiasun to know about this. Since she was going to manage the factory, she had to have the factory in her hands. Ning Shu asked Miao's father to check the accounts, especially the accounts for the last 2 years, especially after Zhang Jiasun was promoted. Tang Qinming's house was definitely embezzled by Zhang Jiasun from the company. Seeing that Ning Shu wanted to check the accounts, Miao's father disagreed and said, "No account book is absolutely clean. I put some money aside and treat it as giving some small favors to these people. If you have a guilty conscience, then work seriously. There's no need to check the accounts. Ning Shu shook her head and said, I'm not checking these small amounts. I'm just checking casually. Dad, help me. Miao's father didn't have the heart to dampen Ning Shu's enthusiasm. He asked his secretary to get the account book and told the finance department that he wanted to see the sales of the last 2 years. Ning Shu saw that Miao's father was willing to help and breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of Tang Qinming's house, her heart was bleeding. How much money was that? It was all taken from the Miao family. The Miao family's company didn't make much profit in a year. After deducting all kinds of costs and labor, the profit was basically that much. These greedy sources of money were nothing more than fabricating goods when they were purchasing goods and raising the price when they were quoting prices. Ning Shu's disgust towards Zhang Jiasen grew bigger and bigger. He had cheated on Zhang Jiasen's marriage, cheated on Zhang Jiasen, and even had the guts to snatch away other people's things. He even felt that he had been wronged, and felt that it was not easy for him to endure the contempt of the Yu family. Ning Shu was looking at the designer's clothes in the factory office when he received a call from Zhang Jiasen. Ning Shu hung up without thinking. Then his phone rang again. Ning Shu hung up again. After hanging up, his phone rang again. This time, Ning Shu slowly picked up the call. Hello. Zhang Jiasen's voice came from the other end of the phone. Miao Miao, why did you hang up on me? Oh, it's your call. I thought it was some kind of harassment call. I'm busy, so I hung up. Ning Shu said lightly. Zhang Jiasen stopped talking about hanging up the phone. He took a deep breath and said, Miao Miao, come back first. There's something important at home. What's the matter? I'm a little busy. Ning Shu said and was about to hang up the phone. Miao Miao, can you come back first? Zhang Jiasen's voice was very gentle. Through the phone, it was even more charming. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. What's the matter now? He said, I'll be back soon. The home Zhang Jiasen mentioned was the wedding house that the Miao couple bought for the young couple. It was a high-end community with a very good environment. Ning Shu drove back. When he arrived at the door, Ning Shu took out the key. When he opened the door, he saw a mess of shoes at the entrance. These shoes were also stained with mud. The house was also filled with the pungent smell of smoke. Ning Shu walked in. The living room was very lively. The Zhang couple was sitting on the sofa. Zhang Jiasen's father was smoking a pipe in his hand. The ashes fell on the sofa and formed a cloud of black ash. Zhang Jiasen's mother was eating the fruit on the coffee table. The fruit peels were thrown all over the coffee table. Zhang Xiaomei's eyes looked around and showed a satisfied look. As for Zhang Xiaomei's twin brother, he was hogging the computer and playing happily. Among them, there were 3 strangers that Ning Shu had never seen before. They looked like a family of 3. The woman was holding a 3 or 4-year-old girl in her arms. Her husband's eyes were impure. His eyes looked around the house and rubbed his hands from time to time. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu's pupils shrank. He had a bad feeling in his heart. This house was quite big. It was close to 200 square meters. However, with so many people here, the house seemed very crowded. Miao Miao, you're back. Zhang Jiasen came out of the kitchen and looked at Ning Shu with a very gentle gaze. Ning Shu took a deep breath. As a result, his lungs were filled with the smell of smoke. Ning Shu couldn't help but choke. I don't know where the daughter-in-law went. Instead of staying at home, she let the man cook. Zhang Jiasen's mother acted like a mother-in-law. She was wearing dark clothes and had a dark face. She didn't fit in with the luxurious decorations of this house at all, Gij. It made Zhang Jiasen's mother look rustic. However, she now straightened her back and tried to show the charm of a mother-in-law in front of Ning Shu. Mom. The woman holding the child pulled Zhang Jiasen's mother. Then, Ning Shu said, sister-in-law. Meow meow, this is my elder sister, Zhang Wenlan. Zhang Jiasun said to Ning Shu and pointed to the man next to Zhang Wenlan. This is my elder sister's husband, Tan Heyu. Tan Heyu showed a flattering smile to Ning Shu, revealing his big yellow teeth. Ning Shu shouted, sister-in-law. Ning Shu looked away and looked at the big family. Then, he tilted his head and looked at Zhang Jiasun. What's the situation now? Not only the Zhang family, but also Zhang Jiasun's elder sister's family came. Zhang Jiasun stretched out his hand and pulled Ning Shu to the balcony. He seemed to be organizing his words. Ning Shu didn't speak. He sneered in his heart and glanced at the people in the house. He wanted to see what Zhang Jiasun would say. Meow meow, Dad and Mom come and live with us. Zhang Jiasun said, Dad and Mom have been working hard all their lives and have never enjoyed a day of happiness. In order to support me to go to college, they sold everything they had. My brother and sister also didn't have a good day. My elder sister also tried to help me. Meow meow, we are husband and wife. My parents are also your parents. Can you understand me? She didn't take a needle or a piece of thread from the Zhang family. She was not responsible for the Zhang family. Now, Zhang Jiasun wanted to use marriage to force this responsibility on her. This was like, you borrowed a lot of money before marriage. Once you got married, you asked your mother to help you pay back the money. What a slut. Ning Shu was about to explode. Zhang Jiasun really treated her as a fool. He really thought that she loved him and felt that she should listen to everything he said. Such a big family needed to be supported. Maybe there would be more people joining the family. What kind of relatives were they? Ning Shu chanted the mind-clearing mantra in her heart. I'm not angry at all. Hee hee. Chapter 444. Ning Shu looked at the people in the living room. With so many people, the living room became very messy. Moreover, the smoke from Zhang Jiasun's father's tobacco was very thick, and it lingered in the room for a long time. Zhang Jiasun's mother coughed and spat out a mouthful of phlegm onto the white floor tiles. Thinking of so many adults and children living here in the future, bathing and going to the toilet, just the thought of it made him tremble. Such a life was simply a disaster. These people nurtured Zhang Jiasun and they needed to repay them. Now that Zhang Jiasun was successful, it was time to repay them. And Zhang Jiasun took it all, even taking care of his elder sister. He even wanted him to provide for such a big family. If it was the original owner, perhaps he would really have to take care of this big family. Even though he was chanting the clear heart mantra in his heart, Ning Shu felt that his liver was about to explode from anger. Once again, his impression of Zhang Jiasun was refreshed. This incomparably selfish man. Ning Shu took a deep breath and asked again, is your elder sister's family going to live here as well? Zhang Jiasun stretched out his hand to hold Ning Shu's hand and said gently, elder sister is also a person with a hard life. Brother-in-law is a person who is not stingy and loves to gamble. Now that he is in the city, I will find a job for him to settle down. However, elder sister is very good to me. She saved all the money for me to go to university. Elder sister met the wrong person, so she can help take care of our parents. Met the wrong person. Ning Shu was so angry that he laughed. Meow 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 was the one who met the wrong person. After meeting a wolf like you, she had nothing. In the end, she even lost her life. Zhang Jiasun, Ning Shu looked at Zhang Jiasun with an indifferent gaze. He shook off Zhang Jiasun's hand and said indifferently, your elder sister is good to you, not to me. What does it have to do with me? I have never used a single cent from your parents. Zhang Jiasun was stunned. Meow meow, we are husband and wife. Zhang Jiasun's expression was pleading. They are my parents. If you really want to show filial piety to your parents, why don't you bring your whole family to Thompson's mansion? Ning Shu didn't say anything because she didn't want to talk to Zhang Jiasun at all. She was so disgusted that she couldn't stand it anymore. Meow meow, why aren't you cooking? Zhang Jiasan's mother walked over to Ning Shu and said. Ning Shu looked at Zhang Jiasan's mother coldly. What right did she have to be so self-righteous? Just because he was married to her son. Don't forget that her son was only where he was today because of the Miao family. If you want to step on someone, you have to look at who you are dealing with. You. What kind of attitude is this? Zhang Jiasan's mother was frightened by Ning Shu's gaze. She was a little flustered and exasperated. She walked over and wanted to pull Ning Shu's arm, but Zhang Jiasan blocked her. I'll go cook. You guys wait here. Zhang Jiasan pulled Ning Shu into the kitchen and let Ning Shu watch from the side. He didn't let her do anything. Ning Shu watched indifferently as Zhang Jiasan swiftly cooked. Speaking of which, in the original storyline, Zhang Jiasan had never cooked for Miao Miao Miao. It was always Miao 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 who took care of Zhang Jiasan. Miao 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 was a rich family's young miss. She washed her hands and made soup for Zhang Jiasan, but Zhang Jiasan never took it to heart. Soon, Zhang Jiasan had prepared a table full of dishes. The whole house of people swarmed to the dining table and squeezed onto it. Ning Shu didn't have a seat and didn't say anything. She carried her bag and prepared to leave. Zhang Jiasan could do whatever he wanted. Soon, she would wipe out this nest of people. As long as Zhang Jiasan wasn't around, these people wouldn't be able to jump around. Zhang Jiasan saw that Ning Shu was about to leave and grabbed Ning Shu's arm. Perhaps Zhang Jiasan was angry, so when she grabbed Ning Shu, she used a little more strength. Ning Shu felt a lot of pain in her arm and directly said, "What are you doing? You're hurting me." Everyone at the dining table looked at Ning Shu. Zhang Jiasan quickly relaxed her grip and said gently to Ning Shu, "It's time to eat." "Where are you going?" "Sister-in-law, come and sit." Big sister Zhang Wenlan immediately gave up a seat and let Ning Shu sit. Zhang Jiasan didn't allow any explanation and pressed Ning Shu to sit on the chair and then sat beside her. Zhang Jiasan stretched out her hand and tightly held Ning Shu's hand under the table. Clearly, she was using this method to force Ning Shu to compromise. Ning Shu used all her strength to break free from Zhang Jiasan's hand and said to the standing Zhang Wenlan, "You come and sit. You still have a child. No need. Sister-in-law, you sit. I can just stand and eat." Big sister Zhang Wenlan quickly waved her hand and said with a humble expression. Zhang Wenlan's husband Tan Heyu said to Ning Shu in a fawning manner, "Yes, she can just stand and eat. Sister-in-law, you can sit." Ning Shu didn't even look at this man. This man was ridiculing his wife like this. What a terrible family. Eating a meal and being so pretentious. Which daughter-in-law is like you? Zhang Jiasan's mother was very dissatisfied with Ning Shu. She had a straight face and wanted to establish her absolute prestige in this new family. Ning Shu's expression was indifferent as she glanced at Zhang Jiasan's mother. She wasn't the original owner. She didn't really treat her mother-in-law as her own mother. Her sincerity was fed to the dogs. These people couldn't see it at all. Instead, they felt that this was what a daughter-in-law should do. What you've done is only natural. Evil mother-in-law was like Zhang Jiasan's mother. She wanted to pinch her daughter-in-law in the palm of her hand, just like pinching a little chick. With such a strong mother-in-law, no matter how much she loved this man, she couldn't marry him. There were many men in the world. She couldn't count on men to help her. There were many women in the world. He only had one mother. If he didn't have this wife, he could still marry another. Ning Shu felt that Miao Miao Miao's brain had a hole. She couldn't tell good from bad. In the end, she was still spoiled. She was still so arrogant in her own territory. When Ning Shu heard Zhang Jiasan's mother say this, he immediately pulled a long face and said, "My parents bought this house for me. You're living in my house. Don't make me unhappy." Zhang Jiasan's mother immediately said, "What do you mean your house? This house also has Jiasan's name. Then it's your house alone." Ning Shu smiled faintly. "See, This was the result of the original owner being hot-headed and being blinded by love. They could confidently say that this house was also theirs. Zhang Jiasun didn't pay a single cent, but Zhang Jiasun's name was on the property certificate. This family could say that this house was theirs. Ning Shu looked at Zhang Jiasun meaningfully. It was obvious that Zhang Jiasun had told the Zhang family about this house. Only then did the Zhang family know that this house belonged to the Zhang family. Zhang Jiasun and Ning Shu's eyes met. Zhang Jiasun's expression was very ugly. There was anger on his face. This anger was directed at Ning Shu. He blamed Ning Shu for making everyone embarrassed. Enough. Why are you still quarreling when you're eating? Zhang Jiasun's father knocked on the marble table with his pipe. He probably didn't know that marble wasn't as hard as wooden tables. There was a small crack. Zhang Jiasun's father's face immediately turned red. Chapter 445. There are so many people at home. I'll buy a big table later. Zhang Jiasun helped his father out of trouble. Zhang Jiasun turned to Ning Shu and said, "Right, meow meow." Ning Shu grinned and looked down, ignoring Zhang Jiasun's words. Anger flashed across Zhang Jiasun's face as he said, "Eat, eat." Hearing Zhang Jiasun say eat, the whole family stuffed food into their mouths as if they had been starving for a long time. Only the shy and humble Zhang Wenlan stood at the table and kept putting food into her daughter's bowl. Ning Shu did not move his chopsticks. Zhang Jiasun put food in Ning Shu's bowl, and Ning Shu chewed slowly. Zhang Jiasun's mother's mouth was full of oil. She said to Ning Shu, "Stay at home in the future and don't run around. Hurry up and have a child." Ning Shu put down his chopsticks and slowly wiped his mouth with a tissue. He said, "I have to work in the company. We'll talk about having a child later." Zhang Jiasun's mother stared at Ning Shu with wide eyes and a fierce face. Women should stay at home and have children to serve men. How can you run around all day? If you don't have children, do you want the Zhang family to go extinct? Ning Shu was speechless. He was so angry, but he still had to keep a smile. Ning Shu was so angry that he laughed and said maliciously, "Anyway, the first child will follow the Miao family's surname. It's the Miao family's child. I can have it whenever I want." Ning Shu's words stunned everyone at the table. Zhang Jiasun's parents looked at Ning Shu unkindly. Zhang Jiasun's mother said angrily, "Why should the Zhang family's child take the Miao family's surname?" "Jiasun, what's going on?" Zhang Jiasun's father asked Zhang Jiasun. Ning Shu looked curious. "Don't you know? My father said that my first child with Jiasun should take the Miao family's surname. Jiasun agreed, so we got married." "Meow meow." Zhang Jiasun and Ning Shu growled. Ning Shu raised his wrist and looked at his watch. He said, "I have to go to work. Enjoy your meal." Ning Shu picked up his bag and left. Zhang Jiasun followed him. "Meow meow, meow meow, wait." Zhang Jiasun jogged to catch up with Ning Shu. When he saw that Ning Shu was about to open the car door, he reached out his hand and stopped her. Ning Shu looked at Zhang Jiasun. Zhang Jiasun frowned and softened his tone. "Meow meow, don't be angry. His parents are from the countryside and are more stubborn about some things. That's why I didn't dare to tell them about this. If there's anything in the future, you have to discuss it with me first." Ning Shu was about to explode. "You didn't agree to Miao's father's request out of the goodness of your heart. Now you're blaming me, as if I was forced." Ning Shu said coldly, "You didn't tell me that your parents were coming. I was the last to know when they arrived. Why didn't you discuss it with me? Meow meow, you weren't like this in the past." Zhang Jiasun frowned and looked disappointed. "You weren't like this in the past." Ning Shu, Ning Shu almost vomited blood. In the past, Meow 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 was gullible. But now that she was telling the truth, she was being unreasonable. Ning Shu pushed away Zhang Jiasun, who was blocking the car door. She opened the door, got into the car, and drove away. Talking to this kind of person was asking for trouble. Everything was built on Zhang Jiasan's success. If Zhang Jiasan had nothing, what right did these people have to be high and mighty in front of her? Everything the Zhang family had now was given to them by the Miao family. Without the Miao family, would Zhang Jiasan be able to climb up so quickly? On one hand, they relied on others, but on the other hand, they wanted to trample on others. There were too many weirdos in the world. The Zhang family's attitude was even worse. Perhaps in their hearts, a daughter-in-law was an existence inferior to others. They felt that no matter how rich Miao 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 was, she was still the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family. She should be obedient and humble. Ning Shu drank a bottle of water, but it couldn't extinguish the anger in her heart. She kept chanting the clear heart mantra in her heart. I've been in so many worlds and have seen so many weirdos. I definitely won't kneel here. I'm not angry at all. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. I'm still so angry. At this moment, Ning Shu received a call from the head of the detective agency. He said that Ning Shu had gotten what she wanted. When Ning Shu arrived at the cafe, he didn't say anything. He first opened the file and saw a copy of the property certificate. On it was only Zhang Jiasan's name. Ning Shu suddenly laughed. Once again, it proved that Zhang Jiasan was a materialistic and selfish man. At the same time, he was also a very vigilant person. Even though Shui Man Man was his university sweetheart, only their names were written on the property certificate. Shui Man Man couldn't be compared to money in Zhang Jiasan's heart. Zhang Jiasan, who was afraid of being poor, only had money in his heart. Ning Shu kept the copy of the property certificate, along with some intimate photos of Zhang Jiasan and Shui Man Man. Zhang Jiasan, hee, have you figured out Shui Man Man's situation? Ning Shu asked. The head nodded. Yes. Shui Man Man is from this city. Her parents are state-owned employees. Her well-off family doesn't have to worry about food and clothing. There's nothing special about her. However, she likes branded goods. Zhang Jiasan bought her a lot of branded goods. Ning Shu sneered. One was a materialistic peacock lady, while the other was a hypocritical, selfish and materialistic phoenix man. The two of them were a perfect match. I want more intimate photos of them. For example, photos of them in bed. It would be better if it's a video, Ning Shu said. The head shrugged his shoulders. It's very difficult. Ning Shu said calmly, I believe you can do it. Even a layman like me can think of a way. For example, I can pretend to be a cleaner and put a mini camera in the bedroom. Then, a video will come out. Don't tell me how difficult it is. The head was speechless. Yes, but the price. The head looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. Since you have so much business, I'll give you a discount. Ning Shu gave the head some money and then put all these things in the bank safe. After a busy day, Ning Shu's head was in a mess. Especially Zhang Jiasan. He was so angry that he was about to faint. Ning Shu directly transferred the money from his bank card to another card. Because this card was bound, the water, electricity, and property fees of the matrimonial house were directly deducted from the card. That was a high-end neighborhood. The property fees were not a small amount. However, all the money was paid by Miao Miao Miao. Zhang Jiasan did not pay a single cent for this family. Miao Miao Miao's brain was not only damaged, but it was also damaged. She raised Zhang Jiasan well, but Zhang Jiasan went to raise others. She would rather feed a dog. The dog would at least wag its tail and bark at people. When thrown into the water, one could still hear the splash of water. However, if she gave it to these people would think that it was natural. They would spend your money, live in your house, and even treat you like a slave. When they reached home, Ning Shu first boiled the medicinal food for Miao Miao's father. This kind of thing was done by Ning Shu personally. She was also considered a doctor. In any case, she was also the disciple of a divine doctor. Chapter 446. Ning Shu was very concerned about Miao Miao's father's health. She didn't want Miao Miao's father to die before the age of 60 like in the storyline. Speaking of which, the Miao family was short-lived, especially Miao Miao. It was also because of Miao Miao that the Miao family was wiped out. Something must have happened that made Miao Miao's father unable to bear it. The blood vessels in his head exploded and he never woke up again. Therefore, Ning Shu was very concerned about Miao Miao's father's health. Miao Miao's father drank the medicinal soup made by his daughter and looked at his daughter's pale face. He asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Is it because your work is not going well? Or did you quarrel with Zhang Jiasen?" "It's nothing." Ning Shu waved her hand. She didn't want to tell Miao Miao's father about the Zhang family. If Miao Miao's father faced the Zhang family, he would probably have a brain hemorrhage in advance. Ning Shu changed the topic and asked, "Dad, what's the progress of your account book?" Speaking of this matter, Miao Miao's father's face became as dark as Ning Shu's. He glanced at Ning Shu and didn't say anything. Ning Shu knew that Miao Miao's father must have found something. She asked, "Dad, did you find something?" "No, it's just a small amount of money. Don't worry about it," Miao Miao's father said and lowered his head to drink the soup. Ning Shu felt that Miao Miao's father had found Zhang Jiasen's little tail, but he didn't say anything because he was worried about her. When she completely got the evidence of Zhang Jiasen's infidelity and put it in front of Miao Miao's father would naturally say it. Miao Miao's father was restrained because of her. Ning Shu sighed. He was so stupid, but he still harmed others and harmed himself. Ning Shu felt that she should add more attribute points to wisdom. It was also because Miao Miao's parents spoiled Miao Miao too much that she developed such a naive character. If Miao Miao met a man who truly loved her like her, she would be happy for the rest of her life. However, she was chosen by Zhang Jiasen. This kind of naive character was her fatal weakness. Zhang Jiasen would take advantage of this weakness and slowly nibble away at the Miao family. Ning Shu took a shower and was about to go to bed when Zhang Jiasen called her. Zhang Jiasen began to coax Ning Shu. "Miao Miao, don't be angry. Go home first. Mom and Dad are waiting for you." Ning Shu curled up into a ball under the blanket and said faintly, "Jiasen, it's already 11 at night. It's so cold. Aren't you afraid that I'll run into danger in the middle of the night?" Ning Shu threw a tantrum. "You don't love me at all. You don't care about me at all. You don't even worry about catching a cold or running into danger. You don't love me at all." Ning Shu switched off her phone after she finished speaking. She must be crazy to run back home in the middle of the night to face a family of scum. Miao 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 was too obedient towards Zhang Jiasen and Zhang Jiasen never cared about her. Zhang Jiasen's face turned ashen after the call was hung up. Especially when there were so many people in the house watching, Zhang Jiasen had an indescribable resentment towards Ning Shu. Zhang Jiasen called again, but the phone was switched off. Zhang Jiasen's eyes trembled and he was shocked by Miao Miao Miao's attitude. Even if Zhang Jiasen felt that Miao 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 was stupid, Miao Miao Miao's personality was gentle and soft. Zhang Jiasen had a bad feeling about Miao Miao Miao. Ever since they returned from the countryside, Miao Miao Miao's attitude towards him had undergone a subtle change. This made Zhang Jiasen feel that Miao 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 was a little troublesome. Zhang Jiasen was proud of making Miao Miao Miao, the daughter of a rich family, love him wholeheartedly. But now, things had gone off track. Zhang Jiasen rubbed his forehead and regretted leaving Miao 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 in the countryside. Could it be that Miao Miao Miao's mind had been tempered by the tough days she had been through? "Jiasen, when is she coming back?" A married woman not returning home at night. If it was in the past, she would be committing adultery. Zhang Jiasen's mother was getting impatient. It was already the middle of the night. If they were in the countryside, they would have already woken up. Zhang Jiasen said, "It's already so late." She said that she will be coming back tomorrow. She will be at her in-laws' house. Zhang Jiasen's mother was even more unhappy. She's already married, yet she still runs back to her parents' house. Now that she's in the Zhang family, she's a member of the Zhang family. When Zhang Jiasun heard his mother's words, he felt that it was a little inappropriate. He said, Mom, Miao 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 is my wife after all. You should treat her better. She's now the general manager of the company. The Miao family might be handed over to her in the future. It won't do us any good if we fall out with her. Zhang Jiasun's mother glared at him. How can a woman manage a company? A woman should stay at home and take care of the family. Let her hand over the company to you. Let the man do these things. A woman should stay at home and raise children. Zhang Jiasun pursed his lips and looked at his mother without saying a word. Zhang Jiasun's father took a puff of the pipe in his hand and said to Zhang Jiasun, let's not talk about your wife for now. Find a job for your brother-in-law in your company. Yes, brother-in-law. Find me something to do. It's best if it's something relaxing. You know that I can't do heavy work. It's too tiring. Tan Heyu said to Zhang Jiasun casually. Zhang Jiasun frowned when he saw Tan Heyu's nonchalant look. However, when he saw Zhang Wenlan, who was holding a sleeping child, with a pleading and expectant look on her face, Zhang Jiasun couldn't bear it. He nodded and said, okay, but brother-in-law doesn't have a diploma. We can only arrange for him to work in the factory. Okay. Zhang Jiasun's father directly made the decision. Tan Heyu said to Zhang Jiasun, brother-in-law, can you give me the position of a workshop director? Zhang Jiasun frowned. Anger and hostility flashed in his eyes. Tan Heyu was scared and didn't say anything. Brother, can you give me some money? It's my first time going to a place like this. I want to buy something. The clothes in the city look better. Zhang Xiaomei said to Zhang Jiasun. Then, Zhang Xiaomei rolled her eyes and said, brother, I don't want your money. I'll call Miao 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 tomorrow. That way, someone will pay the bill. After Zhang Xiaomei finished speaking, she was very proud. She felt that she was very smart. Zhang Jiasun frowned. If it was the previous Miao Miao Miao, Zhang Jiasun could be sure that Miao 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 would be an ATM machine. However, Zhang Jiasun wasn't too sure about the current Miao Miao Miao. Moreover, Miao 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 was busy with the company's matters every day. She didn't have much time to meet with him. How could she have time to accompany Zhang Xiaomei to shop? Zhang Jiasun took out a stack of money from his wallet and gave it to Zhang Xiaomei. He said, your sister-in-law has to go to work. She doesn't have time to shop with you. Take this money and buy whatever you like. Zhang Xiaomei took the money. Her face was obviously unhappy. Spending her brother's money was completely different from spending other people's money. Zhang Xiaomei didn't feel bad spending other people's money. After all, Miao 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 was rich. Zhang Jiasun felt upset. He went to the balcony to smoke. After a while, the floor was filled with cigarette butts. Chapter 447. The next morning, Zhang Jiasun took his brother-in-law Tan Heyu to the company to find Ning Shu, but he was told that Tan Heyu had gone to the factory. Zhang Jiasun wiped his face and took Tan Heyu to the factory again. When Ning Shu heard that Zhang Jiasun asked him to find a job for Tan Heyu, he glanced at Tan Heyu, who was looking around with shifty eyes, and sneered in his heart. Zhang Jiasun looked at Ning Shu and asked, can't I? Ning Shu smiled and said, since you said so, I will arrange a suitable position for brother-in-law. Zhang Jiasun saw that Ning Shu was smiling at him like before, which calmed him down a little. He was afraid that she would be angry and not give him face. It's up to you. Are we going back to the company at noon? We haven't eaten alone for a long time. Let's go to your favorite Western restaurant and I will make a reservation later. Zhang Jiasun said softly to Ning Shu. He bent down slightly and looked into Ning Shu's eyes. His eyebrows were full of tenderness. Ning Shu ignored Zhang Jiasun's affection. He raised his wrist to look at his watch and said, maybe I can't go. I have something to do later. Let's talk about dinner later. Zhang Jiasun's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. In the past, Miao 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 cared about him, but now she only thought about work all day. Zhang Jiasen's face showed a helpless expression. My wife is a workaholic, which makes me very distressed. I feel abandoned. Ning Shu smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't abandon you. After Zhang Jiasen left, Ning Shu looked at Tan Heyu, who was trying to please him. Ning Shu directly asked Zhang Jiasen to carry the goods and put the finished products on the truck. When Tan Heyu heard that it was a job, he suddenly pulled a long face. He wanted to be a workshop director, but now he was just a bag carrier. Sister-in-law, we are a family. Can't you give me an easier job? At least a workshop supervisor. Otherwise, I will embarrass you. Tan Heyu said to Ning Shu in a flattering manner. Ning Shu, haha, workshop director. Why don't you go to heaven? Although brother-in-law is one of us, the company has its own rules and regulations. Many people are not convinced that you are the workshop director. Take it slow, and you will be promoted to workshop director. Ning Shu said expressionlessly. Tan Heyu touched his chin and felt that what his sister-in-law said was right. Then, he went to carry the bags. However, Tan Heyu also overestimated himself. How could a spoiled and lazy bastard like him do such hard work? Ning Shu only took a glance before she turned around and left. She had more important things to do. Ning Shu participated in the design of the clothes. Ning Shu had traveled through various worlds, ancient and modern. She had seen all kinds of fashionable clothes. Of course, Ning Shu didn't have the ability to be a designer. Instead, he gave suggestions to designers and added some new fashion elements. However, the designs were refreshing. Zhang Jiasen came out of the factory and went to the company. As soon as he entered the office, he saw Shui Man bending over to water the plants in the office. Her butt was slightly raised and looked very sexy. Furthermore, Shui Man was wearing a one-piece dress which wrapped around her butt. Zhang Jiasen was a little itchy but he restrained himself. This was the office. Shui Man turned around and saw Zhang Jiasen. She smiled and then said with a little bitterness, Jiasen, why didn't you come to find me recently? Are you with Meow Meow Meow? Zhang Jiasen sat on the chair and rubbed his forehead. He looked a little tired and said, No, my parents came from the countryside. Meow 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 went back to her parents' home. Shui Man was a little surprised, Uncle and Auntie are here. Should I pay a visit to your parents? No need. The more you do, the more likely you will be exposed. It's not good for you to go home as a secretary. Zhang Jiasen said. It was very messy now and he didn't want Shui Man to get involved. Shui Man was a little unhappy, why? Just find a reason. Meow 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 is so stupid, she won't notice. Meow 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 is stupid, but her parents aren't. Stop fooling around. Zhang Jiasen's expression was sharp. Shui Man knew when to stop. She knew that she couldn't make her presence known in front of Zhang Jiasen's parents. Seeing Zhang Jiasen's expression, she said, Come to my place and relax tonight. Zhang Jiasen didn't say anything. He narrowed his eyes and thought about something. Seeing Zhang Jiasen like this, Shui Man knew that he was thinking about something important. Since they were together in university, Shui Man naturally knew some of Zhang Jiasen's habits. However, he looked really charming when he was deep in thought. Zhang Jiasen had indeed been feeling quite tired recently. After work in the afternoon, he followed Shui Man to the Thompson residence and spent an hour or so showering before having sex. Ignoring Shui Man's pleas to stay, he comforted Shui Man with a few words before pulling up his pants and leaving. The current situation wasn't right. Zhang Jiasen didn't want to be caught. What made Zhang Jiasen uneasy was Meow Meow Meow's attitude. He had to stabilize Meow Meow. After returning from the countryside, Meow Meow had been angry and had a knot in her heart. Now, Zhang Jiasen really regretted leaving Meow Meow in the countryside. At that time, when he married Meow, Shui Man was so sad that she couldn't control herself. Shui Man was the woman he loved since university. At that time, he thought of leaving Meow 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 in the countryside first and then comforting the sad Shui Man Man. Shui Man Man was comforted, but now Meow 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 was causing trouble. When Zhang Jiasun arrived at the factory, he saw Ning Shu checking the fabric in the warehouse. He quietly walked over and hugged her. Ning Shu was shocked. She raised her foot and stepped on the foot of the person behind her. She even used the heel of her shoe to grind it. Zhang Jiasun groaned in pain as he swung his leg. Ning Shu turned around and saw that it was Zhang Jiasun. Her expression was very exaggerated and shocked. "Jiasun, why are you here? Are you okay? Why didn't you say anything? I thought it was that pervert. Does your foot hurt?" Zhang Jiasun's face trembled, but he was helpless in front of Ning Shu. "Okay, calm down. Don't throw a tantrum. I know you suffered a lot in the countryside. It's my fault." Ning Shu narrowed her eyes. Zhang Jiasun was really flexible. However, when he came closer, Ning Shu smelled the scent of shower gel. Taking a bath in the afternoon? Ha, she didn't know what he had done. Now, he was in front of her with such a doting look. Ning Shu felt tired for Zhang Jiasun. "You're not the only one who knows how to act." Ning Shu shook her head. She looked at Zhang Jiasun and said, "I'm not angry. I'm just sad. Your parents don't seem to treat me as one of their own. I thought your parents accepted me, so we got married. Now it seems that's not the case." Zhang Jiasun explained to Ning Shu, "They're from the countryside. Some of their views are different from ours, but they don't mean any harm. They're not polite to you. They treat you as one of their own." Chapter 448. Zhang Jiasun patiently explained to Ning Shu that the Zhang family treated her as one of their own, as a family member. That was why they were so direct and impolite to her. That was why they asked her to do things and liked to nag her. Although their words were a little harsh, it was all for her own good. Ning Shu was speechless. "Please don't treat me as one of your own. If you treat me as one of your own, then I will be tortured like this. If you don't treat me as one of your own, then you treat me as your slave." Ning Shu grinned. Zhang Jiasun was avoiding the main point and dwelling on the trivial. It was obviously an evil mother-in-law tormenting her daughter-in-law, but in Zhang Jiasun's mouth, it sounded so good. Zhang Jiasun's scumbag once again refreshed Ning Shu's understanding of scumbags. Among all the scumbags that Ning Shu had met, Zhang Jiasun was definitely at the top. Scumbags weren't afraid of scumbags, but scumbags with culture. Ning Shu didn't know how to refute Zhang Jiasun's argument about family. Zhang Jiasun saw that Ning Shu didn't speak, so he reached out and touched Ning Shu's head. "Don't be angry. It's easy to get old when you're angry. Let's go home today." Ning Shu, who had his head down, shook his head and said to Zhang Jiasun, "I still can't go home. Dad has been checking the accounts recently. I have to go back and help." "Checking the accounts? When did that happen? Why are they suddenly checking the accounts?" Zhang Jiasun looked a little shocked. "Why didn't I know? A few days ago. Dad just wants to see the company's profits in the past 2 years, Ning Shu said lightly. "I have to help too." "I see." Zhang Jiasun nodded and smiled at Ning Shu. "Since you have work to do, you don't have to go back. I'll send you back. I also have work to talk to Dad about." Ning Shu nodded. Ning Shu deliberately talked to Zhang Jiasun about the accounts. He had to see if Zhang Jiasun would do anything. When Miao Yi returned home, Miao Yi's father saw Ning Shu and Zhang Jiasun coming back together. He didn't say anything and treated Zhang Jiasun as usual. This made Ning Shu a little confused. Did Ning Shu's father not find anything? In front of the Miao couple, Zhang Jiasun was more attentive to Ning Shu than usual. For example, he only took Ning Shu's favorite dishes, no, Miao Miao's favorite dishes. She always showed her love for Ning Shu through her small actions. Ning Shu accepted Zhang Jiasun's service with a clear conscience. Since Zhang Jiasun was in a hurry, there was no need to refuse. He was just putting on a show. Zhang Jiasun felt that he had not done enough, so he wanted to stay for the night. Ning Shu's heart suddenly felt a little bad. He had already done it with Shui Man. Could it be that he still had to do it with her at night? Ning Shu glanced at Zhang Jiasun's lower part. Can he take it? Zhang Jiasun caught the look in Ning Shu's eyes and raised his handsome eyebrows. His eyes were devilishly charming, obviously thinking that Ning Shu wanted it. After taking a shower, Zhang Jiasun lay on the bed and hugged Ning Shu. Meow meow, let's have a child. Ning Shu smiled and nodded. Okay. Zhang Jiasun's face revealed a smile. Ning Shu continued, but if I have a child now, what about my work? Also, your parents don't agree to the child's surname. When the time comes, the two families will definitely quarrel. Jiasun, I'm actually very afraid of your mother. I don't want to have a conflict with your mother because of a child. When Zhang Jiasun heard Ning Shu's words, he was stunned and asked, who told you this? With Miao Miao Miao's brain, she wouldn't have thought of this at all. Zhang Jiasun was a little annoyed as he brushed his hair. Getting Miao 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 pregnant was the best way to solve the current situation. The pregnant Miao 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 naturally wouldn't work anymore. But now, Miao Miao Miao's reasonable words made Zhang Jiasun unable to refute. Miao 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 was doing it for the stability of her family, but Zhang Jiasun's heart was filled with anxiety. What made Zhang Jiasun the most angry was that Miao 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 was disobedient. Zhang Jiasun's sharp gaze swept across Ning Shu's face inch by inch. With a look of scrutiny, he revealed a smile. No matter if the child's surname is Miao or Zhang, it's still our child. Ning Shu also smiled. You're right. Then, he yawned, wrapped himself in the blanket, and went to sleep. Zhang Jiasun placed his hand on Ning Shu's arm with warmth. Ning Shu asked, Miao Miao, why did Dad want to check the accounts? Is there something wrong with the accounts? Ning Shu was very awake in his heart, but he still had a sleepy look on his face. With a thick nasal voice, he said, Dad felt that the company's profits were too low, so he wanted to check. He suspected that someone was embezzling money. Zhang Jiasun narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, the environment is like that. Under the influence of the financial crisis, it's good to be able to make profits. Many companies have already closed down. Then, did Dad find anything? Zhang Jiasun coaxed Ning Shu. If someone is really embezzling money, then we definitely can't let such a parasite stay in the company. Ning Shu yawned and said, he should have found something. Dad has been very angry recently. Zhang Jiasun's hand that was placed on Ning Shu's arm trembled. Then, he said softly, go to sleep if you're tired. Ning Shu slowed his breathing and looked like he was sleeping. Not long after, he felt that Zhang Jiasun beside him had woken up. Ning Shu opened his eyes and saw Zhang Jiasun smoking on the balcony. Standing on the balcony, his dark figure was like a ghost. Zhang Jiasun stood on the balcony for a long time with a burning cigarette in his hand. Then, he went downstairs. Ning Shu followed him barefoot. At the stairs, he heard the voices of Zhang Jiasun and a woman coming from the kitchen. Ning Shu listened to the woman's voice. It seemed that she was a servant of the Miao family and had worked for the Miao family for several years. Zhang Jiasun and the servants' voices were very low. Ning Shu couldn't hear them clearly. He went directly to the kitchen door and asked, what are you doing? When Zhang Jiasun saw Ning Shu, he looked calm. He raised the cup in his hand and said, I want to drink water. I can't find a cup, so I asked Aunt Ping to get me a cup. Why did you come down? Ning Shu's eyes swept over Aunt Ping's face. Aunt Ping said, I woke up last night and saw the young master looking for something in the kitchen. So, I got a cup for him. I didn't ask you what you were going to explain. Ning Shu replied with an, oh, obviously believing his excuse. Zhang Jiasun took a sip of water. Ning Shu asked, why didn't you sleep? Why did you come down? You didn't wear shoes. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold in such a cold day? When I woke up, you weren't in bed. No one was in the bathroom. I thought you went back. Ning Shu rubbed his eyes. He looked very tired. Zhang Jiasun finished the water in the cup and put it down. Then, he carried Ning Shu and smiled gently at Ning Shu. I'll carry you upstairs. That way, your feet won't be cold. Ning Shu smiled. He didn't say anything and let Zhang Jiasun carry him upstairs. When he turned around, he saw Aunt Ping hurrying back to her room. Ning Shu narrowed his eyes and looked away. He saw a red mark below Zhang Jiasun's collarbone. Of course, he couldn't see it with a shirt and tie, but it was exposed when he was wearing pajamas. Ning Shu, ha. Chapter 449. Zhang Jiasun was quite capable. He was able to keep his wife at home and his mistress outside. However, this was all based on the fact that Miao 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 was naive and easily deceived. Miao 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 probably never thought that Zhang Jiasun would cheat on her. She had a kind of confidence in Zhang Jiasun. She didn't know what he was talking about with the servant in the middle of the night. Ning Shu felt that she needed to pay attention to this servant. Zhang Jiasun carried Ning Shu to the bed and laid down himself. He directly placed Ning Shu's foot on his chest. Ning Shu was shocked. She wanted to retract her foot out of reflex, but Zhang Jiasun held her down. Zhang Jiasun's tone was doting. Don't move. You didn't wear your shoes when you went downstairs just now. I'll warm you up so that you won't feel uncomfortable when you sleep. Zhang Jiasun's body was very warm. Ning Shu felt a wave of heat passing to her foot. It was very warm. Ning Shu narrowed her eyes. This man was really, no wonder Miao 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 fell for this man. Ning Shu put her foot on Zhang Jiasun's chest. It was indeed very warm. Zhang Jiasun laughed softly. His chest shook. Ning Shu asked, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. I just thought that our future children will be very cute. You will be just like you." Zhang Jiasun smiled. His eyes looked very gentle and warm under the light. Ning Shu, he didn't sleep the whole night and still wanted to play affectionate. She still had to deal with him. What a sin. Ning Shu chanted the clear heart mantra in her heart. She really wanted to tell Zhang Jiasun that the kiss marks on his body were already showing. She still had to pretend that she didn't know. She was really testing him. However, Ning Shu found that chanting the clear heart mantra was very beneficial. It could calm one's mood. More importantly, it could also remove the negative emotions and spiritual dirt that had accumulated in her heart. Now that Zhang Jiasun didn't sleep and pulled her to show his deep love for her, Ning Shu wanted to kick him. He must have a motive for being so attentive. The next morning, Ning Shu didn't look very good. After all, he didn't sleep much. Even Zhang Jiasun didn't look very good. When Mother Miao saw this, she covered her mouth and laughed. Although young people are healthy, they still need to control themselves. Ning Shu, a smile appeared on Zhang Jiasun's face. He glanced at Ning Shu with a smile and said, "Got it." Mother Miao smiled mischievously. Obviously, nothing had happened, but Zhang Jiasun's behavior made it seem as if they had done something last night. The family of 4 sat down to eat breakfast. Aunt Ping served breakfast. Ning Shu looked at Auntie Ping. She was the most senior servant in the Miao family and knew everything about the Miao family. Aunt Ping placed the vegetable salad and milk in front of Miao's father. It was Ning Shu's idea to let Miao's father eat the vegetable salad every morning for the sake of his father's health. However, last night, Aunt Ping and Zhang Jiasun were in the kitchen in the middle of the night. Ning Shu didn't suspect that Zhang Jiasun and Aunt Ping were having an affair. However, Aunt Ping was already 50 years old. Ning Shu suspected that Zhang Jiasun and Aunt Ping had a special relationship. Miao's father didn't like eating grass. He said to Ning Shu helplessly, "It wasn't easy for humans to evolve to the top of the food chain, but you let me eat grass every day. I want to eat meat." Ning Shu shrugged. "Okay. Since you're so pitiful, I'll let you eat meat buns today." Miao's father pushed away the vegetable salad and drank the soy milk while eating the fried dough sticks and buns. Ning Shu said to Aunt Ping, "Put this away." Aunt Ping was stunned. She said, "Okay." Then she took the vegetable salad away. Zhang Jiasen's eyes flashed. He ate breakfast in silence. After breakfast, Zhang Jiasen and Ning Shu went to work together. As soon as they got into the car, Zhang Jiasen helped Ning Shu fasten the seatbelt. He looked very gentle. Ning Shu said, "I can do it myself. You don't have to trouble me. I want to fasten the seatbelt for you." "I want to be good to you," Zhang Jiasen said as he turned the steering wheel. Ning Shu almost couldn't help but roll his eyes. Zhang Jiasen's action was not out of love. He wanted to deceive Miao Miao. "Miao Miao, did Dad tell you about the investigation of the account book?" "He didn't look very good this morning," Zhang Jiasen said to Ning Shu casually. Ning Shu didn't seem to care. "Dad said that whoever did it will be severely punished. But he didn't tell me who did it." "I see." Zhang Jiasen looked a little angry. "Didn't Dad tell you who did it?" Ning Shu shook his head. "No. But I can see that Dad is very angry. It should be someone he trusts." Zhang Jiasen's pupils shrank. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything else. When Ning Shu arrived at the company, she met Shui Man Man who was at work at the entrance. Ning Shu looked at Shui Man Man and her eyes fell on Shui Man Man's feet. It was a pair of branded shoes. Although the design was low-key, Ning Shu still recognized it. Ning Shu laughed in his heart. "When the time comes, I'll make you spit out everything you took." Shui Man Man's expression changed when she saw Zhang Jiasen and Miao Miao together. She quickly came over to greet Zhang Jiasen and Ning Shu. She put on a professional expression and said to Zhang Jiasen, "Manager, you have a meeting at 10 o'clock." Ning Shu smiled and said, "What meeting?" "I'll go too. I haven't attended any meetings in the company." Zhang Jiasen said casually, "It's not an important meeting. It's about sales. Don't you need to go to the factory?" "Yes, I have to go to the factory." Ning Shu nodded and turned to leave. After Ning Shu left, Zhang Jiasen frowned and said to Shui Man Man, "Next time, don't do anything groundless. Sooner or later, you'll be exposed." Shui Man Man bit her lips and lowered her head. She looked a little wronged. Zhang Jiasen opened the office door and Shui Man Man followed him in. "Be careful. I don't want to fail. Be careful in front of Miao Miao Miao. Otherwise, she'll find out sooner or later." Zhang Jiasen rubbed his brows. "Miao Ji is checking the accounts. I can't look for you." "Miao Ji is checking the accounts. The finance department didn't even inform me." Zhang Jiasen's expression was a little gloomy. Hearing that, Shui Man Man's face flashed with panic. She quickly asked, "Will they find out about you?" "What are you shouting about? What did I do? Why would they find out about me?" Zhang Jiasen coldly looked at Shui Man Man. Shui Man Man took a deep breath. Seeing that Zhang Jiasen was sitting steadily, her beating heart also calmed down. Zhang Jiasen had the ability to solve this. When Ning Shu arrived at the factory, he was told that the latest design draft was stolen. A designer said with guilt, "When I left, I didn't put the design draft in the safe. I left it on the table. In the end, when I came this morning, it was gone." The latest batch of spring design drafts was the painstaking effort of the entire design department and Ning Shu. They wanted to rely on the spring design to make a splash. Now, the design draft was gone. Chapter 450. Hearing that the design drafts were missing, Ning Shu's first reaction was that the design drafts were useless, regardless of where they went. Stealing the design drafts was definitely something done by a competitor. Ning Shu scanned the designers' faces. Ning Shu went to check the surveillance footage. What surprised Ning Shu was that the person who stole the design drafts was actually Zhang Jiasen's brother-in-law, Tan Heyu. Tan Heyu came to the factory and bragged that Ning Shu was his sister-in-law and that his brother-in-law was Zhang Jiasun. In the video, Tan Heyu came to the designer's office and the security guard stopped him. Tan Heyu threatened the security guard to fire him and said that the factory was his sister-in-law's. Tan Heyu went into the office and rummaged around. Then, he saw the design drafts on the table. He stuffed them into his clothes and ran away. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu fired the designer who put the design drafts on the table. The designer was stunned. Ning Shu asked, "Why? Why did you fire me?" "Because of your carelessness, you caused such a huge loss to the company. Do you think you can still stay in the company?" The female designer was indignant. She took off her work pass and threw it on the ground. "I don't want to stay in a company that doesn't distinguish right from wrong." The designer turned and left. Ning Shu said coldly, "Wait, you can't leave like this. I've already called the police. You are suspected of stealing trade secrets." When Ning Shu checked the surveillance footage, he felt that the designer did it on purpose. She deliberately put the design drafts on the table for Tan Heyu to steal. The designer was wronged. "I didn't steal it. Why are you accusing me of stealing the design drafts? You don't have any evidence. Why are you slandering me?" The designer took out her phone and called Zhang Jiasun. "How long have you been in the company? You don't know anything." Ning Shu's expression was very cold. He watched the designer call Zhang Jiasun. Half an hour later, Zhang Jiasun rushed over. After understanding the whole process, Ning Shu looked at the surveillance footage and asked, "When were these cameras installed?" Ning Shu sneered. "You don't care about the cameras now. Your brother-in-law stole the design drafts and the designer." Zhang Jiasun frowned, looking very distressed. "Manager, I didn't steal the design drafts at all. I've been in the company for so many years, there's no reason for me to steal the design drafts. You can blame me for being careless, but you can't pin the crime of stealing on my head. A designer needs a reputation. If I have a reputation for stealing, which company would dare to hire me?" The designer said indignantly. "Why would I do something like this that would destroy my own future?" Tan Heyu was also escorted in by the security guards. Tan Heyu, who was being held by the security guards, was still cursing. "Tan Heyu." Zhang Jiasun looked at Tan Heyu coldly. "You really can't change your ways." Zhang Jiasun pulled Tan Heyu's collar and dragged him to the front of the computer to show him the surveillance footage. Tan Heyu looked at it and immediately begged Zhang Jiasun for mercy. "At that time, a person came to me and asked me to find this kind of paper with clothes drawn on it. He gave me 20,000 renminbi. I thought 20,000 renminbi was more than Xing Ku's monthly salary of moving things around. Bastard." Zhang Jiasun gave Tan Heyu a punch, which made Tan Heyu fall to the ground and cry out. Ning Shu indifferently looked at Zhang Jiasun's action. Seeing Ning Shu like this, Zhang Jiasun pulled Tan Heyu's collar and punched him a few more times. Zhang Jiasun rubbed his eyebrows and said to Ning Shu, "Meow meow, I'm sorry." When he was in the countryside, his hands and feet were a little dirty. "I thought it would be fine once he came to the city, but I didn't expect that he would make such a big mess. Even if you kill him, it won't make up for it. Now the most important thing is to redesign the spring style. Don't make this a big deal. If the workers know that without the design drafts, they can't work, which will cause panic." Zhang Jiasun said to Ning Shu in a low voice. "There's a hierarchy of priorities." Ning Shu looked at Zhang Jiasun, various thoughts flashed through his mind. For a moment, Ning Shu felt that Zhang Jiasun was behind this matter. "Who is the person who gave you the money?" Ning Shu said to Tan Heyu, who was grimacing in pain. Tan Heyu said, "I don't know. He only recognized money." Outside the house, police sirens sounded. Hearing this sound, Zhang Jiasun suddenly looked at Ning Shu and asked, "Did you call the police?" Ning Shu sneered. "Since he did something wrong, he should be punished." "Jiasun, are you going to exonerate your brother-in-law?" Zhang Jiasun looked at Ning Shu in shock. Meow meow, how did you become like this? Ning Shu's face was cold. Dad said that managing a company has to be decisive to make the subordinates obedient. The police came in, and Ning Shu directly asked them to take Tan Heyu away. Tan Heyu was really scared this time. Tears and snot were running down his face. Ning Shu shouted to Zhang Jiasun, brother-in-law, I know I was wrong. Please save me. I don't want to go to jail. Ning Shu seemed to be furious. His face was cold and he did not speak. Zhang Jiasun looked helpless. Forget it. He should be taught a lesson. Tan Heyu was dragged into the police car. The sirens of the police car gradually disappeared, but the atmosphere in the office was still very oppressive. Ning Shu looked at the female designer. From today onwards, you are fired from the company. You will never be hired again. The designer bit her lip. She glanced at Zhang Jiasun and turned to leave. Zhang Jiasun sighed and reached out to touch Ning Shu's head. Don't be angry. The most important thing now is to remedy the situation. Ning Shu grinned at Zhang Jiasun. The new design draft will be out soon. Zhang Jiasun's pupils shrank. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good. The matter was resolved. Zhang Jiasun did not leave immediately. He stayed to comfort Ning Shu. Ning Shu narrowed his eyes and thought about something. It was too coincidental. The corporate spy could have found anyone, but he just had to find Tan Heyu, who was not clean. Zhang Jiasun looked at Ning Shu's thoughtful expression and asked, what are you thinking about? Nothing. You can go back. I can still hold on. Ning Shu said. Zhang Jiasun hugged Ning Shu and comforted her softly. Meow meow, managing the company is like this. There are all kinds of unexpected things. Meow meow, you have a gentle temperament. It will definitely be difficult for you to deal with these things. Don't force yourself too much. I will be distressed. In my heart, I hope you can be happy for the rest of your life. Ning Shu said faintly, let's wait and see. If you are suffering, just tell me. I can help you solve anything. Zhang Jiasun kissed Ning Shu's hair. Ning Shu had goosebumps all over her body. Zhang Jiasun patted Ning Shu's shoulder again and then left. Ning Shu looked at Zhang Jiasun's back. Why did she feel that Zhang Jiasun's back carried a sense of complacency? What if it was really like this? Zhang Jiasun was willing to sacrifice his brother-in-law in order to give her trouble? Chapter 451. The design drafts were stolen, so they had to redesign. If they didn't redesign quickly, the spring clothes would be on the market soon, and the factory wouldn't be able to produce the goods. This matter was more than just a little troublesome. Ning Shu rubbed his forehead. The previous elements couldn't be used. Ning Shu guessed that the design drafts were in the hands of someone else. The designer worked overtime to redesign, and Ning Shu basically didn't sleep at night to review the design drafts. Ning Shu wasn't a professional designer after all. If he gave too many opinions, he would interfere too much with the designer. Ning Shu sometimes proposed a concept or element for the designer to use. After Ning Shu drank a cup of coffee, he rubbed his dark eyes and received a call from the head of the detective agency. When he arrived at the coffee shop, Ning Shu saw the coffee and felt a little thirsty, so he gulped down a cup of coffee first. Head, gulp, what did you get this time? Ning Shu asked. The head pushed the laptop in front of Ning Shu and clicked on the enter key. Ning Shu looked at the screen and saw two white bodies rolling together. Zhang Jiasun's expression was happy and evil, while Shui Manmen's face was full of enjoyment. It was like two snakes entangled together, making Ning Shu feel disgusted. Looking at the time of the video, it was indeed that afternoon. In the afternoon, he was with Shui Man, but in the evening, he told her that he wanted to have a baby. Hee hee. Ning Shu looked at the video indifferently, and after a while, a shameful sound was heard. The coffee shop was relatively quiet, and the sudden shameful sound made everyone in the coffee shop look at Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately closed the laptop. With this, victory was basically in his hands. The head pulled out the USB from the laptop and handed it to Ning Shu, saying, "This is what you wanted." Ning Shu put away the USB, nodded and said, "Okay." Ning Shu made several copies of the USB flash drive's contents and placed it in the bank's safe. After a period of accumulation, Ning Shu found that he had more and more evidence in his hands. He was like a little squirrel, accumulating pine cones bit by bit. However, now was not the time to ask for a divorce. It was better to act up together. Ning Shu returned to the factory. As soon as he entered the office, he heard wailing and howling. He walked in and saw Zhang Jiasan's mother sitting on the ground. She slapped the ground and shouted, "Damn it! How can there be such a ruthless wife?" She even sent her brother-in-law to the police station. Many workers gathered around Zhang Jiasan's mother and whispered to each other. Not only was Zhang Jiasan's mother there, but Zhang Jiasan's sister, Zhang Wenlan, was also there. Zhang Wenlan was crying, and Zhang Jiasan's father was sitting on a chair with a pale face. Seeing Ning Shu coming over, Zhang Jiasan's mother immediately rushed over to Ning Shu. "You black-hearted man, why did you put your brother-in-law in jail? Sister-in-law, I beg you, let Heyu come back." Zhang Wenlan knelt down in front of Ning Shu. "He has 1,000 faults, but he is also my husband. If he goes to jail, how can we live? Daughter-in-law, this is a family matter. How can you make a scene like this? If there is a problem, go home and solve it. Don't wash your dirty linen in public. You have lost the face of the Zhang family." Zhang Jiasan's father's face was not good. His honest and mellow face was fierce, and his aura was similar to Zhang Jiasan's. He had the absolute majesty of the head of the family. As soon as Ning Shu walked in, he welcomed the storm of Zhang family members. Ning Shu's face did not change. He first drove the onlooking workers to work, closed the office door, and said indifferently, "What are you doing? Sister-in-law, I beg you, don't put my child's father in jail. Without my child's father, how can we live?" Zhang Wenlan cried and begged Ning Shu, as if the sky was falling down. Ning Shu calmly took a sip of coffee. Can't live? There was no such a lazy man who did not support his family. Can't live without a man. Can't live without a man. This was a woman's sorrow. No matter how much of a bastard the man was, she can't live without him. She did not have the confidence and courage to live for herself. Ning Shu looked at the pitiful Zhang Wenlan. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. Zhang Wenlan had already lowered herself to the ground. There was always so much malice towards women in this world. "Meow meow meow, if you don't let your brother-in-law out, I will not let you off." Zhang Jiasan's mother gritted her teeth and said to Ning Shu, "You are simply disgraceful. How can you do such a thing and send your own family member to jail? Do you know what Tan Heyu did? He stole the company's design and sold it for money. He caused the company to lose at least 1,000,000 yuan, Ning Shu said calmly. Zhang Jiasan's father said, "Even if that is the case, you should tell your family that you shouldn't do this. Old Zhang's family will not have such a scandal. You did not even care about your husband." Ning Shu smirked and said, "Jiasan also agreed to this matter. If there is anything, go and find Jiasan. Jiasan would not do this. It must be because you insisted on doing this." Zhang Jiasan's mother pointed at Ning Shu. Her finger almost poked Ning Shu's nose. "Get out, I need to work. If there is anything, we can talk about it at night," Ning Shu said coldly. Zhang Jiasan's mother refused to leave and insisted that Ning Shu get her son-in-law out. Ning Shu was very impatient and directly asked the security to get her out. Zhang Jiasan's mother cried and shouted at everyone at the gate of the factory. She muttered about her heartless daughter-in-law and so on. Zhang Wenlan knelt at the gate and cried and cried. It was like this for a few days. Ning Shu knew that Zhang Jiasan's mother wanted to use public opinion to make her compromise. However, Ning Shu did not care at all. The employees of this factory relied on the Miao family for a living. Would they offend their own boss for someone they did not know? Zhang Jiasun had not shown up since the incident. He only called Ning Shu and said that he would apologize on behalf of his mother. His mother was just too worried about his brother-in-law and he would do his best to persuade his mother. However, Zhang Jiasun's mother was punctual like the workers at the gate of the factory and cried. Compared to the unreasonable Zhang Jiasun's mother, Zhang Wenlan took the weak route. She knelt on the ground and cried silently. Sometimes, she even brought her daughter to kneel with her. Ning Shu did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he did not care and did not ask. If they wanted to make a scene, then let them. Moreover, Zhang Jiasun's attitude towards this matter was laissez-faire. With Zhang Jiasun's ability, how could he not be able to persuade his mother? How could he not have the ability to get Tan Heyu out? Zhang Jiasun deliberately let his mother and sister embarrass her in front of the employees and damage her dignity. Ning Shu only sneered and ignored these people. The more he ignored them, the higher they jumped. Chapter 452. However, after several revisions, the design was finally ready. The factory could finally produce spring clothing. Miao Ying's father also found out about what happened to Zhang Jiasun's mother. As soon as Ning Shu returned home, Miao Ying's father said to Ning Shu with heartache, "Why didn't you tell us about this? This family is a bastard. If I had known beforehand, I would never have married them." Miao Ying's mother was so angry that she was trembling. Miao Ying's father looked even worse. His face turned purple with anger. Ning Shu immediately felt that something was wrong when he saw Miao Ying's father like this. He quickly tried to calm him down. Seeing that Miao Ying's father was about to have high blood pressure, Ning Shu quickly shouted to Miao Ying's mother, "Mom, go and find a needle." Miao Ying's mother also noticed that something was wrong with Miao Ying's father. She found a needle and handed it to Ning Shu. Ning Shu directly inserted the needle into Miao Ying's father's hand. When he pulled out the needle, blood splashed out. Miao Ying's father's blood pressure stopped rising. His face didn't turn as blue as before. Miao Ying's mother was shocked. "Old man, are you okay?" Miao Ying's father felt very dizzy. He lay on the sofa and gasped for breath. Ning Shu massaged his father's hand. Miao Ying's mother took a wet towel and wiped Miao Ying's father's face. Her eyes were watery. Ning Shu furrowed her brows tightly. Recently, she had been busy with the design drafts, which made Ning Shu feel mentally and physically exhausted. It was very late when they got home. Miao Ying's mother took care of Miao Ying's father's diet. After a while, Miao Ying's father recovered. He said sadly, "I'm old and useless." "Dad, have you eaten the medicinal diet I told you to eat?" Ning Shu asked. "Yes, I've been watching her eat every day," Miao Ying's mother said immediately. Ning Shu narrowed his eyes and said, "Dad, trust me. I can handle it. Don't worry." Miao Ying's father smiled with relief. "Seeing how strong you are, I won't have any regrets even if I die now." Ning Shu slowly massaged Ning Shu's father while thinking about something. Miao's father looked at Ning Shu, wanting to say something, but hesitated. "Dad, if you have something to say, just say it." Miao's father hesitated for a moment before he said, Miao, tell me, do you love Zhang Jiasun so much that you only want Zhang Jiasun for the rest of your life?" Ning Shu smiled. "No one can't live without someone." Miao Ying's father looked a little better. He said to Ning Shu, "It's late. Go to sleep. Dad is fine." Ning Shu nodded and said to Mr. Miao, "Dad, you must take good care of yourself. I can live without Zhang Jiasun, but I can't live without you." Miao Ying's father smiled and patted Ning Shu's back. "My precious daughter." Ning Shu took a shower and called Zhang Jiasun while lying on the bed. The first thing he said was, "Zhang Jiasun, let's get a divorce." Miao, what's wrong?" Zhang Jiasun's voice was trembling, as if he was forcibly suppressing it, giving people a feeling of shock and sadness. Ning Shu crossed his legs on the bed and picked his earwax with an ear pick. He said indifferently, I just found out that your parents don't like me very much. Your mother comes to the factory every day and curses me to die every day. Don't say that I'm your family. If your mother really treated me as her family, would she curse me? She said that I'm black-hearted and should be struck by lightning. She's my enemy. I just found out that marriage is a matter between two families. My dad was so angry that he almost had high blood pressure. Ning Shu said directly, so, let's get a divorce. Dad, is Dad okay? Zhang Jiasun asked quickly, has he been sent to the hospital? Ning Shu rolled his eyes. No. Fortunately, Dad survived. Zhang Jiasun sighed and said repeatedly, it's good that he's okay. Let's get a divorce, Zhang Jiasun. I'm serious. Ning Shu said coldly. Zhang Jiasun quickly said, meow meow, don't be like this. Please, I apologize to you on behalf of my parents. They are just too worried about brother-in-law. And, I know. That's why I can see that your mother doesn't like it very much. Okay, I'm hanging up. I'm going to sleep. Ning Shu turned off the phone. The next day, when Ning Shu went to the factory, Zhang Jiasun's mother and elder sister were nowhere to be seen. They were used to wailing like at a funeral. This kind of silence made Ning Shu a little uncomfortable. See, as soon as she said divorce, Zhang Jiasun immediately retracted his claws. With Zhang Jiasun's ability, he must have a way to appease his parents and elder sister, but he didn't take any action. Walking into the office, Ning Shu was hugged by a person who smelled strongly of smoke. Ning Shu wanted to push Zhang Jiasun away, but Zhang Jiasun hugged him even tighter and shouted hoarsely, meow meow. Ning Shu pushed Zhang Jiasun away. Zhang Jiasun's expression was a little stunned. He seemed to have not slept all night. His eyes were bloodshot, stubble was coming out, and his shirt was very wrinkled. Meow meow, don't be stubborn, okay? Zhang Jiasun's expression was very painful. How can you deny the feelings between us? Feelings my ass. Ning Shu really wanted to spit on Zhang Jiasun's face. Ning Shu looked at Zhang Jiasun with a very indifferent expression and said lightly, Jiasun, can you wait until I finish my work before saying these things? Do you know that I'm very tired? Your family makes me even more tired. Let's calm down. Ning Shu ignored Zhang Jiasun's painful expression. With Zhang Jiasun here, Ning Shu was too lazy to go to work, so he directly turned and left. Zhang Jiasun caught up with Ning Shu and grabbed Ning Shu's arm. Meow meow, don't do this to me. You said that you wanted a divorce because you were angry, right? Ning Shu shook off Zhang Jiasun's hand. I said let's calm down. You're annoying me. Do you know that I can't bear your mother anymore? Are you going to force me now? Zhang Jiasun's eyes flashed with a gloomy look. He pursed his lips and said, okay, meow meow, don't be angry. Zhang Jiasun took a deep breath and said, I'll take you back. Ning Shu shook his head and drove to the bank to take out the things in the safe. These things should be known to Meow Meow's father, so that they could deal with Zhang Jiasun together. When Ning Shu returned home and was about to pour water in the kitchen, he found Mrs. Ping putting something into the medicine soup. What are you doing? Ning Shu reached out and grabbed Mrs. Ping's arm to pull her away, preventing her from destroying the evidence by breaking the pot. Mrs. Ping was startled by Ning Shu. Obviously, she did not expect Ning Shu to come back so suddenly. She pulled Ning Shu's hand and tried to break free. Ning Shu directly pulled Mrs. Ping into the living room. Mrs. Ping's face was pale. Miss, what are you doing? Let me go. What's going on? Mrs. Miao came downstairs. Ning Shu said with a cold face, Mom, call the police. Mrs. Ping put poison in the medicine soup. Madam, I didn't. Mrs. Ping shook her head quickly. Mrs. Miao was shocked. How is that possible? Mrs. Ping has been in the Miao family for years. Ning Shu asked the other two servants to hold Mrs. Ping and then went to the kitchen to get the pot. He said to Mrs. Miao, I want to take this to the hospital for testing. Don't let her go until I come back. Chapter 453. Ning Shu blamed himself. He had been busy with the design drafts and hadn't paid attention to Mr. Miao's health. In addition, Tan Heyu had stolen the design drafts, which made Ning Shu even more busy. Ning Shu arrived at the hospital and handed the medicine to the laboratory to see if it was poisonous. Ning Shu sat on a chair in the corridor of the hospital and waited for the test results. The person who put something in Mr. Miao's medicine was obviously targeting Mr. Miao. Ning Shu took a deep breath and thought slowly. If something happened to Mr. Miao's father, who would benefit? Zhang Jiasen would benefit both in the short term and the long term. Mr. Miao's father had been checking the accounts recently. If something happened to Mr. Miao's father, the audit would be left unsettled. At this time, the company would have to rely on Zhang Jiasen. It was similar to the plot development. Mr. Miao's father's death in the plot must have something to do with Zhang Jiasen. The death of the Miao family was Zhang Jiasen's masterpiece. What a cruel and vicious wolf. The test results came out. It wasn't poison, but something called diclofenac. It was an anti-fever, analgesic, and anti-inflammatory drug. However, long-term use would inhibit the dilation of blood vessels and the drainage of sodium, which would cause blood pressure to rise. Mr. Miao's father had a high constitution. If he ate this kind of thing, especially with the high blood viscosity, his blood flow would accelerate and his blood pressure would rise. It would be easy for him to have a cerebral hemorrhage or stroke. And they couldn't find anything. No wonder Mr. Miao's father was so strange that day. Ning Shu pursed his lips. How could there be such a vicious person in the world? Ning Shu asked the doctor to write a list. When he returned home, Mr. Miao and Mrs. Miao were waiting for him. Ning Shu told them the test results. Why did you do this? Mrs. Miao pointed at Mrs. Ping. How can you be so vicious and kill people? Miao Ying's father touched his chest with a look of lingering fear. He looked at Aunt Ping sharply and sneered. You raised such a thing. Aunt Ping, I sponsored your son's college tuition. Is this how you repay me? Mrs. Ping's face was pale as she bit her lips without saying a word. Ning Shu faintly said, There's nothing to say to such a heartless person. Call the police and let them interrogate her. When Aunt Ping heard what Ning Shu said, her body trembled. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't do it on purpose. She kept apologizing, but didn't say why she had done it. Ning Shu directly called the police. After a while, the police came. Ning Shu filed a case and Aunt Ping was arrested. Even at this time, Aunt Ping still refused to give in. After what happened to Auntie Ping, Mother Miao saw that the other servants were suspicious and vigilant. She didn't let them touch the kitchen anymore. Mother Miao even did the grocery shopping herself. Ning Shu handed the evidence he took from the bank to Mr. Miao and said, Dad, I want to divorce Zhang Jiasen. But we can't let him off so easily. He must have something to do with what happened to Auntie Ping and the design drafts. Miao Ying's father looked at the evidence, especially when he saw the USB flash drive. His face turned purple. Ning Shu quickly tried to calm Miao Ying's father down. Dad, don't be angry. At least we've found out now. Ungrateful bastard, Mr. Miao said fiercely. Miao Yi's father said fiercely with a fierce look on his face. Miao Yi's father had climbed up step by step, so he understood what Zhang Jiasen was thinking. Ning Shu had a plan in mind. If he directly asked for a divorce, Zhang Jiasen might ask for a share of the property. Ning Shu wanted Zhang Jiasen to have nothing and never be able to turn over a new leaf. Zhang Jiasen didn't have any of these. What Zhang Jiasen had worked so hard to have would be far away from him. Divorce, we must divorce. Mrs. Miao slammed the table. We can't just let it go. Mom, I know. Don't worry. Ning Shu said lightly. Ning Shu went to the police station to see Auntie Ping. If he could get Auntie Ping's statement against Zhang Jiasen, then Zhang Jiasen would not only be guilty of corruption but also instigating others to commit a crime. Ning Shu dared to bet on Miao Miao's head that Zhang Jiasun had something to do with this matter. When he arrived at the police station, Ning Shu met Zhang Jiasun. What was Zhang Jiasun doing at the police station? Ning Shu saw Zhang Jiasun walk over and asked, "Why are you here?" Zhang Jiasun looked at Ning Shu gently and said, "I'm here to see brother-in-law." Sigh. Zhang Jiasun didn't know what to say. He just sighed and rubbed his forehead. He said to Ning Shu, "This time, we must teach brother-in-law a lesson. Next time, he will make a bigger mess." Ning Shu didn't comment. Wasn't this a big mess? Wasn't stealing design drafts a big deal? Tan Heyu was already a bad person. Zhang Jiasun asked Ning Shu, "What are you doing here?" Ning Shu said lightly, "Auntie Ping poisoned father's medicine and is now locked up." Zhang Jiasun's pupils shrunk. He looked shocked. Poisoned? She can't be that serious. Ning Shu's eyes swept across Zhang Jiasun's face. There was only shock and confusion on his face. There wasn't a trace of panic. "We will find out why she did this," Ning Shu said lightly. He walked around Zhang Jiasun and was about to go in. Zhang Jiasun turned around and followed behind Ning Shu. "Miao Miao, let me go with you." "No need. Only one person can visit." Ning Shu quickly left. Zhang Jiasun looked at the woman's back with treacherous eyes. He pursed his lips and pulled the tie around his neck. Ning Shu walked into the police station and looked at Auntie Ping, who was dressed in prison clothes, through the bars. It hadn't been long, but Auntie Ping looked much older. She was no longer the capable servant of the Miao family. She looked desperate. Ning Shu picked up the phone. Auntie Ping hesitated for a moment. She sat opposite the thick glass and picked up the phone. "Mississippi, tell me. Who made you do this?" Ning Shu asked directly. There must be a price worth taking for someone to do such a thing. This was murder. Auntie Ping held the phone and shook her head without speaking. "You have to think carefully. What you did is murder. You poisoned my father's food. That is intentional murder." Ning Shu looked at Auntie Ping sharply. Did the Miao family not treat Auntie Ping well? Did they mistreat Auntie Ping? No. But Auntie Ping could do such a thing. People were so greedy and insatiable. Auntie Ping's face turned paler. She looked very dispirited. She said, "I didn't want to kill anyone. But you wanted to kill my father." Ning Shu said coldly, "You have to think carefully. Your son is about to graduate, but he has a mother who is a murderer. What future do you think your son has? Your son will hate you for the rest of his life." Auntie Ping's face was pale and her body was trembling. Her son was obviously Auntie Ping's weakness. She begged Ning Shu. "This has nothing to do with my son. Please don't hurt him." Chapter 454. Mrs. Ping cared a lot about her son. When she heard Ning Shu talk about her son, she kept begging Ning Shu, saying that this had nothing to do with her son and that he shouldn't hurt him. Ning Shu looked coldly at Aunt Ping, who was acting like a loving mother. She only felt that it was funny. What right did she have to beg others? "You told me not to hurt your son, but you didn't think that your actions would hurt my father. If something really happened to my father, you told me not to hurt your family, but you're hurting mine." Ning Shu couldn't stand Mrs. Ping acting like this. She acted as if everyone else was the bad guy and she was the one hurting others. Ning Shu said coldly, "I remember that your son is about to graduate. I'll make sure he can't stay in this city unless you tell me who told you to do this." Mrs. Ping's tears made her face look even older and more desperate. However, Ning Shu didn't feel any sympathy for her. The plot didn't mention Mrs. Ping. This person who had worked for the Miao family for so many years was obviously an insignificant person in the plot. However, he didn't expect that Mr. Miao would die in her hands. The original owner didn't know anything, so Ning Shu's attention was on Zhang Jiasun when she entered the plot. If he hadn't seen Zhang Jiasun and Mrs. Ping talking that night and Mrs. Ping being caught red-handed, Ning Shu's doubts would have been answered. Zhang Jiasun had a spy in the Miao family. Ning Shu knew that Mrs. Ping was working for Zhang Jiasun, so he needed Mrs. Ping's confession. Mrs. Ping closed her mouth and didn't speak. She just said, "I'm sorry, Master and Madam. I'm really sorry." What was the use of saying sorry when she harmed others for her own selfish desires? Ning Shu narrowed his eyes at Mrs. Ping. He didn't know what tempting conditions could make Mrs. Ping refuse to speak. "I didn't want to kill old master, really." Aunt Ping repeated the same words over and over again. Ning Shu just sneered. Zhang Jiasun, who was waiting at the entrance of the police station, saw that Ning Shu hadn't come out for a long time. Moreover, it was already dark. Zhang Jiasun stared at the door with a particularly treacherous and cold gaze. His clenched fists loosened and tightened, tightened and loosened, and his entire body was filled with irritation. When Ning Shu left the police station, he saw that Zhang Jiasun was still waiting at the door. He didn't say anything. "Meow meow, what's going on? Why did Aunt Ping poison Dad? Did she tell you?" Zhang Jiasun hurriedly walked towards Ning Shu and asked. Ning Shu looked at Zhang Jiasun with an angry expression and said, "She really doesn't want to say anything." Zhang Jiasun's expression relaxed when he heard that Mrs. Ping didn't say anything. He comforted Ning Shu, "The truth will come out eventually. Don't be so anxious. Fortunately, father-in-law is fine." Ning Shu looked at Zhang Jiasun and scolded angrily, "She really doesn't know what's going on. Jiasun, why do you think? Dad and Mom didn't hurt her and gave her a salary. We don't expect her to be grateful, but she can't be so heartless. This kind of person should go to hell after she dies." Zhang Jiasun's expression didn't change at all when he heard such curses. He softened his voice and comforted Ning Shu, "All right, don't be angry. It's not good to hurt your body. The truth will come out eventually." Ning Shu looked at Zhang Jiasun, whose expression didn't change. She was obviously scolding him indirectly, but Zhang Jiasun was so magnanimous. This man was determined and would do anything to achieve his goal. Meow Meow Meow's death wasn't unjust. "Meow Meow, you haven't gone back for a long time. Go back today," Zhang Jiasun said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu's expression became serious. "Why would I go back? Your mom will scold me again, and your sister will kneel down in front of me again. You're making me look like a bad person." Zhang Jiasun's expression was very helpless. He reached out his hand and touched Ning Shu's head. He sighed as if he had made a great compromise. He said to Ning Shu, "Meow Meow, I've already discussed with my parents and asked them to go back to live in the countryside. But the house in the countryside is too shabby and old. I think I've saved some money in the past 2 years to build a clean and comfortable house for them. Meow Meow, what do you think?" Ning Shu instantly felt that Zhang Jiasun was going to transfer his assets. Build a house. Was he planning to build a big villa in the countryside? Ning Shu's expression didn't change. She blinked and asked, "Do Dad and Mom agree?" Zhang Jiasun sighed and said, "Actually, they're not used to living in the city. It's just that brother-in-law is still in the detention center. When brother-in-law is released, they'll go back." Ning Shu's eyelids trembled. She finally understood that Zhang Jiasun could achieve several goals by doing one thing. Sending his parents back would appease Meow Meow. Secondly, he could build a house for his parents. With Meow Meow's stupidity, she might even fork out money to help build the house. Thirdly, he could get his brother-in-law out. Getting Tan Heyu out would definitely cost money. Who would fork out the money? Zhang Jiasun's parents must have put a lot of pressure on him to get Tan Heyu out. This person was really scheming against her all the time. Zhang Jiasun asked, "Meow Meow, what do you think?" Ning Shu smiled and said, "As long as you're happy. It seems like brother-in-law is going to be detained for half a year. It's not a long time. It's only half a year. It's not a big deal to let them stay here for half a year. After all, once they go back to the countryside, they won't be able to see each other for a year. Ning Shu was very understanding. Jiasun, don't worry. Let them stay here for a while. Ning Shu raised his wrist and looked at his watch. He then said to Zhang Jiasun, who was a little confused, I have to go back. Dad's health is not good. He has to go to the hospital for a checkup. Help me take care of the company. I won't be going back home. Ning Shu then opened the door and got in the car. He didn't wait for Zhang Jiasun to say anything and drove away. Looking at the car leaving dust behind, Zhang Jiasun angrily swung his arm and kicked the flower bed. His face was very ugly. Why was Miao Miao like this now? He felt that something was wrong. Zhang Jiasun stared at the police station. Did Aunt Ping say something? If she did, Miao Miao shouldn't have reacted like this. Miao Miao was simple and couldn't pretend anything. If she really knew something, she would make a scene. Zhang Jiasun felt very annoyed. He wanted to find Shui Man Man, but now was a sensitive time. Zhang Jiasun's heart was tight. He couldn't make a mistake at this time. Zhang Jiasun walked into the police station. He wanted to visit Aunt Ping, but was told that the visiting time today had passed. A series of setbacks made Zhang Jiasun very angry. But the expression on his face was indifferent and calm. His eyes were very deep and there was a cold aura around him. Chapter 455. The depressed Zhang Jiasun found a bar to drink. When he returned home drunk, he saw that the house was pitch black and the lights were not turned on. He didn't know what he bumped into, but the volcano in Zhang Jiasun's heart erupted. What's going on? Why didn't you turn on the lights? Zhang Jiasun said coldly. Where did you run off to? There's no electricity or water in the house. I couldn't find you for a whole day. Are you trying to starve us to death? Zhang Jiasun's mother's voice rang out in the dark. If Xiaomei didn't know how to make takeout, your father and I would have starved to death. Hearing his mother's words, Zhang Jiasun felt powerless. He took his phone to the kitchen and lit a candle. Then, he saw his family sitting on the sofa. Jiasun, I see that everyone else has electricity. Why is it that only our house doesn't have electricity? Zhang Jiasun's mother was very angry. Why can't we have electricity? Brother, when will there be electricity? I was playing games when the electricity stopped, Zhang Xiaomei's twin brother asked Zhang Jiasun. Brother, about your brother-in-law. Zhang Wenlan looked at Zhang Jiasun with a sad expression. Zhang Jiasun had drunk a lot of wine. Now that he heard all the chatter in his ears, an inexplicable feeling was stuck in his heart. Zhang Jiasun picked up his phone and called Ning Shu. The first thing he said was, Miao Miao, why didn't you pay the electricity bill? Ning Shu, who received the call, was speechless. She didn't live in the house. Why did she have to pay the electricity bill? What a slut. How could Zhang Jiasun have the nerve to say that? Ning Shu smiled. She even felt that it was a waste to be angry. I'm busy with the company's affairs and I don't live at home. How can I remember such a trivial matter like the water and electricity bill? It's getting late, I'm hanging up. I'm going to sleep. You can pay the electricity bill. Ning Shu yawned and hung up. As Zhang Jiasun listened to the busy tone on the phone, he felt as if there was magma surging in his heart, as if it was about to gush out of his chest. Zhang Jiasun was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down. Under the influence of alcohol, his mind was in a daze. Picking up his phone, he smashed it on the ground and practically gnashed his teeth as he yelled, Meow meow meow. While calling out for meow meow meow, Zhang Jiasun's face revealed a sinister and treacherous expression. Under the illumination of the candlelight, it looked extremely terrifying. Everyone in the room was shocked by Zhang Jiasun. Zhang Jiasun's father quickly stood up and asked Zhang Jiasun, what's wrong? Why did you smash the phone? Don't phones cost money? Zhang Jiasun's mother muttered. She looked at the broken phone on the ground with heartache. Get in the house and sleep. What are you mumbling about? Zhang Jiasun's father yelled at Zhang Jiasun's mother. Zhang Jiasan's mother looked dissatisfied, but she didn't dare to refute Zhang Jiasan's father, the head of the family. She turned around and went into the room. Only the father and son were left in the living room. Zhang Jiasan's father asked Zhang Jiasan, "What happened?" After venting, Zhang Jiasan calmed down and said, "It's nothing. I can solve it." Zhang Jiasan's father nodded. His eyebrows were filled with trust for Zhang Jiasan. This son of his was the pride of the Zhang family. Zhang Jiasan had his own ideas since he was young. He could solve everything by himself. There wouldn't be any problems. When Zhang Jiasan was young, he was full of spirit. He could make those who bullied him suffer in silence. Zhang Jiasan's father worked so hard to cultivate Zhang Jiasan. Now, Zhang Jiasan had become the most powerful person in the village. Because of Zhang Jiasan's existence, Zhang Jiasan's father was now very respected in the village. Many people came to ask him for help. Zhang Jiasan's father was a person who couldn't fly, so he tried his best to lay eggs so that his next generation could fly. He had the cunning and scheming of a villager. Zhang Jiasan's father didn't say anything else. He went into the house to sleep. Zhang Jiasan went to the balcony and lit a cigarette. Standing on the balcony and looking at the thousands of lights, this city was gorgeous. Every inch of land was a thick stack of money. After graduating from university, he couldn't survive in this city. He couldn't buy a house in this city for the rest of his life. He couldn't settle down in this city. He was a university student in the village. Everyone who talked about him gave him a thumbs up. The praise and pressure forced him to work hard to survive here. Even if there were sacrifices, it was worth it. He had succeeded, so he had to protect his success. He had to cut through all obstacles and move forward. He used money and status to build his success and erase his poor past. Zhang Jiasan put out the cigarette butt. His face was indifferent. The next morning, Ning Shu first went to the university to look for Aunt Ping's son. Aunt Ping's son didn't seem to know that something had happened to his mother. When he came down from the dormitory building, his eyes were still hazy. Ning Shu looked at Aunt Ping's son. He was an ordinary university student. Ning Shu brought Aunt Ping's son to the police station. Aunt Ping's son didn't know why this beautiful woman brought him to the police station. He didn't do anything illegal. As soon as he entered the police station, Ning Shu met Zhang Jiasan. So early? Ning Shu narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Jiasan. Zhang Jiasan, who had just come out, was also stunned when he saw Ning Shu. Then he saw the young boy next to Ning Shu. A trace of gloominess and displeasure flashed in his eyes. Obviously, he was unhappy to see his wife with another man. Ning Shu asked, "Why are you here?" Zhang Jiasan glanced at Aunt Ping's son. He looked at Ning Shu gently and said, "I'm here to see Aunt Ping. I just want to ask her why she did this. I want to persuade her to confess." Ning Shu was speechless. "Who is this?" Zhang Jiasan looked down at Aunt Ping's son. His temperament was very strong. Aunt Ping's son was like a chicken facing a tiger in front of Zhang Jiasan. Aunt Ping's son's expression changed. Especially when he heard this man mention Aunt Ping, he felt uneasy. In addition, this man's strong temperament made his heart pound and his palms sweat. Ning Shu said, "This is Aunt Ping's son. I brought him to see his mother." Zhang Jiasan suddenly looked at Ning Shu. "Aunt Ping's son. Why did you bring him here? Is there anything wrong with a mother wanting to see her son?" Ning Shu said to Zhang Jiasan. He brushed past him and entered the police station. Aunt Ping's son's face was pale. He couldn't believe that his mother was in the police station. Zhang Jiasan's expression kept changing. In the end, he followed Ning Shu in. "Didn't you see her just now?" Ning Shu asked Zhang Jiasan. Zhang Jiasan smiled and said to Ning Shu, "Since we've already met, we'll go back together later. Meow meow, let's have lunch together. We haven't eaten together for a long time. We don't have to go home. Just the two of us." Zhang Jiasan was using this kind of mask to hide his scheming heart. He played along, and Meow 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 was Zhang Jiasen's target. Chapter 456. Mrs. Ping burst into tears when she saw her son. The mother and son were talking on the phone through the bulletproof glass. Mrs. Ping's son could never imagine that his mother had become a murderer. What should he do? What should his mother do? What should the family do? Could he continue his studies? What if his classmates found out that his mother was a murderer? Too many thoughts struck Mrs. Ping's son's mind. Mom, why did you do this? Mrs. Ping just cried and didn't speak. She refused to say anything. Ning Shu glanced at Zhang Jiasen next to him. What a good trick. He could even pry open a dead person's mouth, let alone a living person. Ning Shu turned and left. Zhang Jiasen followed Ning Shu out of the police station. Ning Shu suddenly turned to Zhang Jiasen and said, Jiasen, I might not be able to manage the company anymore. Zhang Jiasen was a little surprised. This woman was full of vigor before. Why did she suddenly give up? Zhang Jiasen narrowed his eyes and bent down slightly to look into Ning Shu's eyes. He asked, what's wrong? Why is my little wife suddenly so dispirited? Ning Shu, ugh, I just feel tired. I feel like I'm not cut out for this. Dad's health is not good, so I want to stay at home to take care of him. The company is really too tiring. Zhang Jiasen laughed. His laughter seemed to vibrate from his chest, sounding very deep and sexy. That's good. We can have a cute baby. Ning Shu ignored the words, have a baby, and said, I want to give you the position of general manager of the company. I can't do it. It's better for you to do it. Zhang Jiasen's expression was a little dull. He reacted in an instant. He touched Ning Shu's head and said dotingly, the position of general manager is very important. How can you give it away so easily? Zhang Jiasen reached out and held Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu could feel his hand trembling slightly. But he said, you silly girl. Everything you do is temporary. His heart clearly wanted it, but his mouth said such hypocritical words. His body was much more honest than his mouth. He was so excited that he was trembling. Ning Shu said, of course I'm telling the truth. Get ready to take over the position of general manager. Seeing the joy in Zhang Jiasen's eyes, Ning Shu sneered in his heart. Are you serious? Zhang Jiasen said helplessly, work is not a game. How can it be so casual? This company belongs to my family. What's wrong with that? Ning Shu was very domineering. After getting Ning Shu's assurance, Zhang Jiasen was very happy and became very attentive to Ning Shu. Every day, he would send and receive Ning Shu to and from work. Then, he would hear from Ning Shu that he liked tulips and would get a bunch of tulips every morning. Ning Shu stayed at her parents' house. Zhang Jiasen did not mention anything about letting Ning Shu go back. Zhang Jiasen's mother also did not appear in front of Ning Shu. Zhang Jiasen obviously knew that his wife did not like his mother. He did not let his mother hang around in front of Ning Shu anymore. Zhang Jiasen's mother could be domineering because she gave birth to such a capable son. She would have to rely on Zhang Jiasen for the rest of her life. So, she would do whatever Zhang Jiasen said. Ning Shu suddenly admired Zhang Jiasen. This man was really flexible. In order to succeed, he could grit his teeth and bear the pain. Zhang Jiasen finally succeeded, but Zhang Jiasen was ruthless and stingy. He lacked a kind of boldness. Zhang Jiasen did this because he wanted to quickly take over the position of general manager. Every time they saw this scumbag in front of their daughter, the Miao couple was about to explode with anger. Their minds were full of scenes of Zhang Jiasen rolling with other women. If it wasn't for his daughter stopping him, Miao's father would have killed this bastard. However, his daughter did not allow him to intervene. Miao's father pretended that he did not know anything. On one hand, it was out of consideration for his daughter. On the other hand, it was inexplicably pleasing to see this ingrate being so affectionate and considerate to his daughter. The Miao couple no longer regarded Zhang Jiasen as their son-in-law. Although Ning Shu promised to let Zhang Jiasun be the general manager, he refused to step down from the position. This made Zhang Jiasun very angry. Even if it was a carrot that was dropped in front of him, Zhang Jiasun must get it. This had always been his purpose. Ning Shu could naturally see Zhang Jiasun's anxiety. Sometimes, Zhang Jiasun's eyes were filled with uncontrollable malice and resentment. Ning Shu also got what he wanted. He found the design that was stolen by Zhang Jiasun's brother-in-law, Tan Heyu. It was found by the intern secretary that Ning Shu sent to Shui Manmen's side. When it was found, it was shredded into pieces by a shredder. Ning Shu spent a lot of time piecing the shredded pieces together. These things were indeed in Zhang Jiasun's hands. As for Shui Man, she did not have the ability to do such a thing. She was just a daughter flower that relied on men. Zhang Jiasun, how cold-hearted he was to put his brother-in-law into this. Perhaps Tan Heyu was too much of a bastard and Zhang Jiasun took the opportunity to teach him a lesson. In short, Zhang Jiasun was a man with deep thoughts. Ning Shu was more fortunate that he did not directly fall out with Zhang Jiasun. Instead, he collected evidence of Zhang Jiasun's crimes in private. If he rashly confronted Zhang Jiasun, Ning Shu did not think that he could win against Zhang Jiasun. He might even let Zhang Jiasun take a piece of meat from the Miao family. The mansion and real estate were all Zhang Jiasun's. With these things, Zhang Jiasun had a foothold. Ning Shu let out a long sigh of relief. It was just that pretending to be polite with Zhang Jiasun was simply disgusting. Perhaps Zhang Jiasun also felt the same. They hated each other, but they still had to love each other. Ning Shu expressed that his heart was very tired. However, Ning Shu still fulfilled his promise and let Zhang Jiasun be the general manager. He also set a date for Zhang Jiasun to take over as the general manager. Zhang Jiasun thought that becoming the general manager was a distant dream. Suddenly, it was realized. Even with Zhang Jiasun's calmness, he was a bit dazed. Then, he kissed Ning Shu's forehead. "Wife, you are so good." Ning Shu smiled at Zhang Jiasun with a twisted face. It's okay, it's okay." Then, he wiped his forehead without leaving a trace. If his face was stained with saliva, he would get ringworm. Zhang Jiasun seemed to be completely relieved. If they really found out something, Miao Zhi would not let him become the general manager. Although Aunt Ping in the police station was a bit troublesome, Zhang Jiasun was very calm and steady. Ning Shu did not know what tricks Zhang Jiasun had up his sleeves. What exactly did Zhang Jiasun have on Aunt Ping that made Aunt Ping rather bear the crime of murder than say anything? Zhang Jiasun was a person who was used to using other people's weaknesses to achieve his own goals. Ning Shu's goal was to make Zhang Jiasun lose everything and be unable to turn over a new leaf until he died. If Zhang Jiasun wanted to be outstanding, then he would cut off his path to success. Chapter 457. Shui Man walked in and saw Zhang Jiasun kissing Miao Miao's forehead. Her face turned pale and she looked at Zhang Jiasun in a daze. Zhang Jiasun saw Shui Man rushing into the office so rashly with such a sorrowful expression. Wasn't she going to expose herself in front of Miao? He would be the general manager soon, so he couldn't make any mistakes. Zhang Jiasun was very dissatisfied with Shui Man's behavior. He felt that Shui Man didn't know what was going on. Ning Shu turned around and saw Shui Man. She looked as if she had been betrayed, which made Ning Shu feel awkward. Can you not be so obvious? It's so obvious that I can't pretend not to see it. Ning Shu's gaze landed on Shui Man's earlobes. She was wearing a pair of exquisite earrings with tiny diamonds inlaid on them. As Shui Man moved, the earrings gave off a soft light. Secretary Shui, these earrings aren't cheap. They're the latest from Tiffany. Ning Shu said with a smile. His gaze moved to Shui Man's feet. This pair of shoes is from Ferragamo. Secretary Shui's family background must be very good. Why are you a secretary? Shui Man quickly touched the earring with her hand and saw Zhang Jiasun's cold face. Obviously, she knew that Zhang Jiasun was angry. She quickly said, "This isn't real." It's an imitation. Ning Shu smiled and didn't say anything. Can't she tell the difference between real and fake? Yours are real. Why do you say they're imitation? Ning Shu walked in front of Shui Man Man. Shui Man Man panicked and took 2 steps back. Ning Shu covered his mouth and laughed. Shui Man Man looked like she was going to do something to him. Secretary Shui, are you afraid of me? She was so guilty. No. No, Shui Man Man stuttered and looked at Zhang Jiasen helplessly. Zhang Jiasen waved at Shui Man Man and asked her to leave. Ning Shu said, your secretary must have something to tell you. I'll leave first. Okay, be careful on the road, Zhang Jiasen said gently to Ning Shu. Shui Man Man watched from the side, biting her lip so hard that it almost bled. When Ning Shu left, the gentle expression on Zhang Jiasen's face disappeared and turned cold. He looked at Shui Man Man coldly and said, don't wear these things in the company anymore. Meow 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 is a rich girl and she knows these things. I don't want anything to happen at such a critical time. At least before I become the general manager, I don't want Meow 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 to know about our relationship. Shui Man Man pursed her lips and looked sad. I feel sad when I see how well you treat Meow Meow Meow. Have you really fallen in love with Meow 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 and want to live happily with her? Hearing Shui Man Man's words, Zhang Jiasen was in a daze for a moment. To be honest, Meow 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 was an innocent and kind girl. She didn't lack anything since she was young and grew up in a honey pot. On the other hand, Zhang Jiasen grew up in bitter water and crawled on the thorny road to success. Zhang Jiasen was jealous of Meow Meow Meow. In front of the innocent Meow Meow Meow, he was a person tainted by the secular world. His heart carried too many things. Even if he liked Shui Man Man, it was because he was the same kind of person as Shui Man Man. Meow Meow Meow's beauty made people want to destroy her. In the end, Zhang Jiasen pulled Meow 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 into hell and made her lose everything. You really fell in love with Meow Meow Meow? Seeing that Zhang Jiasen didn't speak, Shui Man Man took it as a yes. Tears welled up in Shui Man Man's eyes. She raised her head and didn't let the tears fall. In the end, the tears still fell. Zhang Jiasen sighed and wiped away the tears on Shui Man Man's face. He said gently, no, I don't like Meow Meow Meow. I like you the way you are. I can tell you with certainty that I have never liked Meow Meow Meow. Shui Man Man smiled through her tears. Her eyes were gentle and affectionate. I don't care about status. I just want to be with you. I know. Zhang Jiasen took a deep breath. Zhang Jiasen was appointed as the general manager a few days later. It was announced by Ning Shu in front of the company's higher-ups that Zhang Jiasen was appointed as the general manager. In the office, Ning Shu sat on the sofa and watched Zhang Jiasen slowly buttoning Chen San's wrists. Then, he put on his suit jacket. It was like an emperor who was about to ascend the throne wearing a dragon robe. Zhang Jiasen was in high spirits today. He had wax on his hair. He looked very energetic and serious. His whole body was filled with an elite aura. It was also very charming. Now, Zhang Jiasen had taken the first step to success. Zhang Jiasen saw that Ning Shu was looking at him and asked, is this outfit okay? Ning Shu stood up and adjusted Zhang Jiasen's tie. Very good. Zhang Jiasen reached out and held Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu said, I am really happy now. I feel that this is the happiest time of my life. Meow Meow, we will always be happy. We will have our own children. On weekends, in the garden, we will watch the children play. We will be a happy family. Zhang Jiasen had a smile on his face. It was as if he was imagining and looking forward to that kind of life. His tone became more sincere. I want to hold your hand and grow old together. Ning Shu was speechless. Was he imagining her as Shui Man Man? Grow old together. You want to grow old together with Shui Man Man, right? Ha! Stop being so disgusting. Ning Shu put on a fake smile and said indifferently, of course we can grow old together. Zhang Jiasen said eagerly, Meow meow, I am serious. I am sincere. There was really no end to it. It was enough to act once. What was the point of repeating it over and over again? Ning Shu chuckled. He raised his wrist and looked at it. The meeting is about to start. Meow meow. Zhang Jiasun wanted to say something, but when he saw Ning Shu's indifferent expression, he swallowed his words. Zhang Jiasun seemed to be a little nervous. After all, he wanted to get what he wanted. Zhang Jiasun walked back and forth in the office. Ning Shu drank water indifferently. He was in a completely different state from Zhang Jiasun, who was suppressing his excitement and anxiety. Manager, the department manager is in the meeting room. Shui Man pushed the door open and said to Zhang Jiasun. Ning Shu looked at Shui Man and sized her up. He realized that Shui Man didn't have any branded clothes on her body. She also had ordinary earrings on her ears. Her shoes were no longer branded. After removing all the branded clothes on her body, Ning Shu said with a smile, Secretary Shui, the brooch you wore last time was pretty good. Why aren't you wearing it anymore? Secretary Shui's face turned pale. She then said calmly, I borrowed it from a friend. I have already returned it. Ning Shu replied with an, oh. You go to the meeting room first. We will be there soon. Zhang Jiasun helped Secretary Shui out. Shui Man hurriedly went out. Ning Shu sneered. How shameless. Chapter 458. Zhang Jiasun saw that Ning Shu kept paying attention to the brands on Shui Man and wondered if she knew something. Actually, Secretary Shui's family background is not bad. It's normal for her to have some brands. Zhang Jiasun said. Meow meow, I want to give you a gift. Zhang Jiasun took out a jewelry box from the box and opened it. There was a diamond necklace inside. The workmanship was very exquisite. Zhang Jiasun's face was gentle. I bought this especially for you. Ning Shu said faintly, you are the general manager. Why are you giving me a gift? Meow meow, I used half a year's salary to buy this for you. Last time, you said that Secretary Shui had a lot of brands on her. This time, I also bought a brand for you. Zhang Jiasun said gently to Ning Shu. Meow meow, do you like it? Ning Shu looked at the diamond necklace. This kind of diamond necklace was the style of wearing a dress to attend a banquet. It would be exaggerated to wear it normally. This was not the style that Meow 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 liked. Therefore, Ning Shu did not believe that Zhang Jiasun bought this necklace for her. Maybe he bought it for Shui Man, but now he gave it to her. Do you want me to help you put it on? Zhang Jiasun asked Ning Shu. No need. Ning Shu shook her head and closed the jewelry box and placed it on the table. Ning Shu's indifferent attitude made Zhang Jiasun feel frustrated. If Shui Man received this gift, she would be very happy. However, Meow Meow Meow's attitude made Zhang Jiasun depressed. He felt that he could not show any value in front of Meow 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 because Meow 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 had everything. She did not care at all. Ning Shu saw the hurt expression on Zhang Jiasun's face and did not care at all. Hurt? Who are you trying to show this to? Ning Shu and Zhang Jiasun entered the meeting room one after the other. Ning Shu did not say much and went straight to the point. Zhang Jiasun will be the general manager of the company. He will be responsible for the company's business and development. Today, Ning Shu's father didn't come because he wasn't feeling well. Everyone looked at each other, wondering if Ning Shu was joking or not. Everyone, don't doubt me. From today onwards, I will be appointed as the general manager. I hope that I will work hard with my colleagues to make the company stronger, Zhang Jiasun said in a low voice. Hearing Zhang Jiasun's words, everyone applauded. Ning Shu looked at all of this in silence. The atmosphere was more enthusiastic than when she was the general manager. Obviously, these people recognized Zhang Jiasun more than Ning Shu. Ning Shu was not angry. She had to protect this company and get rid of some of the parasites in the company. Zhang Jiasun could embezzle money from a luxurious mansion. How could he become so rich in 2 years if he did not have any accomplices or subordinates in the company to support him? Zhang Jiasun gave an impassioned speech and ended the meeting in a pleasant atmosphere. Zhang Jiasun, who was a little nervous before, was now completely relieved. He had become the general manager of the company. The next step was to take control of the company. Even the chairman would be a mere figurehead. Ning Shu just looked at the complacent Zhang Jiasun silently. Soon, very soon, Ning Shu and Zhang Jiasun returned to the office. When they opened the door, they saw Xue Man holding a jewelry box, which was placed on the table by Ning Shu. Seeing that Ning Shu and Zhang Jiasun had returned, Xue Man quickly closed the box and put it on the table. I saw this box on the table and picked it up to have a look, Xue Man quickly said. Ning Shu asked, "Is this your jewelry?" Ning Shu looked at Zhang Jiasun and said with some bad intentions, "Jiasun gave it to me." Xue Man's face changed. She quickly looked at Zhang Jiasun for confirmation. Zhang Jiasun ignored Xue Man's gaze. Ning Shu picked up the jewelry box and said to Zhang Jiasun, "I'm going to accompany Dad for a checkup. You should pay more attention to the company." "Okay, be careful on the road," Zhang Jiasun said gently. He even opened the office door for Ning Shu and said again, "Be careful on the road." Ning Shu said to Xue Man, "Secretary Xue, I'm leaving. Please take care." Xue Man's voice was trembling. Ning Shu saw Xue Man's pale face and the smile on her face. Seeing Xue Man's pained look, he was secretly happy. As soon as Ning Shu left, Xue Man's face fell. Especially when she saw Zhang Jiasun treat Miao so well, it made Xue Man panic. Especially when Zhang Jiasun gave Miao the necklace that should have been given to her. "Jiasun." Xue Man looked at Zhang Jiasun with watery eyes and an uncontrollable affection. Zhang Jiasun was originally happy about the promotion, but seeing Xue Man's sad face, he rubbed his eyebrows and said, "Give this necklace to Miao first. I'll buy another one for you tomorrow." Xue Man shook her head and said, "I don't care about the necklace. I want this necklace because I want to attend various events with you and be able to stand side by side with you. What I care about is your attitude towards Miao. Why are you so good to her?" Hearing Xue Man's question, Zhang Jiasun's eyebrows flashed with impatience and gloominess. He said, "I've been good to Miao in the past. You also know that it's just a show. You didn't say it before, so why do you keep saying it now? Miao is just a chess piece. In the past, I could still tolerate it. But now, as long as I see you being good to Miao, my heart will feel uncomfortable. I'm jealous that Miao can stand by your side and stand by your side openly. But as for me, I can only watch the man I like be good to someone else and be someone else's husband." Xue Man was so uncomfortable that she couldn't control herself. Her body trembled slightly as if she was extremely uncomfortable. Zhang Jiasun sighed and said firmly, "You have to believe me. I have no feelings for Miao. When I completely control the Miao family, we'll get married." Hearing Zhang Jiasun's promise, Xue Man's heart flashed with gloominess. "How long do I have to wait?" Miao reached out and wrapped her arms around Zhang Jiasun's waist. "I just want to stay by your side, Jiasun. Without you, I'll die." This was in the office. Zhang Jiasun had always avoided any intimate actions with Xue Man in public. But when she cried and wet his shirt, Zhang Jiasun's heart softened. In the end, he didn't push Xue Man away. This was the reason why Zhang Jiasun liked Xue Man. He felt the value of his existence from Xue Man. Xue Man worshipped him, respected him, and adored him. It wasn't like when he was facing Miao. The halo behind Miao made him unable to breathe. Zhang Jiasun was a male chauvinist. In the past few years in the company, people said that he was relying on women to get to where he was today. Zhang Jiasun remembered these words in his heart. Chapter 459. Zhang Jiasun knew that he was just a poor boy from the countryside. In this big city, he had no capital and no connections. Even if he worked hard in this city for a lifetime, he would not be able to take root. Without these external material conditions, love was a joke. Zhang Jiasun could only take the unconventional path and pay some price to survive in this city. His family's expectations and his desire to succeed were all reasons that made Zhang Jiasun use his advantages. With a cornerstone, he could step on the cornerstone and climb even higher. Marrying a woman could save him 20 years of hard work. Even if people in the company called him a freeloader, he would endure it. One day, he would be able to wash away this humiliation. Zhang Jiasun held Shui Man Man in his arms. With these external conditions, he would love her even more. Without the position of general manager, Ning Shu accompanied Miao's father to the hospital for a checkup. She usually boiled soup for Miao's father. She was completely like a housewife. Miao Ying's father looked at Ning Shu's carefree expression and said with disappointment, "What are you doing, girl? Don't tell me you can't bear to let that kid go. You even gave him the position of general manager. He must be dreaming." Ning Shu held a pair of scissors in her hand and cut the lily leaves. She asked Miao's mother, "Mom, can I cut it like this?" Miao's mother glanced at her and nodded. She said, "Miao Miao, what's your attitude towards Zhang Jiasun? He cheated our family by cheating and embezzling the company's money." "Mom, I know what I'm doing. Let me handle this." "If I can't handle it, Dad, you can do it." Ning Shu put the lily into the vase leisurely. Miao's father looked at Ning Shu and laughed. "Very good. Like father, like daughter. What about Zhang Jiasun's secretary?" Miao's mother looked at Ning Shu. "Do you want to drive her out of the company?" Ning Shu smiled and shook her head. "It's okay. Let her stay in the company. It's not good to drive her out." Ning Shu already had a plan in mind, and this plan needed Shui Man Man. He had to spit out everything that he had eaten from the Miao family. Occasionally, Ning Shu would go to the company and see that Zhang Jiasun was very busy. If he was not busy signing documents, he was busy holding meetings and giving advice. Zhang Jiasun no longer had that gloomy aura around him. Instead, he exuded an incomparable confidence. Zhang Jiasun's temperament seemed to have become even more powerful. The current Zhang Jiasun was simply a radiating charm. Even Shui Man Man's gaze towards Zhang Jiasun was filled with admiration and unswerving devotion. This was the attractiveness of a successful man to a woman. It was probably because she hadn't been in the company recently. Then, Shui Man Man started to wear branded clothes again. For example, the scarf around her neck. Shui Man Man was really vain. Even when she was at work, she still wore these things without a trace. Ha ha ha, perhaps these things would soon become Shui Man Man's death talisman. When Zhang Jiasun saw that Ning Shu had arrived, he stopped what he was doing and sent Shui Man Man out. Shui Man Man hesitated for a moment before leaving. "Miao Miao, why are you here?" Zhang Jiasun asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu said, "I just came to see you. You seem to be very busy." "Well, I just took over these things. I'm a little busy." Zhang Jiasun grabbed Ning Shu's hand and said, "I'm sorry. I've been busy recently and neglected you. When we get familiar with these things, we'll have a baby." Bang! A clear sound of a porcelain cup falling to the ground was heard. Ning Shu turned his head and saw that Shui Man Man was coming in with coffee. However, the coffee fell to the ground. Obviously, she heard Zhang Jiasun say that they were going to have a baby. She was so flustered that she spilled the coffee. Zhang Jiasun's face darkened when he saw this scene. Shui Man Man bit her lips and squatted down to pick up the pieces of the cup on the ground. Her face was extremely pale, as if she had been hit hard. "Well, just ask the cleaner to clean it up." Zhang Jiasun saw that Shui Man Man couldn't control her emotions at all, so he hurriedly sent her away. Ning Shu said with a smile, "It's okay. It's just a broken cup." This scene was really comfortable to watch. Well, especially when Zhang Jiasun bullied Shui Man Man. Ning Shu glanced at Shui Man Man, who was squatting down to pick up the pieces. It seemed that she didn't hear Zhang Jiasan's words at all. Ah! Shui Man, who was in a trance, was pricked by a piece of glass. A drop of blood immediately appeared on her finger. Zhang Jiasan took a deep breath and said to Shui Man in a stern voice, "Get out and ask the cleaner to clean it up." Shui Man was stunned by Zhang Jiasan's roar. The emotions that she had been suppressing completely broke out. Tears fell down her face and the blood on her finger dripped onto the floor. Ning Shu's eyes were shining. "Oh my, it's so cruel. I like it so much. Let Zhang Jiasan worry about it. Who would be tired if he didn't go back and forth between two women? You're too fierce. You scared the little girl to tears." Ning Shu glanced at Shui Man. Shui Man was not a little girl. When Zhang Jiasan heard Ning Shu say that Shui Man was a little girl, he felt uncomfortable all over. It was as if he was an old cow eating young grass. "Then I'll leave first." Ning Shu passed by Shui Man. "Take care of your wound. It's not good if it drips on the scarf. Your scarf looks expensive." Shui Man's body stiffened and her tears flowed even faster. Ning Shu left. Zhang Jiasan closed the office door and held Shui Man's bleeding hand. "Your wound needs to be taken care of. I don't need you to care." Shui Man shook off Zhang Jiasan's hand and looked sad. "You're going to have a child with Meow, but I want to have a child. Why can't you give me a child?" Every time she was with Zhang Jiasan would take precautions. Zhang Jiasan's face turned cold. "We've discussed it before. Before our relationship is made public, we can't have a child." Zhang Jiasan didn't want an illegitimate child to appear. It would affect his prestige and image of the entire company. At least before his marriage with Meow was dissolved, such a thing couldn't happen. "But you're going to have a child with Meow. Shui Man saw Zhang Jiasan's cold face and felt even more sad. Zhang Jiasan rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, "Can't you see that I'm just brushing her off? How can I have a child with her? You should resign. If you stay in the company with such emotions, people will find out sooner or later." To be honest, Zhang Jiasan was a little impatient with Shui Man's emotional behavior. If it was at home, a very private place, Zhang Jiasan might be able to comfort Shui Man patiently. But in such a public place, people could come in at any time. They could be exposed at any time. Zhang Jiasan knew better than anyone how difficult it was to climb to this point, so he couldn't make any mistakes. The irrational Shui Man was like a bomb. Chapter 460. What Zhang Jiasan meant was for Shui Man to stay in Tang Chen's mansion and go shopping when she had nothing to do. She didn't want to arouse suspicion in the company. Shui Man panicked when she heard Zhang Jiasan ask her to resign. She had to stay by Zhang Jiasan's side no matter what. She had to protect such an excellent man. Moreover, there were many young girls who had just graduated from school. Shui Man knew that she wasn't young anymore. She was 28 years old at most. Naturally, she couldn't compare to those young girls. Her only advantage was that she had a pure relationship with Zhang Jiasan in university. "I have to work. Jiasan, don't worry. I'll be careful." Shui Man didn't care about her grievances. She hurriedly promised Zhang Jiasan and even acted coquettishly. Zhang Jiasan nodded. Ning Shu, who had returned to her office, overheard the conversation between the two at the door and laughed. Zhang Jiasan and Shui Man were like snakes trying to swallow an elephant. Zhang Jiasan wanted to devour the Miao family, while Shui Man was no longer satisfied with Zhang Jiasan keeping a mistress in a golden house. She wanted to stand by Zhang Jiasan's side openly. They were both greedy and selfish people. Ning Shu was speechless. Meow truly loved Zhang Jiasan, but Zhang Jiasan didn't care at all. He liked Shui Man. Shui Man's love was based on material things. If Zhang Jiasan didn't have his current status, there was a 50% chance that Shui Man wouldn't have chosen him. Perhaps Zhang Jiasan felt that love with mutual benefits was stable and secure. Love with stable benefits could also fall apart because of benefits. Ning Shu felt that it was about time to make a move. He went to the police station to visit Aunt Ping. During this time, Aunt Ping had lost a lot of weight. Her cheekbones were protruding and she wasn't in good spirits. Her hair looked much whiter than before. Her brows were filled with despair and worry. Ning Shu didn't pity her at all. In the original plot, Aunt Ping had succeeded. Although he didn't know what benefits Zhang Jiasen had given her, since she had chosen this path, she should bear the consequences of being discovered. Still not willing to talk. Ning Shu sat opposite Aunt Ping and looked at her through the bulletproof glass. Aunt Ping's lips quivered, but she didn't say anything. She was in a trance. It was obvious that the interrogation at the police station had taken a toll on her. Don't forget about your son. Your son will be expelled from school because of you. Although the Miao family is insignificant in this city, dealing with your son is still very easy. Ning Shu said indifferently. Mrs. Ping's thin face twitched, and she looked even more terrified. She stood up agitatedly and begged Ning Shu through the glass, "Miss, I beg you. This has nothing to do with my son. Please don't do anything to my son." Then tell me why. Why did you poison my father's medicinal cuisine? Ning Shu asked. Aunt Ping told her not to hurt her son, but she was hurting Miao Miao Miao's father, hurting Miao Miao's relatives. How could Aunt Ping have the nerve to ask for help? Aunt Ping shook her head. I can't say. I really can't. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Ning Shu stood up. Take care of yourself. I won't come to see you in the future. Actually, I don't care about your confession at all. Ning Shu didn't have to beg Aunt Ping. As for Aunt Ping wanting to take all the blame for Zhang Jiasen's murder, Ning Shu didn't care at all. Anyway, Aunt Ping had to pay the price for what she had done. Seeing that Ning Shu was about to leave, Aunt Ping hurriedly stopped Ning Shu. Miss, wait. I can tell you, but you have to promise me one thing. If you want to say it, then say it. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. As for your condition, I won't agree. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. Even if you don't confess, there will be evidence. Moreover, you are a murderer. Your son will be implicated because of you, be it his studies or work. She still wanted to agree to the condition. She was dreaming. Aunt Ping cried her heart out. Ning Shu left without looking back. After leaving the police station, Ning Shu took a deep breath. A woman must take good care of herself. There was no way to change her parents, but what she could do was not easily entrust the rest of her life to others. After marriage, she had to face her husband's family. After marriage, she had to give birth to children, take care of the housework, take care of her in-laws, and call her parents who had never raised her for a day. If she met a man who wasn't stingy at this time, her life would be like suffering in hell. Instead of being heartbroken and getting a divorce, she should stick to her own ideas and not entrust others easily. Ning Shu was very satisfied with her current life. Even if she was alone, even if she was just a soul, she could live freely. In every world, she would meet different people, different parents, and different friends. Every woman could live a colorful life, even if she didn't have a man. A man like Zhang Jiasen should be humanely destroyed. She had stayed in this world for a long time and had enough things in her hands. It was time to act. Zhang Jiasen had been the general manager for half a month, and his work was getting more and more handy. Standing in the office overlooking the entire city, Zhang Jiasen's heart was full of satisfaction. Looking down at the mountains, Zhang Jiasen now felt like an ancient emperor who was on Mount Tai. He would succeed. Zhang Jiasen looked at Shui Man, who was organizing the documents. Status, money, and women were a man's lifelong pursuit. He would soon get them. General Manager, there's a meeting in 15 minutes, Shui Man said to Zhang Jiasen. Zhang Jiasen smiled faintly. Got it. Shui Man looked at the high-spirited Zhang Jiasen. The current Zhang Jiasen was no longer gloomy like before. He seemed to have the confidence to control everything in his hands. Every time she saw this, Shui Manman's heartbeat would become chaotic. She loved this man more. Zhang Jiasun tidied his clothes, pushed open the office door, and entered the meeting room. The department heads who were in the meeting room had all arrived. They were all waiting for Zhang Jiasun. Zhang Jiasun liked the feeling of being in the spotlight. In the past, he was still a subordinate of one of the department heads, but now, these department heads had become his subordinates. Zhang Jiasun walked into the meeting room. Just as he was about to speak, the office door was pushed open. The sound was very loud. Then, 5 or 6 people walked in. Zhang Jiasun's expression was stern. He said coldly, "Which department are you from? Don't you know that we're in a meeting now? We're the police." The person at the front took out his police badge and arrest warrant. "You're Zhang Jiasun, right? You're under arrest." Zhang Jiasun was stunned. Then, he said coldly, "What law did I break? If you want to arrest me, you have to show evidence. The police can't just arrest people. You're corrupt. Someone reported you. We already have concrete evidence." The leader of the police said to the team members, "Arrest him." Zhang Jiasun's heart trembled. He wanted to say something, but he was handcuffed. The handcuffs were very cold. It made Zhang Jiasun's heart turn cold. His body trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 461. Corruption and Bribery. What was going on? How could something like this happen? Zhang Jiasun's first reaction was that Shui Manman had betrayed him. Only Shui Manman knew about this. Zhang Jiasun was escorted out of the office. Along the way, he was met with all kinds of gazes, which made Zhang Jiasun feel like he was being dismembered. A few minutes ago, he was still the general manager of the company. Now, he was about to become a prisoner. Shui Manman hid at the side and saw this scene. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She carried her bag and rushed back to the Thompson residence. She took out her suitcase and swept all the cosmetics and jewelry on the table into it. Then, he opened the wardrobe and stuffed all the clothes into the suitcase. It really couldn't fit them, so he found another suitcase and put away the shoes and the shower gel in the bathroom. On the one hand, it was to remove the traces of her life in this house. On the other hand, these things were very valuable and were treasured by Shui Manman. Shui Manman's heart was beating very fast. Thinking of the scene when Zhang Jiasun was taken away, Shui Manman tried her best to calm herself down. "It's fine, it'll definitely be fine." Zhang Jiasun was so powerful, and there was still Miao Miao Miao. Miao 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 loved Zhang Jiasun so much, she would definitely bring Zhang Jiasun back. Zhang Jiasun had the Miao family behind him. As long as the Miao family didn't pursue this matter, everything would be fine. Shui Manman couldn't figure out how the matter had been exposed. She was even more afraid that she would be implicated. Just as Shui Manman was about to leave with a suitcase in each hand, she heard the sound of the door being unlocked. Shui Manman was shocked. Only she and Zhang Jiasun had the keys to this house. Could it be that Zhang Jiasun had returned? The door opened and a few men walked in. When they saw Shui Manman, they said directly, "You must be Shui Manman. You are suspected of concealing your crimes and money laundering. You can't take anything from this house." Shui Manman knew that Zhang Jiasun was corrupt, but she didn't call the police. She covered up for Zhang Jiasun and used the money that Zhang Jiasun obtained illegally to buy things, buy jewelry, and help Zhang Jiasun transfer his assets. This constituted a crime of money laundering. When Miao 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 heard this string of accusations, she shook her head in horror and said, I didn't commit any crime. Now we are pursuing the stolen goods according to the law. You can't take the things in this house away. Also, you are under arrest, the police said to Shui Manman. The policeman reached out to take Shui Manman's suitcase. Shui Manman grabbed the handle of the suitcase tightly and said, "These things are all mine. Why can't I take my things away? Everything in this house will be seized." The leading policeman looked at Shui Man Man and said to the others, "Lock them up. Put these things away and wait for the court to seize them." Shui Man Man was escorted into the police car. She was so scared that tears streamed down her face. However, in the eyes of the police, Shui Man Man was now a criminal. No matter how pitiful she was, no one would sympathize with her. Shui Man Man was locked up in the detention center. She had to face criminal detention. Shui Man Man was terrified. What was she going to do for the rest of her life after such a thing happened? Also, her relationship with Zhang Jiasen was exposed. Everything happened too suddenly. Shui Man Man was terrified. What should she do? How did the police find Tang Qinming's house? While Ning Shu was cooking the medicinal cuisine at home, Father Miao received a call from the company's secretary. He knew that Zhang Jiasen had been taken away by the police. He said to Ning Shu, "It's not good to make such a big deal out of it. It's bad for the company." Ning Shu didn't care at all. "Dad, are you going to deal with it in private? Zhang Jiasen is that kind of person. Even if he moves out of the Miao family, he can still do well in other places." Ning Shu wanted Zhang Jiasen to take the blame for this crime and follow him for the rest of his life. With a criminal record of embezzlement, which company would dare to hire Zhang Jiasen? Who would dare to hire an employee who drank the company's blood and stole the company's flesh? Moreover, corruption and bribery were only the first wave. There were more things waiting for Zhang Jiasen. Father Miao nodded. "Yes, we can't let him off so easily. I didn't agree to the two of you getting married. This won't happen now." Ning Shu served the medicinal cuisine to Father Miao. Ning Shu nodded and said, "At that time, I was blinded by dog shit." Father Miao was speechless. Father Miao didn't even have the appetite to eat the medicinal cuisine when he heard about dog shit. Ning Shu didn't visit Zhang Jiasen. Instead, he went to the company to take charge of the overall situation. The company was in chaos now. Ning Shu took over the position of general manager and began to stabilize the company. This time, without Zhang Jiasen's interference, he had to take full control of the company. Ning Shu, who was working, received a call from an unknown number. When he picked it up, he heard Zhang Jiasen's voice. "Miao Miao, it's me. I'll make it short. I didn't take any bribes. You have to help me." Zhang Jiasen's voice was very tired. There was a slight tremble in his voice, but overall, he sounded relatively calm. Ning Shu laughed silently. "Help you? Miao Miao, are you listening to me? I don't have much time to call. You have to help me. Ask father-in-law to help me." Zhang Jiasen said anxiously. A voice came from the other end of the phone. "Time's up. Stop calling. Miao Miao, I love you. You." Zhang Jiasen was hung up before he could finish his words. Ning Shu stared at the phone and shrugged his shoulders. He said, "I love you," and wanted to help you. How cunning. She was afraid that Zhang Jiasen didn't know that Shui Man Man had been arrested. If he knew, he wouldn't be so confident in asking her to save her. She just didn't know how Zhang Jiasen, who had fallen from the position of general manager, felt now. From heaven to hell, and now he might even face the disaster of being imprisoned. Could he bear it? He was about to succeed, but he missed it. How painful and vexing it must be. Now that she was busy with the company's affairs, how could she have time to save Zhang Jiasen? Even if Zhang Jiasen quibbled, there was irrefutable evidence. He couldn't run away. Ning Shu fired many people in the finance department. The people in the finance department were responsible for checking and filling in the loopholes. The Miao family was the owner of the company, but they were all on Zhang Jiasen's side. After firing these people, Ning Shu put the people he found in the finance department. He also fired many people who were above the position of supervisor. These people were all related to Zhang Jiasen. There was a relationship of interest. In fact, many people thought that the Miao family would be Zhang Jiasen's in the future. The Miao family didn't have a son to inherit the company, and their only daughter married Zhang Jiasun. This company should naturally be inherited by Zhang Jiasun. When choosing between the Miao family and Zhang Jiasun, they chose Zhang Jiasun and fought for the merit of supporting the emperor. It seemed that Zhang Jiasun chose Miao 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 as his target after careful consideration. It wasn't enough to just be a rich young lady. It had to be a rich young lady who had the right to inherit. Chapter 462. Everyone wanted to succeed, and if Zhang Jiasun could treat Miao 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 sincerely, it might be a happy marriage. But Zhang Jiasun used Miao 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 and even hurt her, taking everything away from her. Why did Zhang Jiasun feel wronged and feel that he had no dignity after hurting someone else? He was the one who made the decision to marry Miao Miao Miao, but Zhang Jiasun acted as if the Miao family forced him to give up his dignity and marry Miao Miao Miao. Zhang Jiasun destroyed Miao Miao Miao's happy life for that little bit of dignity and that little bit of male chauvinism. Miao Miao Miao, who had nothing, naturally didn't have that suffocating aura. No one said that he was a soft rice king anymore. After Zhang Jiasun succeeded, he used strong means to wash away his humiliating past. This kind of person was crazy. Zhang Jiasun called Ning Shu to help him, but Ning Shu forgot about it in a blink of an eye. He was busy with work every day and would only talk about it after he had complete control of the company. But Zhang Jiasun basically called Ning Shu every day to ask him to think of a way. In the beginning, he could still talk to Ning Shu warmly, but after a long time, Ning Shu's attitude was always perfunctory, and Zhang Jiasun's tone became very anxious and impatient. Zhang Jiasun directly asked Ning Shu to save him, but Ning Shu was still warm. After a few days, Zhang Jiasun's tone became humble, and he kept saying, "Miao Miao, I love you, you have to save me." Zhang Jiasun knew that the only person who could save him now was the Miao family and Miao Miao Miao's father, who had a wide network, and he was relying on Miao Miao Miao's love for him. Shui Manman's love couldn't save Zhang Jiasun now, and he had to rely on Miao Miao Miao's love. Ning Shu felt that it was ironic. A man like Zhang Jiasun was really a woman's misfortune, and she had to run as far away as possible from such a man. Ning Shu answered with his mouth. There was still more than a month before Zhang Jiasun's trial. In this month, the police station had to collect all kinds of evidence and appeal. Once it went to court, Zhang Jiasun's crime would be confirmed. There would be an indelible stain in his file, and he might even go to jail. Therefore, Zhang Jiasun wanted Ning Shu to get him out of here before the court session started. He wanted to minimize the problem as much as possible. If I can kill you, I definitely won't let you live. Let you out? How is that possible? Ning Shu laughed coldly. Zhang Jiasun wanted to call Ning Shu to go to the police station to watch over him. There were some things he wanted to say to Ning Shu, but there was a time limit to the phone call, so he couldn't explain it clearly. Besides, some things were completely different over the phone than in person. Zhang Jiasun wanted to rely on Miao Miao Miao's love for him to soften her heart when she saw him in such a sorry state. Ning Shu just laughed twice and walked to the window. He saw Zhang Jiasun's family members making a scene at the company's entrance. Zhang Jiasun's mother was used to making a scene. She sat at the door and cried. However, this time, she cried more sadly than when Tan Heyu was caught. Zhang Jiasun was her flesh and blood. Not only Zhang Jiasun's mother came, but the whole family also came. Zhang Xiaomei and her brother, Zhang Wenlan, was holding her daughter in her arms. Zhang Wenlan was crying silently, hugging her daughter and crying. To be honest, Ning Shu didn't like Zhang Wenlan very much. She was always so weak and always cried in front of the child. She didn't want to leave any shadow on the child. She always made herself look so miserable. Just looking at her was unbearable. Zhang Jiasun's mother's favorite thing to do was to put a bucket of shit on Ning Shu's head. She sat on the ground, slapped the ground, and wailed loudly. Her daughter-in-law was a black-hearted person. She sent her husband and brother-in-law to the police station and locked all the men in her husband's family in the police station. There were people coming and going at the company's entrance. They were all watching the Zhang family, especially when they heard Zhang Jiasun's mother scolding the company's general manager. They were all very gossipy. Ning Shu asked his secretary to call the family in. Zhang Jiasan's mother's method was hurting others and herself. To be honest, this kind of harm didn't hurt Ning Shu much. However, Ning Shu had an idea in his mind. The family was sent to the living room. Ning Shu walked in and saw Zhang Jiasan's mother wiping her nose, then flinging her snot on the wall. She then wiped her hands on her shoes. Ning Shu was speechless. Seeing Ning Shu walk in, the Zhang family's faces all turned green. Even Zhang Xiaomei knew the seriousness of this matter. Without her brother, she wouldn't have the money to buy good things. There were too many good things in this city, but they also required a lot of money. Zhang Xiaomei said to Ning Shu, "Sister Miao, how did my brother get taken away?" Ning Shu said calmly, "He embezzled the company's money and was reported." Embezzled the company's money? You and Jiasan are married, so your family. This company is also considered Jiasan's. How can taking money from your own family be considered embezzlement? Zhang Jiasan's father said coldly. This is not embezzlement at all. Daughter-in-law, now is not the time to be angry with us. The most important thing now is to get Jiasan out. Compared to Zhang Jiasan's mother, who was wailing and blaming Ning Shu, Zhang Jiasan's father's attitude was obviously much better. When Tan Heyu was locked up, Zhang Jiasan's father condescendingly asked her to let him go. But now, his attitude was much more amiable. Obviously, in Zhang Jiasan's father's heart, Zhang Jiasan was the most important person in this family. It was also possible that Zhang Jiasan's mother was playing the bad cop, and he was playing the good cop. Ning Shu didn't care what these people were thinking. She said, "I really can't do anything about this. Jiasan is my husband. Naturally, I want him to be released. And this matter will cost a lot of money." Ning Shu spread her hands. "I don't know how much it will cost. I have no idea." "Then you spend the money. Isn't your family rich?" Zhang Jiasan's mother said directly to Ning Shu. Hearing Zhang Jiasan's mother say this, the other Zhang family members didn't say anything. Obviously, they all thought the same. Ning Shu narrowed her eyes. She always felt that Zhang Jiasan's mother was shrewish and uneducated. She said whatever she wanted. However, Zhang Jiasan's mother's role was to test other people's bottom line and let Zhang Jiasan's father, who was the head of the family, know what to do. Just like now, Zhang Jiasan's mother directly said that the Miao family should pay to get Jiasan out. Her words were direct and unacceptable, but Zhang Jiasan's father couldn't say it out loud. This family already had a fixed way of living, and everyone consciously maintained this way of living. Daughter-in-law, Jiasan is still suffering in the prison. Let's get him out first. Nothing else is more important than him. Seeing that Ning Shu didn't say anything, Zhang Jiasan's father sighed and said, "When Jiasan is released, you guys should live a good life. If the first child's surname is Miao, then so be it. After all, he is a child of the Zhang family and the Miao family." Zhang Jiasan's father was now negotiating with Ning Shu. Chapter 463. Zhang Jiasan's father said that the first child should be named Miao. Ning Shu expressed that she didn't want Zhang Jiasan anymore, and she still wanted to have a child with Zhang Jiasan. Why did the Zhang family feel that they had to have Zhang Jiasan? Without the halo that the Miao family gave Zhang Jiasan was worthless. He didn't have money, and his character wasn't good. The Zhang family felt that they should be faithful to Zhang Jiasan, no matter what he was like. Ning Shu found it hilarious. She felt like she had returned to ancient times, where women had to follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Even though times were changing, some ideas were still deeply rooted. In some places, women couldn't even eat at the table. No matter when, there were always thick shackles on women. Women nowadays might not live as happily as those women in ancient times. Women nowadays had to take care of their family and work to give birth and raise children. Weren't women supposed to hold up half the sky? Now, I'll let you hold up half the sky. When Zhang Jiasan's mother heard that the child's surname was Miao, her face turned ugly. Her lips moved, but she didn't say anything. She obviously didn't dare to challenge Zhang Jiasan's father's authority as the head of the family. The Zhang family looked at Ning Shu, obviously waiting for Ning Shu's answer. Ning Shu was about to explode. What was this? Spending money to get Zhang Jiasan out, then carrying him for 10 months, enduring the pain of labor, and giving birth to a child with the surname Miao? Was this a great gift? What the fuck? Ning Shu took a deep breath and said, okay, but the company doesn't have much money, so you'll have to fork out some money. We don't have money, Zhang Jiasan's mother said firmly. Ning Shu said indifferently, then there's no other way. Because the design drafts were stolen, the factory can't operate, but we still have to pay the workers. The company doesn't have much money left. If you want to save Jiasan, this money isn't enough. I also want to save him, but the conditions don't allow it. Ning Shu spread out his hands and said, if it doesn't work, let Jiasan go to jail for a few years. Zhang Jiasan's mother immediately frowned and pointed at Ning Shu, scolding, you dark-eyed woman, how can you talk about your husband like that? How can Jiasan go to jail? Ning Shu looked at Zhang Jiasan's mother. She was thinner than before. Her cheekbones were high, her eyes were sunken, and her hair was more white than before. Even though she was talking to Ning Shu angrily, he could still feel that she was weak and afraid. Zhang Jiasan's mother was a bluff, a person who bared her teeth and brandished her claws. Ning Shu ignored the clamoring Zhang Jiasan's mother. Zhang Jiasan's mother was a woman, but she absolutely supported male chauvinism. She even asked her daughter and daughter-in-law to prioritize men. In particular, she asked Ning Shu, her daughter-in-law, to prioritize her son. It would be even better if she could be humble. Ning Shu was left speechless by this strange idea. Zhang Jiasan's mother actually didn't have much say in the family. All the decisions were in the hands of Zhang Jiasan's father. Growing up in such an environment, Zhang Jiasan was a male chauvinist. Even though Miao Miao treated Zhang Jiasan very well and didn't look down on him because of his family background, Zhang Jiasan felt that his pride was insulted and denied everything Miao 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 had. Daughter-in-law, our family really doesn't have money. At most, we can only take out 100,000 yuan, Zhang Jiasan's father said. 100,000 yuan. It seemed that Zhang Jiasan had really embezzled a lot of money from the Zhang family. Moreover, Ning Shu believed that 100,000 yuan was definitely not Zhang Jiasan's father's bottom line. Ning Shu shook her head and said, how can 100,000 yuan be enough? Jiasan embezzled a huge sum of 7 to 8 million yuan. This matter isn't so easy to solve. If we can fix these loopholes, this matter will definitely be left unsettled. A few million. How can our family have a few million yuan? Sister Miao, your family is so rich, can't you take out this much money? When Zhang Xiaomei heard that it was a few million yuan, she almost jumped up. Even if they sold themselves, they wouldn't be able to gather that much money. Dad, why don't we let brother? Before Zhang Xiaomei could finish her sentence, Zhang Jiasan's father's face immediately turned serious. That's your brother. No matter what, we have to save your brother. Obviously, Zhang Xiaomei meant to let her brother go to jail for a few years in exchange for a few million yuan. Actually, it was quite worth it. Not many people could earn 7 to 8 million yuan in a few years. It was close to 10 million yuan. Ning Shu listened silently at the side. Zhang Jiasan's father, Ning Shu, said firmly, no matter what, we have to save him. How about this, in the future, if a boy takes your surname, your first child will also take your surname, and 2 children will take the surname Miao. Ah Siba, from the sound of it, they were going to have more than 2 children. If 2 of them took the surname Miao, then one of them would take the surname Zhang. Damn, Ning Shu wiped his cold sweat. Ning Shu felt that it was simply inconceivable to use this kind of thing to negotiate. Without Zhang Jiasan, they could also have children. They could go to the sperm bank to choose the best sperm. The children they gave birth to would definitely belong to them. Why would they need such a gift from you? Ning Shu grinned and said, how about this, don't we still have a house at home? Sell this house, and I will give you the rest of the money. How about that? Ning Shu meant to sell the house that Miao Miao's father bought for Miao Miao and Zhang Jiasun. This won't do. Zhang Jiasun's father directly objected. A house was the foundation of a family. Even if they sold everything they had, they wouldn't be able to buy a house. Wasn't this telling others that this family couldn't survive? Although Zhang Jiasun's father was from the countryside, he was still very clear about some things. It wasn't easy to own a house in this city. Ning Shu said faintly, but we need money now. When we have more money, we will buy a new house. Whether you save them or not, it's up to you. Zhang Jiasun's father frowned and smoked. The whole living room was filled with smoke, and the smell of smoke was uncomfortable. In the end, Zhang Jiasun's father made the decision to buy a house. Ning Shu smiled faintly. The house soon had a buyer, but the price was very low. The original 2 million plus decorations and furniture was directly suppressed to 1 million. 1 million was still a long way from 7 to 8 million, but Zhang Jie's father still decided to sell it. The rest of the money would be paid by Ning Shu. She was the one who said that she would pay for the rest of the money. The house was quickly sold, but it returned to Ning Shu. This time, only Miao Miao's name was on the property certificate, and Zhang Jiasun's name was no longer there. This house was no longer the joint property of Zhang Jiasun and Miao Miao after their marriage. The mansion was sealed, and he didn't have a share in this house. The things that he had worked hard for the past 2 years were gone. Zhang Jiasun had nothing now, and he had to face the disaster of being imprisoned. Ning Shu put away the property certificate and smiled faintly. Chapter 464. Since the house had been sold, the Zhang family naturally couldn't stay in the house. Zhang Jiasun's mother looked at the nice furniture in the house and wanted to move them away. Zhang Jiasun's father scolded her directly. These things already belonged to someone else. Besides, where would they be placed if they were moved away? Zhang Jiasun's mother's eyes were red. Her face was trembling from the pain. These things were all her sons. The Zhang family rented an ordinary house in a small district. They would only return to the countryside after Zhang Jiasun's matter was settled. During this period, Zhang Jiasun's father's back was hunched. As the head of the family, he was under a lot of pressure, especially when his son, whom he was proud of, was involved in such a thing. When the Zhang family returned to the village, they were disgraced and had to face the gossip of the villagers. What a sin! The day before the court session, Ning Shu went to the police station to see Zhang Jiasun. When he saw Zhang Jiasun again, Ning Shu almost couldn't recognize him. Zhang Jiasun was wearing a prison uniform. His beard had grown out, and he had lost a lot of weight. His eyes were bloodshot. His hair, which used to be neatly combed, was now messy and hung in front of his forehead, almost covering his eyes. Zhang Jiasun now looked very gloomy and anxious, like a trapped beast. Zhang Jiasun was very agitated when he saw Miao Miao, which made his eyes even redder. Miao Miao, why are you only here now? After you were arrested, the company was in chaos. I went to take charge. Ning Shu asked Zhang Jiasun, how have you been? Zhang Jiasun rubbed his forehead. He wanted to reach out and grab Ning Shu's hand, but it was separated by bulletproof glass. Zhang Jiasun looked at Ning Shu gently. Miao Miao, I can explain this matter to you. As for the house in Thompson residence, I bought it. I want to give you a home. I built this home for you. Ning Shu was speechless. Miao Miao, please believe me. Zhang Jiasun tried hard to suppress the wild beast in his heart. Miao Miao was now his life-saving straw. Ning Shu looked at Zhang Jiasun with an aggrieved expression. But Secretary Shui lives in Thompson residence. Did you really buy this house for me? There's only your name on it. Zhang Jiasun furrowed his brows tightly. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at Ning Shu. Was this your dad's idea? Your father has been checking the accounts recently. Zhang Jiasun had been thinking about it repeatedly for the past month and felt that Miao Miao's father, Miao Ji, was the one who sent him in. Moreover, looking at the attitude of the police, it was obvious that they had solid evidence. This matter was done by Miao Ji, and perhaps Miao 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 was also aware of it. However, Zhang Jiasen was gambling on Miao Miao Miao's feelings for him. However, it was clear that this feeling couldn't be gambled. Miao Miao, Zhang Jiasen wanted to find a reason to defend himself, but he didn't know what to say. Miao Miao, please believe me. Zhang Jiasen said weakly. Ning Shu smiled and said, don't worry, I will help you. Zhang Jiasen's face flashed with joy. Ning Shu said, I sold our wedding house to raise money to save you. The joy on Zhang Jiasen's face instantly froze. He furrowed his brows and said, Miao Miao, how could you sell the house? That's our wedding house. Zhang Jiasen's lips trembled twice. His face was ashen as he stared at Ning Shu. He bitterly smiled and asked, Miao Miao Miao, did you do it on purpose? What do you mean on purpose? Father-in-law also agreed to buy the house. Ning Shu said with some astonishment. Zhang Jiasen's spirit had been sucked away. Right now, he really had nothing left. The things that he had worked so hard for were all gone. The things that gave him a foothold in this city were all gone. Zhang Jiasen's mind was in a trance. Not long ago, he was still the general manager who could call the wind and summon the rain. However, right now, he had nothing. His heart felt like it was being fried in a pan of oil. It was incomparably painful. Zhang Jiasen looked at the woman in front of him and asked, how much did you sell the house for? Ning Shu felt that it was funny that Zhang Jiasen was still concerned about this at this time. Ning Shu stretched out a finger. Zhang Jiasen stared at Ning Shu's finger. His face turned ugly. He suddenly slammed the table and said, this house also has my name. You didn't inform me and sold the house. Miao Miao Miao, you did it on purpose. You did it on purpose. The house in such a good location should have been sold for 3 million. However, it was sold at a cabbage price. It was sold at 1/3 of the price. Ning Shu shrugged her shoulders and said, I really wanted to save you. Save me? Zhang Jiasen sneered. The Miao family was not so poor that they had to sell the house. It must be that old man Miao Ji who took the opportunity to take away the property in his hands. Zhang Jiasen was so angry that his body shook. He sat down and the blood in his eyes became more serious. Looking at Miao Miao Miao's indifferent face, his heart became more and more terrified. He quickly said, Miao Miao, I really love you. When we get out, I will explain everything to you. Explain? There was no need for that. Ning Shu did not say anything and just looked at Zhang Jiasen. Zhang Jiasen's emotions became even more agitated. If it wasn't for the bulletproof glass separating them, Zhang Jiasen would have pounced on them. Zhang Jiasen looked a little crazy. He slammed the glass with his hand and opened and closed his mouth. Ning Shu hung up the phone and could not hear what he said. Because Zhang Jiasen's emotions were too agitated, he was suppressed by the people in the detention center. Zhang Jiasen violently resisted. He kept looking at Ning Shu and roared at Ning Shu. However, through the glass, it was impossible to hear what he was saying. Ning Shu felt as if he was watching a pantomime show. Zhang Jiasen was finally dragged away. His eyes were filled with blood, especially when he saw the indifferent Ning Shu. His expression was filled with despair and resentment. He looked at Ning Shu with eyes full of resentment. Facing such a gaze, Ning Shu felt very happy. Knowing that you are suffering, I am relieved. Ning Shu went to see Shui Man Man again. However, he did not meet Shui Man Man. Instead, he found out from the police who interrogated Shui Man Man. Shui Man Man had all kinds of branded goods, bags, cosmetics, clothes, shoes, perfume, beauty cards, and all kinds of other things. It was estimated to be more than 1 million yuan. These were all blood sucked from the Miao family. Counting all the miscellaneous things, Zhang Jiasen had earned more than 10 million yuan in the past 2 years. He was really thinking of ways to empty out the Miao family. Not only would Zhang Jiasun go to jail, Shui Man would also face criminal detention. Moreover, her things would no longer be hers. They would become stolen goods. Like I said, everything that you have eaten must be spat out. One by one, they dug out the flesh and drank the blood of the Miao family. They even laughed at Miao's stupidity behind her back. Miao family is rich, so they should be treated like this. Do they still think that they are robbing the rich to give to the poor? Are they enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens? Ning Shu would not let Zhang Jiasun off, nor would he let Shui Man off. Zhang Jiasun's actions were vile, but Shui Man's actions were equally disgusting. Perhaps after Miao's death, Shui Man and Zhang Jiasun openly got together. Just like what Zhang Jiasun said, they had a cute child. They snuggled together in the garden and watched the child play. It was a happy family. Chapter 465. The next day was the court session. Ning Shu arrived at the entrance of the court early in the morning. After all, he was the general manager of a company. The embezzlement of tens of millions attracted some reporters from small newspapers. This was Ning Shu's goal. The corruption of a manager was different from the corruption of a general manager. If half of the person in charge of a company embezzled the company's money, the impact would be greater. Also, she wanted to put the complacent Zhang Jiasun behind bars and expose his evil deeds in front of everyone. Today's drama would definitely be exciting. Not only did Ning Shu come, but the Zhang family also came. Even Zhang Xiaomei's twin brother, who was addicted to the internet, came. The Zhang family looked at Ning Shu with disdain. Ning Shu didn't care at all. He found a seat in the gallery and sat down. The Zhang family sat a little far from Ning Shu. Obviously, they didn't want to sit with Ning Shu. Soon, Zhang Jiasun was handcuffed and was taken to the dock by the armed police. He was wearing a prisoner's vest. Seeing Zhang Jiasun come out, the Zhang family was very excited. Zhang Jiasun's mother saw her son being treated like this. Her cheeks were tightly clenched and her face was trembling. Zhang Jiasun's father had a serious face. He touched his waist and found that he didn't bring his pipe. Zhang Jiasun's condition wasn't very good. He kept his head down and the front of his hair covered his eyes. In particular, the camera flashes made Zhang Jiasun lower his head even more. Ning Shu looked at the current Zhang Jiasun with a gloomy and cold aura. The prosecutor's office would file a complaint against Zhang Jiasun. Then, the jury and the judge would decide on Zhang Jiasun's crime. Zhang Jiasun's crime was set in stone. However, the process still had to be done and various kinds of evidence were presented. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Jiasun didn't say a word. He seemed to be out of it. Maybe he didn't care about his future. His whole body was calm and had a frightening gloomy aura. Ning Shu couldn't understand what Zhang Jiasun was thinking. Although it was a process, it still needed witnesses and material evidence. When he heard about the witness, Zhang Jiasun's body moved. Witness, who is this witness? Ning Shu was also curious. The armed police brought Shui Man up. When he saw Shui Man, Ning Shu suddenly laughed. Was Shui Man going to be a witness? Are you going to testify against Zhang Jiasun? Oh, this is the love between Zhang Jiasun and Shui Man. Zhang Jiasun turned his head and saw Shui Man. He was stunned. Obviously, he was shocked by Shui Man's arrival. Zhang Jiasun's face trembled as he stared at Shui Man. Shui Man looked flustered. When she met Zhang Jiasun's gloomy eyes, she immediately looked away, her body trembling slightly. Shui Man knew that she had let Zhang Jiasun down by doing this, but she could only do this to reduce her punishment. She was a girl, she couldn't go to jail. She would be 30 years old when she came out of jail. Who would want a woman who had been in jail? What should she do for the rest of her life? She was struggling in her heart. She didn't want to betray Zhang Jiasun, but at this point, she and Zhang Jiasun had no future. It was impossible for her and Zhang Jiasun to be together. Zhang Jiasun still had Miao to help him, but what about her? Her parents despised her and didn't come to see her until now. She had nowhere to go. Shui Manman had already made up her mind, but when she faced Zhang Jiasun, she still felt terrified and ashamed, especially when she saw Zhang Jiasun in such a sorry state. While feeling ashamed, Shui Manman also confirmed her inner thoughts. Shui Manman took a deep breath and said, "Judge, I can testify that Zhang Jiasun took advantage of his position in the company and embezzled a lot of the company's money. He sold the goods at a low price and quoted a high price. Some of the suppliers even bribed Zhang Jiasun. There are even accounts in the safe of Thompson residential residence." "Then how do you know?" the judge asked. Shui Manman bit her lips and took a deep breath before saying, "I'm Zhang Jiasun's mistress. He has a lot of things to tell me." "Gotcha, gotcha." The reporters pressed their shutters fiercely. This kind of nude news was much more attractive than a simple corruption case. The drama of being accused by his mistress and becoming enemies was really explosive. Anyway, Shui Manman said everything in one go, which made Zhang Jiasun burn with anger. Zhang Jiasun rushed to Shui Manman at lightning speed. He reached out his hand and grabbed Shui Manman's neck. He shouted fiercely, "Shui Manman, you dare to betray me, you bitch." Shui Manman's face turned purple from Zhang Jiasun's grip. She struggled and tried to pry Zhang Jiasun's hand away. The armed police at the side quickly pulled Zhang Jiasun away, but Zhang Jiasun refused to let go of Shui Manman's neck. Shui Manman's eyes had already rolled back. Zhang Jiasun bent his fingers and almost sank them into Shui Manman's neck. Seeing that something was wrong, the armed police took out a stun baton and hit Zhang Jiasun's body. Zhang Jiasun's whole body trembled from the electric shock. His hand weakly let go of Shui Manman's neck. Shui Manman fell to the ground, gasping for breath and coughing violently. Zhang Jiasun looked at Shui Manman with eyes full of resentment and hatred. When he was dragged away by the armed police, he even kicked Shui Manman. Shui Manman was kicked to the ground and coughed until tears and snot were all over her face. "Silence, silence." The judge banged the gavel and asked the armed police to take the battered Shui Manman away. Ning Shu looked at this scene. Because of interests, they would also fall apart because of interests. Zhang Jiasun and Shui Manman each had their own selfish motives. When a disaster came, husband and wife would fly away separately. Not to mention Zhang Jiasun and Shui Manman's relationship with no guarantee. Oh my, it's too comfortable, too cool. He liked to watch such a show. The two people who were hugging each other and were incomparably affectionate immediately turned hostile and ruthless. They weren't so faithful. Ning Shu wasn't surprised by Shui Manman's decision at all. Shui Manman and Zhang Jiasun were both very selfish people. No matter what happened, the first thing they would think of was themselves. This was normal. People were selfish, but these two people were extremely selfish. Ning Shu looked at Zhang Jiasun. His expression was even more defeated. In addition, he was hit by the stun baton just now, so he was very dispirited and powerless. That damn bitch, that rotten-ass bitch, she actually treated Jiasun like this. Zhang Jiasun's mother, who was sitting in the gallery, kept cursing Shui Manman. She felt very sorry for Zhang Jiasun. If it wasn't for Zhang Jiasun's father holding her back, she would have run to the dock. The Zhang family's expressions were very bad. Zhang Jiasun's father looked at Ning Shu. Obviously, he wanted Ning Shu to save Zhang Jiasun. Zhang Jiasun's situation was very bad now. He was being accused by his mistress. Zhang Jiasun's father wiped his face. His expression was ashen. He blamed Zhang Jiasun in his heart for not being able to control his crotch. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Chapter 466. The Zhang family didn't know that Zhang Jiasun had a mistress until now, but this mistress actually accused Zhang Jiasun, which made the Zhang family feel very uncomfortable. Since she was Zhang Jiasun's woman, she shouldn't have done such a thing. Especially Zhang Jiasun's mother, who felt that Shui Manman was really disgraceful. It seemed that no one had considered Ning Shu's feelings. Her husband cheated on her, and no one cared about her feelings. Ning Shu smiled. In the Zhang family, the daughter-in-law was the lowest and most undignified creature. Above her was her sister-in-law, her brother-in-law, and then her husband, Zhang Jiasen. Above her were her parents-in-law who had absolute authority. In this family, people could be divided into different ranks, and Miao 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 was the lowest. She was an outsider. The trial continued. Zhang Jiasen was sentenced to 10 years in prison for accepting bribes, and the amount of bribes was more than 100,000 yuan, and more than 10 million yuan. All the stolen money was confiscated. Moreover, Shui Man was guilty of concealing the crime and helping to dispose of the stolen goods. She was sentenced to 3 years in prison, and 2 years in prison because she took the initiative to provide evidence. Hearing this sentence, Zhang Jiasen's mother immediately stood up and roared, "No, my son only took money from his wife's family. How is this corruption?" In the Zhang family's view, Zhang Jiasen used their family's money, and the Miao family's money was Zhang Jiasen's. Silence, people outside the court are not allowed to make noise. If this happens again, you can't stay in the gallery. The judge said expressionlessly as he knocked the gavel. Zhang Jiasen's mother's face was dark red, especially when many reporters were taking photos of her. Zhang Jiasen's mother was at a loss and stood there blankly. Zhang Jiasen's father pulled her to sit down with a livid face. Zhang Jiasen's mother sat on the chair and her face was twisted in pain, but she didn't dare to say anything. Zhang Jiasen turned to look at his family. When he turned back, he saw Ning Shu sitting in the corner and was stunned. Ning Shu and Zhang Jiasen's eyes met, and Zhang Jiasen immediately looked away in embarrassment. Obviously, Zhang Jiasen felt embarrassed because of the matter between him and Shui Man. Zhang Jiasen turned his head, but Ning Shu could see that his body was trembling slightly and his figure was slightly bent. Was he embarrassed to face her? If he could do it, why couldn't he face it? Even Zhang Jiasen felt embarrassed. 10 years in prison. Ning Shu smiled. Corruption and bribery were felonies. If Miao's father wanted to settle it privately, Zhang Jiasen would naturally be fine. However, if he took it seriously, Zhang Jiasen would have to bear the consequences. This was just corruption and bribery. What if there was another case of instigating others to commit a crime? He wanted to expose Zhang Jiasen's evil deeds under the sun and let the world see what a beast Zhang Jiasen was. Cheating in marriage, poisoning his father-in-law, corruption, taking bribes, and keeping mistresses. Such a person was still successful in the end and was even respected by others. After the verdict was over, Zhang Jiasen was taken away. Zhang Jiasen's legs were a little weak, so he was helped down by 2 armed police officers. Zhang Jiasen's gaze was fixed on Ning Shu's body. Zhang Jiasen's aura was restrained, and he looked very calm. He didn't look like someone who was going to face 10 years in prison. Ning Shu was surprised by Zhang Jiasen's calmness. Zhang Jiasen was not an ordinary person. After the trial ended, a new verdict was immediately issued. Zhang Jiasen was brought up again. Everyone was stunned. The reporters who were about to leave immediately came back. Zhang Jiasen's face was a little pale, but he was still calm. However, the Zhang family was at a loss. 10 years in prison had already made the Zhang family despair, but what was going on? This time, the prosecutor's office was accusing Zhang Jiasen of instigating others to commit a crime. The surrounding people were in an uproar. The reporters pressed the shutter. They thought it was an insignificant piece of news, but Zhang Jiasen had done so many things. It was a big piece of news with all kinds of information. When Zhang Jiasen heard the accusation, his pupils shrank. He quickly turned to look at Ning Shu. Ning Shu and Zhang Jiasen's eyes met. Zhang Jiasen narrowed his eyes slightly. A flash of understanding flashed across his face. Then, he turned around and stopped looking at Ning Shu. Zhang Jiasen's mother sobbed softly. She didn't dare to make a sound. Zhang Jiasen's father's face was ashen. He looked a lot older. Aunt Ping, who was wearing a prison uniform, was brought in by the armed police. Aunt Ping was very thin. The prison uniform was empty on her body. Her hair was white. She was only 50 years old, but she looked like she was about to die. Aunt Ping said disheartenedly, "Zhang Jiasun asked me to drug Miao Zhi's medicinal food. This kind of drug won't be discovered even if it's eaten. If it succeeds, Zhang Jiasun promised to let my son follow him. He will nurture my son." I thought that the Miao family would definitely belong to Zhang Jiasun in the future. I wanted to take a gamble. I'm just a nanny. For my son's future, I can only take the risk. Aunt Ping saw Zhang Jiasun's success, so she wanted to let her son take a shortcut. Zhang Jiasun was originally just a person in the mountains, but because of the Miao family, he walked to the peak of life. Even a nanny like Aunt Ping felt that the Miao family would belong to Zhang Jiasun in the future, let alone the people in the company. Many of the higher-ups were biased towards Zhang Jiasun. Even if the Miao family's company wasn't big, where there were people, there would be underworld. Miao Miao was a useless girl. Everyone thought that Father Miao found a son-in-law like Zhang Jiasun to inherit the Miao family. Zhang Jiasun smoothly took over the company after Father Miao's death. In the face of Aunt Ping's accusation, Zhang Jiasun didn't refute and calmly accepted it. In this crime committed by Zhang Jiasun and Aunt Ping, Zhang Jiasun was the main culprit and Aunt Ping was an accomplice. Zhang Jiasun would face heavy punishment. Because of the nature of the crime, Zhang Jiasun was sentenced to 8 years in prison. Aunt Ping was sentenced to 4 years in prison. In other words, Zhang Jiasun would be sentenced to 18 years, which was close to 20 years. Zhang Jiasun's body trembled, but he quickly stabilized. He turned to look at Ning Shu. From the beginning to the end, Ning Shu's expression was indifferent. Zhang Jiasun's lips moved. Under the light, Zhang Jiasun's face was a little hazy. After the sentencing, Zhang Jiasun's mother couldn't control herself anymore and burst into tears. Zhang Jiasun didn't care about his mother's cries. Or rather, he couldn't care less. The reporters kept taking photos of Zhang Jiasun. Zhang Jiasun was a monster. After the trial ended, Zhang Jiasun was taken away. He looked at Ning Shu and his lips moved. Ning Shu looked at his mouth and saw that it was Miao Miao. Could it be that Zhang Jiasun still wanted him to save him at this point? Ning Shu thought that he was dreaming. After the trial ended, Ning Shu stood up and prepared to leave. There was still one more thing to settle. Daughter-in-law. Zhang Jiasun's father called out to Ning Shu. He stood up in a hurry and his body swayed. Fortunately, there was someone supporting him. Chapter 467. Zhang Jiasun's father called out to Ning Shu, and Ning Shu asked, "Didn't you say that you wanted to save Jiasun? Why do you want him to go to jail for 20 years? Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu really did not know what to say. Zhang Jiasun wanted to kill Miao Miao's father, and now he still had the face to ask him why he did not save Zhang Jiasun. Don't they feel guilty and guilty? I tried to use the money to use my connections, but it was useless. Zhang Jiasun's matter is too serious. He wanted to kill my father." Ning Shu picked up his bag and left. Zhang Jiasun's father's face turned pale. This was no longer an in-law, but an enemy. Zhang Xiaomei pulled Ning Shu and said, "Has the 1 million yuan used up? This house belongs to my brother too. You should share the rest of the money with us." Ning Shu frowned. Looking at Zhang Xiaomei, was the Zhang family so heartless? Her brother was already in jail, and Zhang Xiaomei still had the mood to talk about the money for the house. Ning Shu bared his teeth and said, "It's all used up. There's not a single cent left. Miao Miao Miao, you just want to embezzle the rest of the money." Zhang Xiaomei said angrily. Ning Shu said indifferently, "This house is mine, and I have the right to use the money. If I say there's no more money, then there's no more money. So what do you want?" Zhang Xiaomei was fuming. Zhang Jiasun's mother had joined the team to collect the debt. More than 1 million yuan was spent in a few days. That's impossible. You black-hearted person, you want to embezzle Jiasun's money. Ning Shu sneered, opened the car door, and left. He could not be bothered to talk to these people. Back home, Miao's father, Ning Shu, asked, how did the court deal with this? How did they deal with it? All of Zhang Jiasan's assets were confiscated, and he will be in jail for 18 years. Ning Shu said. Miao's father said coldly, that's how it should be. Daughter, are you still unable to let go of Zhang Jiasan? Seeing that Ning Shu's expression wasn't good, Miao Ying's father said anxiously, Daughter, are you going to wait until Zhang Jiasan is 18 years old? How is this possible? Ning Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did she have to wait for Zhang Jiasan for 18 years? Since the original owner put forward such a task, it showed that she had already given up on Zhang Jiasan. Miao Miao's brain must have been fried by a pig if she still continued to love and wait for Zhang Jiasan after killing her parents and causing her to lose everything, and her originally happy life was ruined by Zhang Jiasan. That's good. Quickly divorce Zhang Jiasan. There are many good men in this world other than Zhang Jiasan. Miao Ying's father said with heartache. Would his daughter be traumatized after marrying such a bastard? Or even be single for the rest of his life? Let's talk about men later. As for whether Miao would come back to find happiness or heal herself after she left, it was up to Miao. Miao Ying's father's expression became even worse. He felt that his daughter's heart had been broken by that bastard Zhang Jiasan. The next morning, Ning Shu opened the newspaper and saw that Zhang Jiasan's name was on the front page. It was spreading Zhang Jiasan's evil deeds, especially how he poisoned his father-in-law. They said that Zhang Jiasan was a bastard in human skin. Anyway, Zhang Jiasan was now a household name in this city. Ning Shu put down the newspaper, ate breakfast, and prepared to go to work. Miao Ying's father stopped Ning Shu and said, You don't have to go to work today. Have a good rest. There's always work to be done. But I have an important meeting today. Ning Shu said. Miao Ying's father's expression became even more worried. Miao, my precious daughter, if you're sad, just cry. You don't have to work so hard to numb yourself. Ning Shu was speechless. She wasn't sad at all. How did Miao Ying's father see that she was sad? Dad, I'm really not sad. Why should I be sad? I should be happy that we exposed Zhang Jiasan's true colors so early and didn't let him hurt us. Ning Shu patted Miao Ying's father's shoulder and said, Dad, don't worry. I'm not that weak. Just take it as a lesson. I've grown up now. I'm not sad. Really? Miao Ying's father didn't believe it. Ning Shu nodded. Really? Miao had died once. It was time for her to grow up. Ning Shu went to the company to deal with his work. As soon as he arrived, he saw Zhang Jiasan's family making a scene at the company's entrance. Zhang Jiasan's mother cried and said that her evil daughter-in-law had embezzled the money from selling the house. Everyone in the company knew about Zhang Jiasan's matter. When they heard Zhang Jiasan's mother's words, they all showed a look of disdain. Zhang Jiasan was a poor man. His property had been confiscated. How could he let others embezzle the money from the house? Ning Shu felt that the Zhang family was quite thick-skinned. Zhang Jiasan had done such a thing, and this family still had the nerve to come to the company. Ning Shu ignored them. After he finished his work, he went to the law firm and asked the lawyer to prepare a divorce agreement. Ning Shu put the divorce agreement in his bag and went to the detention center. Zhang Jiasan, who was wearing a prisoner's uniform, was brought out. Zhang Jiasan's head had been shaved and he was very thin. Ning Shu looked at Zhang Jiasan's bald head and felt a little disillusioned. She found it very funny. Zhang Jiasan with hair was very handsome. Zhang Jiasan without hair, tisk. When he saw Ning Shu, Zhang Jiasan's expression was very calm. He even showed a gentle smile to Ning Shu. This smile was completely different from Zhang Jiasan's usual affectionate smile. He was relaxed and relieved. Ning Shu frowned. She really couldn't understand Zhang Jiasan. He was very thoughtful. Miao. Zhang Jiasan called out to Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at Zhang Jiasun. She wanted to hear what he had to say. Are you very tired at the company? You look thinner than before. Zhang Jiasun said indifferently as if he was chatting with a friend. However, it made Ning Shu's hair stand on end. This Zhang Jiasun was really strange. Ning Shu shook her head and said, "It's okay. Meow meow, since you know everything, you must hate me." Zhang Jiasun looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu didn't say anything. Of course, Meow 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 hated him. Zhang Jiasun smiled at Ning Shu. You look very different from before. The Meow Meow I know is not so strong. What caused you to change? When did you find out about this? You left me in the countryside. Ning Shu said indifferently. Sure enough. Zhang Jiasun took a deep breath. I became like this. One of the reasons I became like this is because of you. When Zhang Jiasun talked about this matter, he didn't have any resentment. His eyebrows were actually calm as he chatted with Ning Shu calmly. Ning Shu narrowed her eyes. This man, Zhang Jiasun, was really too unpredictable. His thoughts were as deep as the sea. It was really hard to imagine that a village kid from the countryside had such deep thoughts. Chapter 468. Ning Shu didn't want to argue with Zhang Jiasun. She took out the divorce agreement from her bag and pushed it in front of Zhang Jiasun. Sign it. You don't want to go to court again, right? Zhang Jiasun glanced at Ning Shu. He picked up the divorce agreement and looked at it. He laughed and signed the divorce agreement. He was very straightforward. This made Ning Shu very surprised. She hadn't even taken out her weapon or taken out the video of Zhang Jiasun and Shui Man rolling around together. He had already signed the agreement. It was so smooth that it was surprising. Ning Shu also signed the divorce agreement. Zhang Jiasun looked at Ning Shu. Are you surprised that I divorced you so easily? Ning Shu raised her eyebrows and looked at Zhang Jiasun. Zhang Jiasun seemed to have let go of everything and didn't care about anything. Moreover, Zhang Jiasun had nothing now. He didn't have anything to lose. Ning Shu kept the divorce agreement and prepared to leave. Zhang Jiasun called out to Ning Shu. Meow meow, sit down and talk to me. You probably won't come back to see me in the future. I don't think there's anything to talk about between us. Ning Shu looked at Zhang Jiasun and said. Aren't you curious why I did this to you and the Miao family? Zhang Jiasun asked Ning Shu. He looked at Ning Shu with a gentle gaze. Ning Shu sat down again. Zhang Jiasun said directly, Meow meow meow, if I say that I like you, you might not believe me. Ning Shu stared blankly at him, speechless. She regretted listening to Zhang Jiasun's nagging. If what Zhang Jiasun did to Meow 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 was love, then what was love about destroying Meow Meow Meow? Ning Shu could only chuckle. Then what she was doing to Zhang Jiasun was also out of love. She loved Zhang Jiasun. Let go of her hobby. Ning Shu's face trembled. Zhang Jiasun said, I knew you wouldn't believe me. I've known what my mission is since I was a child. My mission is to shoulder the responsibility of the Zhang family and make this impoverished Zhang family prosper. My father is very good to me because I'm smart and have good grades. My father is the most supportive of my studies. Studying is the best way out for a poor child. My success wasn't just my own success. It was the success of the family. You and the Miao family's existence would be my weakness, and the others would say that I was successful because of the Miao Miao family. Ning Shu smiled silently. That's the truth. Zhang Jiasun was not angry. His expression was calm. I know this is the truth, so I want to erase this truth. Ning Shu was speechless. Come to think of it, I've never been myself in my entire life, not even for a day. I have too many things on me, but you're a person who's living a happy life. You're pure and beautiful. Everyone's heart yearns for and loves beautiful things, and I'm no exception. I like you in my heart, and I'll feel bad if I hurt you. Some words that are pretentious become true. Zhang Jiasun looked at Ning Shu. The most relaxing days of my life were actually in prison. Ning Shu stared blankly at him, speechless. Ning Shu felt that Zhang Jiasun was purposely saying this to block her heart. Meow meow meow, I once loved you, and I still love you. Zhang Jiasun clutched her heart. When Ning Shu heard this, she felt immense sorrow and pain. This was clearly the original owner's emotion. After experiencing an irreparable injury, hearing such words would only make one feel sorrow and hatred. Zhang Jiasun didn't deserve to say the word love. Ning Shu chanted the clear heart mantra in her heart, suppressing the emotions that were surging like a tidal wave. Only after a while did she calm down. Ning Shu felt that Meow 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 was really miserable. She had caused this result by a freak combination of factors. Zhang Jiasun was willing to sacrifice anything. Even though she said that she loved Meow Meow Meow, she still sacrificed Meow 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 in the end. Ning Shu said sarcastically, "What about Shui Man Man?" Shui Man Man, had Zhang Jiasun laughed. How should I put it? Perhaps I can see my own shadow in Shui Man Man. It's as if I like myself, but in the end, I realized that I don't like myself. Ning Shu, you're crazy. In short, Zhang Jiasun, a person who was completely dark inside and out, liked the pure and kind Meow Meow Meow. However, Zhang Jiasun felt pressured when he was with Meow Meow Meow. To put it bluntly, he felt inferior. Then he killed Meow Meow Meow's family. What kind of fucking dog is this? Ning Shu felt that he had nothing more to say to this guy. He turned around and left. He had been chatting with a crazy person for a long time. Zhang Jiasun's mentality was not normal. Before his personality was complete, he was given a responsibility that was beyond his ability to bear. In order to achieve his goal, he was willing to sacrifice a lot for this responsibility that was deeply ingrained in his bones. But this was not a reason for Zhang Jiasun to hurt others. Zhang Jiasun was still a scumbag, very scumbag. Through hurting Meow Meow Meow, he satisfied the tyrannical pleasure in his heart, even if he liked Meow Meow Meow. Meow Meow. Zhang Jiasun grabbed Ning Shu's hand. Zhang Jiasun's hand was very cold. Ning Shu wanted to shake off Zhang Jiasun's hand, but Zhang Jiasun held it tightly. Ning Shu, move your damn hand away. Zhang Jiasun looked at Ning Shu and smiled. Meow Meow Meow, without me, you will definitely be very happy. Of course, without you, I will definitely be happy. Ning Shu gritted her teeth. If she did not meet Zhang Jiasun, Meow Meow Meow's life would not be so broken. Zhang Jiasun said again, I don't regret hurting you. If I had to do it again, I would do it again. Zhang Jiasun suddenly hugged Ning Shu. Meow Meow, I just don't know how to love you. Ning Shu. Ning Shu directly stepped on Zhang Jiasun's foot with her heel. Zhang Jiasun's expression did not change, as if he did not feel pain. Instead, he had a smile on his face. He let go of Ning Shu and said, you can leave. Fuck, Zhang Jiasun's style was really weird. Ning Shu turned and left. When she reached the door, she turned back and saw that Zhang Jiasun was still looking at her. His expression was very hazy, and there was a faint layer of light covering his body. Meow meow. Zhang Jiasun's lips moved as he watched Ning Shu leave. Ning Shu walked out of the detention center and took a deep breath. Her heart was very uncomfortable. Even if she chanted the clear heart mantra, she could not suppress it. This was the original owner's emotion, the residual emotion in her body. This tragedy sounded like a joke. Now that Zhang Jiasun said that he liked Meow Meow Meow, that he loved Meow 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 in his heart, but he did not regret hurting Meow Meow Meow. Ning Shu only wanted to laugh. Love was such a beautiful word. If hurt was love, then Ning Shu would be speechless. Ding, found qualified soul body. Loading data. A cold mechanical voice sounded. Opening mission system space. Chapter 469. Zhang Jiasun committed suicide. Ning Shu was stunned when he heard the news. When he rushed to the detention center, he saw the dead Zhang Jiasun being carried out with a white cloth covering his body. The Zhang family was immersed in grief. When they saw Ning Shu, Zhang Jiasen's mother pounced on Ning Shu fiercely. Ning Shu dodged. "You black-hearted woman. You forced your own man to death." Zhang Jiasen's mother pointed at Ning Shu and scolded him. Her face was full of hatred. "Since I married you, the Zhang family has been plagued by all kinds of disasters. You are a jinx. Now even Jiasen has been killed by you. Why didn't you die, you scourge?" Ning Shu said faintly, "I have divorced him. Zhang Jiasen has nothing to do with me." Everyone in the Zhang family was stunned. Zhang Jiasen's father bent over and looked at Ning Shu with hatred. The son he was so proud of was gone. "You're really the most ruthless and rebellious woman I've ever met. You divorced Jiasen the moment he fell from grace and now you're forcing him to his death." Ning Shu didn't take Zhang Jiasen's father's words to heart. Was she supposed to be a soft persimmon that could be bullied by anyone? Was she supposed to let her family be destroyed? Was it treason to protect her own things? "The person who forced Zhang Jiasen to death was not me, but you." Ning Shu ignored the Zhang family. Zhang Jiasen's father, as the head of the family, was at least half responsible for Zhang Jiasen's death. Ning Shu watched Zhang Jiasen's body being carried into the crematorium car. The Zhang family glanced at Ning Shu and followed him into the car. Now, the Zhang family seemed to have been stripped of their backbone. Even when facing Ning Shu, they no longer had the confidence they had before. The cowardice in their bones was revealed. In the past, Zhang Jiasen would take care of everything in front of them. Now that Zhang Jiasen was dead, they had no one to rely on in this city. Not only did Zhang Jiasen have to fly up, but he also had to drag the Zhang family with him. Ning Shu entered the detention center and asked the guards how Zhang Jiasen died. The guards said that Zhang Jiasen had stabbed himself in the throat with a toothbrush handle. It was the kind of sharpened plastic toothbrush handle, and it didn't seem like it had been planned for a day. When Ning Shu heard this, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. How could he do this? In Ning Shu's heart, Zhang Jiasen was the kind of person who thought deeply and would not easily seek death. Perhaps Zhang Jiasen was tired and wanted to get rid of his responsibilities. It was also possible that the nearly 20 years in prison had made him hopeless. His life was already ruined. Ning Shu recalled that Zhang Jiasen had said that Miao 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 would be happy without him, so he committed suicide. Ning Shu shook his head. Zhang Jiasen wasn't the kind of person who would do everything for others. Miao 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 might be one of the factors. As for Zhang Jiasen's suicide, Ning Shu didn't feel anything. There was a cause and effect. Zhang Jiasen had caused the death of the original owner's family. Now, Zhang Jiasen was just atoning for his sins. Moreover, Zhang Jiasen had died just like that. Ning Shu felt that living in pain was the greatest torture for a person. Repeated torment was the most painful. Death was the end of all troubles. Death wasn't scary. Living in pain was scary. According to Ning Shu's wish, Zhang Jiasen had to be in prison for 20 years. When he came out, he would be 50 years old and struggling to survive. He didn't expect Zhang Jiasen to die just like that. Obviously, Zhang Jiasen also knew what his fate was. The Zhang family carried Zhang Jiasen's urn to the company's entrance and made a scene, saying that Ning Shu had forced him to die. She had forced him to die. Ning Shu didn't speak to Zhang Jiasen's mother, who was making a scene. Instead, he said to Zhang Jiasen's father, "Zhang Jiasen and I are divorced. Moreover, I know that Zhang Jiasen gave you a lot of money. If you continue to make a scene like this, I will directly call the police and let the court re-examine the money Zhang Jiasen embezzled. Don't talk about asking me for money." Zhang Jiasen's father pursed his lips and glanced at Ning Shu. In the end, he still left and returned to the countryside. Moreover, it was time for Zhang Jiasen to be buried. Ning Shu couldn't let the Zhang family make a scene at the company's entrance. People sympathized with the weak. Seeing that the Zhang family's son had died and the white-haired people were so pitiful, they directly forgot how hateful Zhang Jiasen's actions were. Moreover, Ning Shu couldn't give them money. The Zhang family was like leeches. If he gave them money once, there would be a next time, and a next time. If they were weak once, they would think that you were in the wrong. They would drill into your blood vessels and suck your blood. Ning Shu knew that Zhang Jiasan's father had some money in his hands. However, he didn't intend to get the money back. Firstly, it wasn't much. Secondly, if he killed all of them, it wouldn't be good for the reputation of the original owner, Meow Meow Meow. If nothing went wrong, Meow 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 would be in charge of the company in the future. When doing business with others, if one's reputation was ruined, people would think that one's character was bad. Without Zhang Jiasan, the Zhang family was like a loach in a ditch, unable to become a dragon. Meow 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 had to deal with the Zhang family's matters by herself. Moreover, all the business knowledge that he had learned would be left in the mind of this body. Hoo. Ning Shu let out a long breath. The mission this time could be considered completed. Meow Meow Meow's parents were still alive, but she was missing a husband. Ning Shu started to work without any distractions. He circled around the company, the Meow family's home, and the factory. Now that the company was tied together, there weren't any miscellaneous things. After confirming the absolute position of the Meow family in the company, the Meow family was the absolute master of the company. On the contrary, the employees didn't have to think too much about it. When Ning Shu had completely grasped the company's matters, she and Meow Meow Meow's mother would often go traveling. The two of them were like sisters, taking photos wherever they went. During the journey, Ning Shu felt that her heart was very calm. Even the clear heart incantation didn't have such an effect. Ever since Zhang Jiasan's matter broke out, especially the words that Zhang Jiasan said to her in the detention center, this body had been feeling depressed. However, during the journey, climbing the mountains, watching the sun rise in the east, standing by the sea, and following the ebb and flow of the tide, the depression in her heart was slowly disappearing. Yes, this world is very exciting. The pain that we imagine is actually not that painful. Ning Shu also felt very carefree. Diving in the ocean, walking in the desert, jumping from the sky, looking at the old things in the museum. Living was a kind of excitement. She had been working hard to live. Seeing countless worlds, walking through countless worlds. Perhaps she would be erased in the next mission, but at least she was alive at this moment. Ding, mission completed. Leaving the mission world. 2333's voice sounded. Ning Shu felt a wave of dizziness. When she woke up, she was already in the system space. Looking down, she found that her soul was stronger than before. Moreover, this mission didn't consume her soul. Instead, she felt that it was strengthened. Chapter 470. After completing a quest, his soul became stronger instead of weaker. This was something he had never encountered before. Ning Shu touched his body. It felt like he was touching jelly. His soul had indeed become stronger. Ning Shu was a little confused. He asked 2333, why do I feel like I didn't use up much of my soul in this world? I feel stronger than before. The purification of the soul is also a kind of cultivation. A person's soul is very strong. It is strong enough to resist temptation. It is tough and strong. It is not so fragile. 2333 explained. Ning Shu was a little surprised. She was a quest taker, but she was also a person with her own thoughts and feelings. It was probably because she was traveling in the quest world. Her mood was very relaxed. Now that she was back in the system space, she didn't feel very tired. It was not like before when she didn't want to do anything but sleep first. There was always a feeling of disgust and boredom, but she didn't feel that now. Ning Shu felt that this was a good idea. After the quest ended, she could stay in the quest world for a while and walk around. Not only could she relax, but she could also slowly heal the heartbreak of the client. The clients were all hurt, full of hatred and misery. If she could let go of some of it and start a new life, it would be better. She could relax herself and cultivate her soul. She could also help the client reduce some of the misery. It was a mutually beneficial thing. Don't be in such a hurry to send me back in the future. I'll come back when I say I'm back. Ning Shu said. Okay, but you can only stay in a world for 3 or 4 years. After a long time, the damage to your soul will be great. 2333 said. Ning Shu nodded. Let's see the points. Ning Shu's status panel appeared in front of him. Number, 23333 Name, Ning Shu, Beginner Quest Taker, Age, 27 points, 400,000 250,000 Soul, 200 HP, 60 Wisdom, 100 Charm, 3 Luck, 34 Spirit, 120 Martial Strength, 55 Faith, 65 Aptitude, 26 Merit, 36 Skills, 5th Ring Spear Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Beginner Peerless Martial Arts, Beginner Business Management Knowledge Honorary Title, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Halo, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Halo, Grass Blessing, Best Friend of a Lifetime, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing, Fulfill Meow Meow Meow's Wish, I don't want to be deceived by Zhang Jiasen anymore. I want to protect my father's business and make Zhang Jiasen, who originally had nothing, lose everything. Mission completion, 100 points. Obtained 250,000 points. Obtained 30 attribute points. Ning Shu saw that there were 250,000 points, 30 attribute points, and 5 points of faith. He also received the Best Friend of a Lifetime aura. Although he didn't know what this halo was for, he was still happy to get it. The harvest this time was not bad, and Ning Shu was satisfied. This Best Friend for Life aura is not bad. It can make others trust you more. 2333 said. So that's how it works. Ning Shu distributed the attribute points. Of the 30 attribute points, 15 points were allocated to intelligence, 10 points to force, and 5 points to aptitude. Ning Shu tried to add some merit points to his attribute points, but he realized that he could not add any. Faith and merit points are calculated by me. There are other ways to calculate them. You can't add these 2 attributes. Ning Shu nodded, and the attributes on the panel changed. Number, 23333 Name, Ning Shu, Beginner Mission Enforcer, Age, 27 points, 650,000 Soul, 200 HP, 60 Wisdom, 10015 Charm, 3 Luck, 34 Spirit, 120 Force, 55 10 Faith, 11 Aptitude, 265 Merit, 36 Skills, 5 Ring Spear Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Beginner Peerless Martial Arts, Beginner Level Business Management Knowledge Honorary Title, War God Empress, Selfless Ancestor Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Best Friend of a Lifetime. Meow Meow Meow's Blessing, my points have reached 500,000. I can open the virtual space. 2333 Ning Shu asked, do you want to open the virtual space? Ning Shu didn't ask what the virtual space was. Instead, he asked, do I need points? To become an intermediate mission enforcer, she needed 3 million points. 3 million. She had to save as much points as possible to become an intermediate mission enforcer. Then she could go to the intermediate plane to do missions and have more treasures. The cultivation plane and the immortal plane were all higher level planes. The laws there were stable and there were more treasures. I don't need points. This is a benefit. 2333 said. Ning Shu immediately said, open it. Wait a moment. I'll open the channel to the virtual space for you. 2333 said. After a while, a ring with a diameter of about 1 meter appeared on the ground. 2333 said, this is the passage to the virtual space. You need to go to the virtual space. Just step on the ring and it will send you to the virtual space. What's the virtual space? Ning Shu asked. It's a place for mission enforcers to communicate. It's specially created for mission enforcers to communicate. You can trade and buy all kinds of things inside. The system store basically has everything. Ning Shu was surprised. Then I'll meet a lot of mission enforcers there. Of course. This is a place specially created by the higher-ups for mission enforcers to communicate. Naturally, there will be a lot of mission enforcers. 2333 said. Ning Shu wanted to see what this virtual space looked like. She stepped into the virtual space's tunnel of pain and immediately felt a strong force pulling her body. It was as if she was falling rapidly, and her head was dizzy. When she opened her eyes again, she saw that she was standing on a street. The ground under her feet was green stone. It was the kind of stone that was very simple. However, it was very smooth and shiny, just like the floor tiles. The surrounding buildings were all in an ancient style. This was a city. It was very big. Ning Shu thought that she would see something beyond her imagination. Was this the result? There were all kinds of shops, tea houses, and restaurants on the street. People passed by. They were all souls. There were both men and women. The strength of the soul was different. Some were heavy, while others were thin and transparent. Ning Shu even saw a person's soul that was very old. His hair was white and his face was full of wrinkles. Ning Shu asked curiously, "Are mission enforcers that old?" "Of course not. This is because you've been in the mission world for too long. It's probably because you're at the peak of your power and can't bear to leave. Or maybe the mission is too difficult and you've spent too much time in the mission world. Don't think that your soul won't age. So I suggest that you don't stay in the mission world for more than 3 or 4 years. It's very harmful to your soul." 2333 explained to Ning Shu. Ning Shu nodded. "I'll remember." Just now, he saw that the person was very old and his soul was very thin. It looked like it was about to dissipate. He knew that 2333 said that for his own good. Chapter 471. Ning Shu had thought that the virtual space would be grand and majestic. Perhaps there would be flying saucers everywhere. He did not expect to see an ancient city. However, the people in the city were all dressed differently. Some wore ancient costumes, some t-shirts and shorts, some were in suits and leather shoes, and some were in animal skins. "I thought it would be an amazing place," Ning Shu said to 2333. "I don't know how long this virtual space has existed. This place is for the quest takers to interact with each other, not for them to enjoy themselves. This ancient architectural style is the best," 2333 said. Ning Shu looked at the quest takers passing by him. There were so many people coming and going. He sighed and said, "So many quest takers. Are there many?" Compared to the vast and endless universe, these quest takers are just a drop in the ocean. Quest takers are far from enough. The beginner quest takers will be erased due to various reasons. The speed of their disappearance is faster than finding a qualified soul, 2333 said disapprovingly. Ning Shu asked doubtfully, "If there are so few qualified souls, why do they have to be erased? Can't they be given a chance?" Pfft. 2333 snorted. "Letting you become a quest taker is giving you a chance. You must use cruel means to make the quest takers understand their position. If you fail, you will naturally be erased. This is a process of elimination. The strong survive, and the weak are eliminated. If you are given a chance to live, as long as you are not erased, you will have the ability to live forever." Ning Shu felt a chill down his spine. He did not want to dwell on this problem. The more he thought about it, the more troubled he became. Ning Shu toured the city. In this place, points were equivalent to money. Points could be used to buy many things. There were also some quest takers who set up their own stalls to sell things. However, most of them were bartering. Ning Shu saw that some of the quest takers had some rare treasures on their carpets. However, the things they wanted to trade were also rare. Ning Shu saw many treasures, but when he saw the price, he gulped silently. Are the people in these shops also mission enforcers? Ning Shu saw that many of the shop owners were souls. This leads to the problem of division of labor. Points are very important to mission enforcers, just like currency. Some people rely on doing business to earn points. They are not willing to do missions. As long as they can survive, there is no possibility of being erased. But people like this usually give up on becoming a high-level quest taker. Even if they have enough points, they won't be promoted. 2333 said, there is a limit to how much they can survive. Ning Shu, there are more exciting worlds up there. You will meet more powerful people. Instead of being a frog in a well for the rest of your life, why don't you slowly climb up? 2333 said. Ning Shu had always been determined to do quests. In a person's life, they had to have a goal and slowly work towards it. Moreover, doing quests would allow them to experience all kinds of worlds. It was much more interesting than staying in this virtual space. Ning Shu looked up at the restaurant in front of him and asked, "Can a soul still eat?" Seeing people going in and out of the restaurant, Ning Shu also wanted to go in. It is just to satisfy the appetite of the stomach. It is useless to eat. As long as you are a human, you will have an appetite. 2333 said casually. Ning Shu licked his lips. He had not eaten since he died. How could he eat the same thing as when he was using someone else's body when he entered a mission? Ning Shu walked into the restaurant. A waiter came to serve Ning Shu. He looked like a waiter in an ancient restaurant with a towel on his shoulder. This waiter was also a soul, but his soul did not look as strong as Ning Shu's. "I want to eat something," Ning Shu said. The waiter brought Ning Shu to a table. Ning Shu saw 3 women sitting at the table next to him. There were desserts and coffee on the table. Ning Shu did not expect the restaurant to have such a thing. She looked at the menu and ordered a roast duck and a few home-cooked dishes. The waiter Ning Shu said, "The total is 1,000 points. Please pay the bill first." Ning Shu was speechless. She didn't know how to pay the bill. "How do I pay?" Ning Shu asked. When Ning Shu said this, everyone looked at Ning Shu, especially the woman sitting at the table next to Ning Shu. She said directly, "So this is your first time in the virtual space, 2333, how do I pay?" Ning Shu asked in his mind. "You asked me this and that. I forgot to tell you. You need to get a points card. You can just pay with the card." Pay with a card? Okay, even the mainframe existed. It was normal to pay with a card. "Sir, this must be your first time here. We can get a card here." The waiter didn't laugh at Ning Shu. He let Ning Shu enter his information and get a points card before paying the bill. Ning Shu looked around. There were many people in the restaurant, and the food was different. It was as if the restaurant had everything. Ning Shu noticed that the 3 women sitting at the table next to him were looking at him. They were whispering to each other, 2333, did I do something wrong? Ning Shu was speechless. He felt like a monkey being stared at. They said you're ugly. 2333 said. Ning Shu stared blankly at him, speechless. How am I ugly? In any case, I am still a delicate and pretty little beauty. Ning Shu was most proud of his hair. When he was alive, he didn't even have eyebrows because he had chemotherapy every day. But after he died, he found that his hair was very soft. Now that he was called ugly, Ning Shu turned to look at the 3 women. How beautiful could they be? Ning Shu looked at the 3 women. Their skin was so white and tender. Ning Shu touched his face. It felt like jelly and very tender. They were either very pure or very seductive. Either way, they were all beauties. Their eyes were like water, and their legs were white. They were very beautiful. Compared to them, he was ugly. Ning Shu swallowed his anger. They will more or less increase their charm. Your charm is too low. When your charm is high, it will slowly change according to your facial features and body characteristics. 2333 said, your charm of 3 points is indeed too low. Ning Shu scratched his head. He didn't have enough attribute points. To ensure his safety and prevent accidents from happening in the mission world, he had to increase his combat strength. 500 IQ was the minimum. He only had 100 IQ. At this stage, Ning Shu felt that he was too weak. It would be a waste to add points to his charm. Charm was secondary. After all, he had to enter the body of the original owner to complete the mission. No one could see what he looked like. Attribute points should be added in more important places. When the dishes were served, Ning Shu looked at the delicious dishes. She tore off the roast duck leg and took a bite. It tasted great and left a fragrant taste in her mouth. After swallowing it, the food seemed to disappear. She couldn't digest things in her spirit state. She didn't know where the food went. It was quite amazing. Chapter 472. Ning Shu hadn't eaten so happily in a long time. As he chewed on the roast duck, he saw the three women staring at him. Ning Shu, what's wrong now? It's fine if they say she's ugly, but what's wrong with them now? They're saying you came out of nowhere and haven't eaten meat before, 2333 said. Ning Shu. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen me eat before? Ning Shu said unhappily. You eat your desserts, I'll eat my roast duck. The three women snorted and chatted on their own. They didn't even want to talk to Ning Shu, probably because they thought Ning Shu was too weak. You don't know, I met a weirdo in a world. I was doing one difficult mission after another and was too tired, so I wanted to go to a low-level realm to do something easier. A woman with enchanting eyebrows and a lazy aura exuded from her body said. Her soul looked very strong, just like a real body. This woman was stronger than the other two. Ning Shu listened and chewed on the roast duck leg. He pricked up his ears to listen to what they were saying. Sister Wei, what happened to you? One of the women asked. In that low-level realm, I failed my mission. If I didn't have something to pay for my life, I would have been fucking killed. When the seductive woman talked about this, her expression was very bad. I met a stubborn man. No matter how I flirted, he didn't like me. His favorability was always at 0, and it didn't change at all. I even thought he was a robot. The seductive woman sat up straight, her brows furrowed. She looked very speechless. This. The other two women looked at each other and laughed. Also, there's a man that your sister Wei can't understand. I'm afraid you didn't try your best. You're about to become a high-level mission taker. Didn't try my best? I really did try my best. The enchanting woman waved her hand. The more I think about it, the more I can't figure it out. The more I think about it, the more depressed I get. I ran to that plane again, and in the end, that man actually fell in love with the person I entrusted him with, his own fiancée. When I was here, he didn't like me. After I left, he fell in love with me, and the one he likes is the original owner? The enchanting woman was very angry. Obviously, that man insulted her charm, making her angry. Ning Shu was speechless. Why did it sound so familiar? Ning Shu looked at the woman. This woman couldn't be Song Ning. She had become the CEO, and Song Ning's body had become a mission enforcer. Ning Shu didn't expect to meet her here. He looked at her. She was really beautiful and enchanting. Images of her flirting with men appeared in his mind. Of course, Ning Shu did not dare to run over and say that she was the CEO. He couldn't do such a stupid thing. As Ning Shu ate, she pricked up her ears to hear what they were talking about. Sister Wei, what are you going to do? At that time, I wanted to take him down. This time, my entrusted person directly became the female lead, Anwan. It's better to use the female lead's halo to capture the male lead. Ning Shu's hand trembled, and he almost dropped his chopsticks. But the female lead, Anwan, was already married to the supporting male lead. So messy. What happened in the end? The other two asked curiously. Ning Shu was also curious about the result. The enchanting woman waved her hand and clicked her tongue. Men are all the same. In the end, it was so easy to get her. In the end, the male and female leads got married, and the fiancé became cannon fodder. When she said this, the enchanting woman shrugged her shoulders and took a sip of coffee. We knew that no one can escape from Sister Wei's hands. Teach us a little later. The two women looked at the woman called Sister Wei with admiration. Sister Wei waved her hand and said lightly, "Every man likes a woman to love him wholeheartedly. Men are cheap. They don't care if you're too good to them. For words, loosen the reins only to grasp them better. Once you're in the role, the other party will naturally think that you really love him. Don't worry about men. They can be used to fill the emptiness. There are too many men in the world. Why can't men be stallions and women can't be free? Women can still be free and unrestrained." Sister Wei said lightly. Ning Shu drank a mouthful of soup and stood up to leave. He left the restaurant and let out a long sigh. Then he wandered around the city and learned about the city. Ning Shu was not in a good mood. He said to 2333, "Let's go back." Okay. Ning Shu returned to the system space in a flash. He had a lot of doubts in his heart. He said to 2333, "I already helped Gong Luo get rid of the plot's control. Why did she still go and use a Nuan's body to bring the plot back to square one? Moreover, Gong Luo and Song Ning already had a good ending. Now that Sister Wei, because she suffered a setback because of him, wanted to regain her face and went back to seduce Gong Luo. And it was a Nuan who was already married. Then Gong Luo took her wife. At least in the plot, Gong Luo took a Nuan's virginity. Now Gong Luo's situation was even worse than in the plot. So it was wrong for her to resist Sister Wei. God, it was so messy. Gong Luo already had a happy future. Why did she have to cross the line and tie Gong Luo and Nuan together again? I've said it before. Every mission taker has their own way of doing missions. The natural law of that world is to let the male lead be together. It's not wrong for you to counterattack for Gong Luo. It's also not wrong for her to bring the plot back to square one. Just follow your heart. If Gong Luo and Nuan get together again in that world, it doesn't have much to do with you. Gong Luo couldn't control his own heart. You helped him counterattack once. The second time, he lost himself in the charm of a mission taker. This is something that can't be helped, 2333 said. Ning Shu wiped her face. Even a woman like her couldn't resist this kind of charm, let alone a man. Ning Shu only just realized that beauty and charm were also weapons that could make people addicted and happy. Therefore, Ning Shu decided that she would recite the clear heart mantra more and cultivate her heart to resist the temptation of the outside world. This time it was a woman. If it was a man next time, a man with unparalleled charm was flirting with her like this, Ning Shu felt that she might not be able to control herself. However, Ning Shu still felt that Sister Wei was doing this for her own selfish reasons. She wanted to break up Gong Luo and Song Ning, who were about to get married, just to prove her own charm. Paying too much attention to these things would weaken one's heart. Ning Shu was very satisfied with her appearance. Maybe one day she could become beautiful, not now when even surviving was difficult. There was no need to pay attention to the details. Ning Shu felt that Gong Luo was a smart person. When the mission taker left, the dazzling and charming aura would disappear from the mission taker. That was the mission takers, not the mission takers. Moreover, everyone's personality was different. She hoped that Gong Luo could see the clues. If Gong Luo really fell in love, it wouldn't be with a Nuan. It would be with the mission taker in a Nuan's body. Chapter 473. Ning Shu didn't dwell on Gong Luo's matter. Everyone had their own fate. Ning Shu sat on the sofa and began to meditate and cultivate her soul. When she was almost done with her cultivation, she watered the potted plants. Although these potted plants would never wither and would always be like this, Ning Shu still wanted to water them. After reading for a while, Ning Shu thought that one day, he would be able to finish reading all the books on this bookshelf. At least he would be able to get the title of erudite. Time didn't pass in the system space. Ning Shu put down the book after he finished reading. He then went to the exchange shop to exchange for fasting pills, water, medicine, and antidote pills. When everything was ready, Ning Shu said to 2333, "Let's go do the quest." Okay. Ning Shu suddenly felt dizzy. When his soul merged with his body, all the hair on his body stood up. His muscles were stiff, and his heart was pounding non-stop. It was very dangerous. Ning Shu opened his eyes instantly. Before he could check his surroundings, he saw a big tiger pouncing towards him. It had the aura of an animal. Ning Shu stabbed the thing in his hand into the tiger's eye. This body was also very agile. A black sword accurately pierced the tiger's eye. Ning Shu twisted the sword with all his might. Hot blood spurted out. The tiger roared, twitched, and died. When the tiger died, Ning Shu fell to the ground and panted. He looked around. This was a carved stone house. He was locked in a metal cage. There was only him and a tiger in the cage. Obviously, someone wanted him to fight this tiger. The stone door opened, and a man in black walked in. Ning Shu looked at him. Seeing the bun on his head, he knew that this quest was set in ancient times. The man's aura was cold. There was a scar on his face that ran through his entire face, making him look very cold and dark. This time is not bad. It took less time than last time. The man said. His voice was a little hoarse and cold. Listening to him, it felt like a snake hissing and flicking its tongue. It was very uncomfortable. When this body saw this person, a feeling of awe and fear welled up in its heart. Ning Shu didn't accept the plot at this moment. She just said yes. You have to speed up your training. Master has a task for you, the man said. Yes. The man glanced at Ning Shu. His voice was firm and sinister as he said, "Remember, you are loyal to the third prince. Our master decides whether we live or die. What we need to do is to follow his orders. Even if it costs us our lives, we must complete the mission." Was this brainwashing? Before Ning Shu could react, he blurted out, "Yes." The man nodded in satisfaction. Just rest for a while. There will be a new test later. After saying that, he turned around and left. Ning Shu simply lay down and began to accept the plot. The original owner was called 11. He was a nameless orphan. The reason he was called 11 was because there was a code name of 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 10. The people here did not have names, only code names. This base hidden deep in the mountains was the place where the third prince trained his men of sacrifice. The original owner was a man of sacrifice. He had lived here for as long as he could remember. The training here was very cruel. Everyone climbed out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They were trained to be ready to die for their master, the third prince. 11 did not reject this kind of life. She was an orphan and had been influenced by this kind of life. Her way of life was like this. 11's mission this time was very simple. It was to protect a girl called Shengguanqing Ro. This Shengguanqing Ro was the girl that the third prince liked. Shengguanqing Ro was the daughter of the Minister of Rights. She was beautiful and cute. She was straightforward and not pretentious. Actually, this Shengguanqing Ro was a transmigrator. She knew how to dance on horseback and sing things like, "You are my little apple, no matter how much I love you, it's never too much." These unique songs and dances were very attractive. The first person to notice Shengguanqing Ro was the third prince. The third prince had a very good impression of this special girl. Shengguanqing Ro was not an ancient person. She did not care about the boundaries between men and women. After getting familiar with the third prince, Shengguanqing Ro would often visit the prince's residence. The two of them would often go sightseeing. They were like a couple. Very quickly, Shengguanqing Ro attracted the attention of the other princes. The third prince knew that the fight for the throne was very dangerous, so he found a woman of sacrifice to protect Shengguan-Qing-ro. Shengguan-Qing-ro maintained a good relationship with all the princes. It could be said that they were more than friends but not yet lovers. Even the little princes in the palace liked to play with her. These little princes were at the age where they liked to play. Shengguan-Qing-ro always had something interesting to play with. The third prince really liked Shengguan-Qing-ro. He wanted Shengguan-Qing-ro to belong to him wholeheartedly. But Shengguan-Qing-ro was a modern person. She was an independent and advanced person. How could she endure such a tyrannical request without any freedom? She also had her own social circle and friends. Shengguan-Qing-ro originally had a good impression of this noble man. But she could not stand his tyranny. In the end, Shengguan-Qing-ro married the fifth prince. The two of them were very loving. The fifth prince did not take in any concubines because of Shengguan-Qing-ro. The third prince looked at the happy couple and smiled coldly. He became even more hostile towards the fifth prince. He did not hold back when he attacked Shengguan-Qing-ro. Every time Shengguan-Qing-ro was about to be harmed, she would be saved by someone, turning the misfortune into a blessing. The third prince wanted to destroy Shengguan-Qing-ro. I love you, you have to love me. If you don't love me, I'll kill you. Since I can't have you, I'll destroy you. Then I'll hug your corpse and spend the rest of my life with you. In this battle for the throne, the third prince lost. The fifth prince ascended the throne. Shengguan-Qing-ro became the empress. But there was still no concubine in the harem. The third prince was finally killed by the fifth prince. From then on, the emperor and the empress lived happily together. The original owner's wish, to not let his master die. Shi could not understand. His master was so good to Shengguan-Qing-ro. He gave her everything she wanted. The only condition was for Shengguan-Qing-ro to be loyal to his master. Shengguan-Qing-ro was very close to the other princes, but she said they were friends. Shi thought that his master was so good. He even said that his master did not understand love and only knew how to rob. Ning Shu sighed. Look, this is a loyal servant. When he was alive, he risked his life for his master. After he died, he even gave his soul to save his master. How successful was this brainwashing? Ning Shu did not know if Shi had feelings for the third prince or if he was just purely loyal. But this mission? Damn it, she was only a death warrior. How could she influence the fight between these important people? How could she influence the change of a dynasty? She had no right to speak in front of the third prince. She only needed the third prince to give the order, then she would charge forward with her sword. Ning Shu. Chapter 474. Death soldiers did not need to speak, they only needed to wave their swords, and could do anything for their master. Even if there was a cliff in front of them, if their master said to jump, they would jump without hesitation. Ning Shu carefully considered this mission in his heart. If he transmigrated into the emperor, he could directly give the throne to the third prince. The third prince, who had become the emperor, could easily recruit Shengguan-Qing-ro into the palace. The third prince also liked to seek death. To put it bluntly, if he was not satisfied, he would be in pain, and if he was satisfied, he would be bored. Ning Shu analyzed 11th's wish. She said she would not let her master die, so she wanted to change the third prince's fate of being killed. As for whether the third prince could become the emperor, it had nothing to do with her. But if the third prince did not become the emperor, he would be killed in the end. Especially with his death-seeking attitude of using every possible method to kill the female lead, he would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. In fact, the third prince should have been a scumbag of an ex. It was not that he did not love him, but that he loved him too much. It was tiring to have such a master. Forget it, I'll just take it one step at a time. Ning Shu sat in the cage and began to practice her ultimate martial arts. Since she was a death soldier, the higher her martial arts, the better. That way, her chances of survival would be higher. This was a profession where she was ready to die at any time. Ning Shu did not want to die during a mission. If she failed, she would be killed. Luckily, this world had a lot of spiritual energy, so it was easy to practice her ultimate martial arts. Hearing the sound of a heavy stone door opening, Ning Shu stopped her practice and stood up. The man with the scar on his face from before walked in. Ning Shu knew that he was the leader of this training base, codename 1, who had carried out many missions. Now go do the next mission. 1 was very cold to Ning Shu. Ning Shu nodded and followed 1 out of the stone door. She saw 1 open another stone door. Go in. This is your second mission. You have to kill all the prey inside. 1 pushed Ning Shu into the cave and closed the stone door behind her. As soon as Ning Shu entered, he smelled a disgusting fishy smell and the hissing sound of the snake's tongue. Looking around, there were many snakes. These snakes were entwined together and crawling in the stone room. Ning Shu got goosebumps all over. Fuck, this was the most disgusting thing. Moreover, these snakes were of different colors and were all poisonous. Actually, it probably wanted to kill her. How could she kill so many snakes? Ning Shu cut the snake that was crawling towards her in half. Ning Shu continuously swam towards her. Ning Shu activated her chi and stepped on the wall. She flew a few steps and found an open space where there were no snakes. Now, not only did they have to kill these snakes, they also had to prevent being bitten by these poisonous snakes. Ning Shu regretted not exchanging for realgar powder. In the future, he would definitely exchange for realgar powder. Ning Shu killed these snakes. The snakes were cut in half, and their severed limbs kept writhing. In the end, they died. The smell in the stone room became more and more unpleasant. The fishy smell of the snakes and the sticky stench of blood made people suffocate. Ning Shu looked at these snakes. He did not know when he would be able to kill all of them. He waited at the door for Ning Shu to complete his task. After a long time, he opened the stone door. Ning Shu had just killed the last snake. He looked at the snake corpses in the stone room. His face was expressionless. He did not praise Ning Shu. He said, "You have passed the second test. There is still one more test." Ning Shu was very tired. He could not even lift his arm. He said to Yi, "Can I rest first? I am very tired." Yi glanced at Ning Shu. The last test was very simple. You do not need to rest. Very simple. Ning Shu followed Yi into the stone room. This stone room was very clean. There was a stone bed. On the stone bed, there was a swaddling cloth. Ning Shu walked in to take a look. There was a baby in the swaddling cloth. At this moment, a pair of black eyes were looking around. Bubbles were coming out of his mouth. When he saw Ning Shu, he made a babbling sound. When he opened his mouth, there were no teeth. There were only pink gums. Ning Shu looked at the swaddling cloth. There were many patches on it. At first glance, he knew that this was a child from a poor family. Ning Shu had a bad feeling in his heart. He looked at Yi. Yi's face was cold. He said to Ning Shu, "This is your last test. Kill this child." Ning Shu's heart tightened. Why? This child has nothing to do with us. As soon as she looked at Ning Shu, her eyes suddenly became fierce. Are you the one who should say that? We are the sword in the master's hand. As long as the master gives the order, no matter who the target is, we must kill. Even if it is a baby. Kill him. He pointed at the child on the bed. This is your last task. If you do not complete this task, you are not qualified. You cannot be assigned tasks by the master. Perhaps the baby sensed danger, or perhaps Yi's voice scared him. He began to cry at the top of his voice. The stone room was filled with the child's cries. Ning Shu's palms were sweating as he held the sword hilt. His heart sank into an unprecedented struggle and confusion. If he did not kill this child, he would not be able to leave this base. What about his task? She would be obliterated. But this child had no enmity with him. He did not even know anything. He was ignorant. This was a life. Ning Shu did not feel any psychological pressure when he killed those tigers and snakes. But now he had to kill a person. A person who had no enmity with him. Ning Shu's whole body was covered in cold sweat. The cold sweat on his forehead flowed into his eyelids. His eyes were sore and painful. But Ning Shu did not have the heart to rub his eyes. Was he going to kill an innocent person for his task? Using an innocent baby in exchange for his own life? Could he do this? Yes, no, 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 no. Ning Shu felt unprecedented confusion and helplessness. This was a situation he had never encountered before in his previous missions. What should he do? This was using this life to complete his task. But this child did not know anything and had never done anything to hurt him. Was he going to do this? Ning Shu could seek justice for the person who had entrusted him, but this child had nothing to do with the task. What should he do? Killing an innocent person like this, and an ignorant baby at that? The baby was not to blame, and it was still an innocent child. Ning Shu's mind was in a mess. Her mind was a mess. Ning Shu felt like her spirit was about to collapse. She was confused and confused. Should he do anything to survive? Should he do anything to survive? He looked at Ning Shu with cold eyes and said, "You just need to raise your hand and stab the sword into this child's heart. This is the simplest task. Remember, you are a kamikaze soldier." Ning Shu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. A kamikaze soldier. This kind of training was simply inhumane. This kind of training was to eliminate the pity and sympathy in human nature. It was to turn people into machines without humanity. Under the throne of an emperor were piles of bones. Stepping on these bones to create a staircase, step by step, one ascended to the throne. Chapter 475. As long as the sword pierced through, her persistence would vanish and she would no longer be bound. If it happened once, there would be a second time. If it happened too many times, she would become numb and would no longer be entangled like this. Ning Shu gripped the hilt of the sword so tightly that the veins on the back of her hand popped out. "Kill him, kill him." A cold voice rang in her ears. It was either you die or I die. If the person in front of her was her enemy, Ning Shu would raise her sword and fight without hesitation. However, this was an unarmed baby who had no enmity with her. 2333, what should I do? Ning Shu asked 2333 for help. 2333 was silent for a moment and asked, "What do you want to do?" "I don't want to kill him." After saying this, Ning Shu's body relaxed and her mind became clear. She didn't want to kill this child. This child had nothing to do with her. The system was silent. 2333, please help me. Ning Shu saw 2333 was silent and begged. "There's a fake death pill in the system store. I'll get one for you. But don't report me. This is against the rules. I'm risking being formatted to help you. This is the last time. If I'm found out, both of us will be wiped out," 2333 said. Ning Shu was happy. "Thank you 2333. Don't worry, I will exchange for these things in advance." A pill appeared in Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu's floating heart suddenly calmed down. It seemed that in the future, not only would she need to exchange for survival necessities, she would also need to exchange for this kind of thing. Only by exchanging for something in advance could she use it in the quest. "Have you thought about it?" Ning Shu asked. "With your mentality, you can't be a death warrior. You don't have to go on this quest. I can do it." Ning Shu quickly walked to the bedside and covered the wailing baby's mouth. Then, under everyone's gaze, she stabbed the sword into the baby's left chest and pulled it out, leaving behind a trail of blood. The stone room that was noisy just a moment ago was now quiet. Only Ning Shu and Yi's breathing could be heard. He glanced at Ning Shu and walked over. He placed his hand on the baby's pulse and placed it on the baby's nose. After waiting for a while and confirming that the baby was dead, he said to Ning Shu, "Okay." Ning Shu asked, "Can I bury him?" When he looked at Ning Shu, his eyes were very sharp. Finally, he grunted. Only then did Ning Shu slowly pick up the dead child from the stone bed and leave the stone room. "Wait a moment," said Yi. Ning Shu's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and asked calmly, "Is there anything else? Come back quickly. Come with me to see the master." Yi said. Ning Shu nodded and quickly left with the baby in his arms. After leaving the huge cave, he saw a forest. Ning Shu quickly ran into the forest. He found some herbs and put them in his mouth to chew. He untied the baby's clothes. There was a sword wound on the left side of the baby's chest. Ning Shu put the herbs in his mouth on his chest to stop the bleeding. 2333 said that the baby's heart was on the right side. That was why she dared to stab the baby on the left side. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. There were only endless mountains nearby. There was no one living here. What should he do with the baby? It was impossible for her to walk out of the mountains and find a family to adopt the baby. Yi was still waiting for him. There was no time. Damn, why was it so annoying? Moreover, the effect of the fake death medicine was about to wear off. Ning Shu's heart was annoyed. He chewed the herbs in his mouth and applied them to the baby. However, the baby's bleeding finally stopped. He took a fasting pill and stuffed it into the baby's mouth. The fasting pill turned into a warm stream and flowed into the baby's mouth. Ning Shu didn't know what to do with the baby. He couldn't just leave him here. He would definitely be taken away by a wild beast. Only death awaited. She put in so much effort, but in the end, he still died. Sigh. Ning Shu carried the baby and stepped on a tree trunk. He stood on a branch and looked at the forest. He saw a female wolf passing by under the tree. Behind the female wolf were a few wolf pups. Ning Shu had an idea. He quietly stole one of the wolf pups. He stained the baby and the baby with the wolf scent and followed the wolf to the wolf's den. Ning Shu could only try. He just didn't know if the female wolf was willing to raise the baby. He fed the baby anti-inflammatory and anti-fever pills. When the female wolf left the den, Ning Shu placed the baby in the den. He then stood guard not far away. If the female wolf hurt the baby, Ning Shu would have to kill her. When the female wolf returned, she saw an unknown creature in the den. Her nose kept sniffing the baby's clothes. She even bit the clothes with her mouth. It seemed that she didn't intend to eat the baby. Ning Shu stood guard for a while. Seeing that the female wolf ignored the baby and didn't hurt him, he sighed in relief. That was all he could do. Seeing that it was getting late, Ning Shu decided to go back. When he returned to the cave, Yi was waiting for Ning Shu. He gave Ning Shu a set of clothes and told her to freshen up and prepare to go to the capital to see his master. Ning Shu took her clothes and went to the stream to take a bath. She put on her clothes and was given a set of women's clothes. She looked very capable. After tying her hair into a ponytail with a rope, Ning Shu bent down to look at the water. He wanted to see what the original owner of the body looked like. She was very ordinary. Her appearance was not good. Her facial features were very ordinary. She was not eye-catching at all in a crowd. After tidying up, Ning Shu returned to the cave. Yi took Ning Shu to the capital. It took more than half a day just to get out of the deep forest. Ning Shu felt lucky. Fortunately, she didn't take the baby out of the forest to find him. How far did she have to go? Out of the forest, there was a man leading 2 horses on the side of the road. When he saw Yi and Ning Shu coming, he gave the horses to Yi. Yi gave a horse to Ning Shu. Then the 2 of them quickly went in the direction of the capital. When they arrived at the city gate, Yi got off the horse. Seeing that Ning Shu was still sitting on the horse, he said coldly, "Get off. Don't ride into the city. It's easy to attract attention." Ning Shu got off the horse and followed into the city. The capital was very prosperous. There were all kinds of shops and stalls. The people on the street were very particular about their clothes. Ning Shu held the sword in his arms and followed Yi to the backyard of the third prince's residence. He entered from the backyard. He was too vigilant. Ning Shu silently remembered it in his heart. The housekeeper told Yi and Ning Shu that the third prince was receiving a guest and asked them to wait for a while. Yi turned to Ning Shu and asked, "Do you know how to salute when you see the master? Fist salute, knee bend, or directly kneel on the ground?" Ning Shu shook his head. He didn't know. "Kneel on one knee and fist salute," said. Wasn't this the posture of a proposal? The housekeeper came out and asked Ning Shu to go in. Yi didn't go in and asked Ning Shu to go in by himself. Ning Shu tidied his clothes and walked into the room. "Oh my, I'm a little nervous." As soon as he walked into the room, he saw a man and a woman at the desk. They seemed to be drawing something. When Ning Shu saw the two of them, he felt that his eyes were about to be healed. Because the two of them were really too beautiful. The woman leaned on the desk, bent over and supported her chin with her hand, watching the man write something. What an immortal couple. Chapter 476. The two of them didn't pay any attention to Ning Shu, and Ning Shu tactfully didn't say anything, standing in the corner and observing the two of them. The man should be the third prince, Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu's hair was tied up with a jade hairpin, he wore a white brocade robe with wide sleeves, and when he held a brush, he had a certain charm to him. His eyebrows slanted to his temples, his facial features were exquisite, and his lips were the color of cherry blossoms. His beauty was like jade, and the prince was unparalleled. Truly a peerless beauty. Ning Shu grinned, he looks like a normal person now, but who knows when his possessiveness will act up. He has an obsession and emotion towards Shengguan Qing that normal people can't understand, an extreme possessiveness. The people he has his eyes on are also quite pitiful. Ning Shu looked at Shengguan Qing. Her eyebrows were curved, her mouth was small, her skin was soft, and her eyes had a hint of craftiness. Shengguan Qing's body had a sense of freedom, different from the noble ladies trapped in the backyard. This was a kind of freedom that came from the soul. This was the straightforward and unpretentious Shengguan Qing. Ning Shu felt that the person who transmigrated to Shengguan Qing shouldn't be too old. After she transmigrated, she obtained happiness and was pursued by the princes who were like dragons and phoenixes among men. In the end, she became the empress who was doted on by everyone. Shengguan Qing is a very beautiful woman, but Ning Shu imagined her dancing on horseback, then singing modern pop songs, and felt disillusioned. Fine, maybe this is very special to these nobles. Ning Shu wanted to know, a man and woman alone in a room, this isn't good for Shengguan Qing's reputation. Other women care a lot about their reputation, but Shengguan Qing doesn't care, and the man who likes her also doesn't care. Like the fifth prince, he often visits her at night. Ning Shu stood there motionless like a wooden stake. Xian Hongyu put down his brush, Shengguan Qing looked at the drawing paper. How can I be this ugly? You drew me too ugly. You're not ugly, I can't draw your beauty. Xian Hongyu was not angry at Shengguan Qing's words. Shengguan Qing pouted, picked up a pen and drew a cartoon version of Xian Hongyu, saying, "This is what I call good-looking, isn't it cute?" Xian Hongyu laughed involuntarily. How can there be such a big head and such a small body? This is a comic. Shengguan Qing bared her teeth at Xian Hongyu, looking very cute. Just tell me if it looks good or not. Nice, nice. Xian Hongyu smiled, making him look even more charming. Originally, Shengguan Qing had already been charmed by him, but because of Xian Hongyu's sickly nature, she could not take it anymore. You only belong to me. You can only see me in your eyes. You are not allowed to go out with other men. If you are disobedient, I will punish you. Moreover, This kind of punishment and harm was serious, not just a verbal threat. Xian Hongyu seemed to have just noticed Ning Shu and waved at her. Ning Shu walked over, knelt down on one knee and clasped her fist. Master. Shangguan Qingro looked at Ning Shu, her eyes glanced at Ning Shu's face, then moved away. Qingro, this shadow guard is for you, have her protect you. Xian Hongyu told Shangguan Qingro. Shangguan Qingro didn't seem to like Ning Shu as a shadow guard. I don't need a shadow guard, having one by my side makes me feel uncomfortable. She will only protect you from the shadows. When you run into danger, she will come out to save you. You like to play, so you might run into danger. Xian Hongyu turned around. Ning Shu coldly asked, "What's your name?" Ning Shu, 11, Ning Shu answered. 11 can protect you when you run into danger. Having a female shadow guard by your side is also convenient. Xian Hongyu touched the jade pendant on his waist and told Shangguan Qingro. Shangguan Qingro pouted and didn't say anything. Xian Hongyu's narrow eyes flashed a bit. Ning Shu felt that Xian Hongyu might be angry, so he called Shangguan Qingro, Lady Shangguan. From now on, she is your master. Protect her well and obey her every command. Do you understand? Xian Hongyu said to Ning Shu coldly and majestically. This subordinate will remember. Ning Shu lowered his head and said. Shangguan Qingro could only accept Ning Shu as her shadow guard. Shangguan Qingro felt stifled, but Ning Shu felt even more stifled. She was supposed to protect Shangguan Qingro, why is she so unwelcomed? When Shangguan Qingro left, she was a bit unhappy. Xian Hongyu didn't say anything, only gave Ning Shu a meaningful look. Ning Shu didn't understand this look. What does it mean? Ning Shu saw Shangguan Qingro leave and quickly followed. After leaving the prince's estate, Shangguan Qingro stopped and turned around to face Ning Shu. Thank you for protecting me, but I don't like people following me around and interfering with me. Ning Shu took a few steps back and said, Lady Shangguan, you go first. I definitely won't appear in front of you again. Just look at her, an ancient boudoir girl who didn't even bring a maidservant with her when she went out. It was really dangerous. Shangguan Qingro didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. What if she was captured and dragged away by someone? Maybe the next time Xian Hongyu sees Shangguan Qingro, it'll be at home court. Bringing a maid with you is also a sign of your status. It makes people not dare to be impudent. Secondly, it's better to avoid suspicion. Shangguan Qingro stomped her feet gloomily, but the way she stomped her feet made her look very delicate. Ning Shu followed Shangguan Qingro to the Ministry of Rights official's estate. He climbed over the wall and squatted on a tree in front of Shangguan Qingro's embroidery building. The leaves were very thick, blocking Ning Shu's figure. The caterpillar on the leaf next to Ning Shu felt very bitter. Why is the shadow guard so miserable? After flicking the caterpillar away, Ning Shu sat on the tree branch and began to practice his ultimate martial arts. He had to practice it. With the original owner's skills, he was still a bit lacking. In the plot, he ran to the palace to save people. Instead of saving them, he was shot into a hornet's nest. As he practiced, Ning Shu observed the entire Ministry of Rights official's estate. Shangguan Qingro was very favored in the estate. She was the daughter of the first wife and was very likable. Even the Ministry of Rights official treated her very well. Ning Shu felt that the Ministry of Rights official was willing to see his daughter interact with the third prince. Even if the third prince couldn't become the emperor in the future, he would still be a prince with a high position. In a situation where there was already an heir, it wouldn't be easy for the third prince and the fifth prince to become the emperor. However, Ning Shu knew that the crown prince was just cannon fodder. In the plot, he was also very interested in Shangguan Qingro. He had people kidnap Shangguan Qingro and planned to force himself on her. Alright, Shangguan Qingro was very charming. In the end, the crown prince was forced to step down. Then came the battle between the third prince and the fifth prince, Xian Shaotian. Xian Shaotian had luck on him. Xian Hongyu couldn't beat him. Furthermore, Xian Hongyu hurt Shangguan Rou so much. You hurt the female leads so much and you still want to succeed? Keep dreaming. Ning Shu could only sigh silently. Chapter 477. Ning Shu was not willing to protect Shangguan Rou, but she did not have the right to say no due to her status. She was just a death warrior with no thoughts of her own. If she showed even the slightest bit of unwillingness, what awaited her was destruction. Ning Shu still had 10 people above her, and they were ranked according to their abilities. Ning Shu could not beat them, or at least she could not beat them now. Ning Shu had already decided how to proceed with this mission. She did not need to interfere with Xian Hongyu at all, and she could not interfere. When Xian Hongyu was defeated, she would go and save him, as long as he was alive. She did not need to care about anything else. Ning Shu began to practice her ultimate martial arts. When the sky turned dark, Ning Shu sneaked into the kitchen to find something to eat, then returned to the tree to cultivate. But there were really so many mosquitoes. Ning Shu slapped her face, killing a mosquito. She scratched her itch, then remembered Xian Hongyu's meaningful gaze. Should she go back to the prince's residence? Ning Shu climbed over the wall and left the minister's residence. When she returned to the prince's residence, she saw that the light in Xian Hongyu's study was still lit. After hesitating for a moment, Ning Shu knocked on the door. Xian Hongyu's cold voice came from inside. Come in. Ning Shu pushed the door open and entered. She saw Xian Hongyu writing something with a brush. The light shone on him, making him look hazy. Master. Ning Shu knelt on one knee. Xian Hongyu was expressionless. In front of Ning Shu, he was cold and dignified. His body exuded an oppressive aura. Xian Hongyu raised his head and glanced at Ning Shu, who was kneeling on the ground. He dipped the brush in his hand in ink and said, You came later than I thought, but at least you came. Ning Shu, so that meaningful gaze was for her to come back. How could she understand a gaze? It was a coincidence that she was able to come back. Plus, there were so many mosquitoes on the tree. Ning Shu's face was stiff, and she did not say anything. Xian Hongyu continued to draw on the Xian paper, writing faster and faster. Finally, he slammed the brush down, and the paper was splashed with ink. Xian Hongyu frowned, crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it away. Ning Shu was speechless. Can you not make me kneel? Xian Hongyu looked at Ning Shu and said, Do you know what your mission is? I know. Rest assured, Master. This subordinate will definitely protect Miss Shangguan well and not let Miss Shangguan encounter any danger. Ning Shu said solemnly. Xian Hongyu didn't have any reaction to Ning Shu's impassioned speech. In short, his face was indifferent, which made Ning Shu feel awkward. Other than protecting Shangguan Rou's safety, you have another mission. This prince wants to know what Shangguan Rou does every day, who she meets, no matter how big or small. Xian Hongyu looked at Ning Shu. Can you do that? Ning Shu rolled his eyes and pondered over Xian Hongyu's words. He asked, Master, what does this mean? Anything, Xian Hongyu said calmly. What does this anything include? Ning Shu asked again, Do I have to report what I'm wearing, what I'm eating, and who I'm talking to? Yes. Xian Hongyu nodded. Ning Shu stared blankly at him, speechless. Fuck, why is he so perverted? I feel like I'm about to become a stalker. This possessiveness is more than a little scary. He wants to know everything, including when Shangguan Rou wakes up, when she eats, when she goes to the toilet, whether it's big or small, when her period comes. Ning Shu's face was calm and expressionless, but his heart was about to break down. You have to pay special attention to Shangguan Rou's men. You have to report to me what those men say or do. Do you understand? Xian Hongyu looked at Ning Shu coldly. Can you do that? Ning Shu knew that if he said no, he would be beaten to death. He nodded and said, This subordinate will definitely record it. Ning Shu felt like he still had to ask clearly. If Miss Shangguan speaks to her father or the manservants in the residence, do you also have to record it? Xian Hongyu looked at Ning Shu coldly, as if he was dissatisfied with Ning Shu's ability to understand. Any man. Ning Shu was speechless. His heart was tired. This bastard should just die. Why did he save him? He's just a burden. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have come back. The moment he came back, he added so many tasks. Xian Hongyu threw a book to Ning Shu. Ning Shu flipped it open and saw that it was filled with white paper. Xian Hongyu said, "In the future, record everything here." Yes. Ning Shu had to pretend to be happy and honored to accept this task. In the future, not only would she have to carry a sword, but she would also have to carry the 4 treasures of the study. She would write wherever she went. There was nothing left to live for. Ning Shu returned to the minister's residence. The first thing he did was to sneak into Shangguan Qing Rou's room. Shangguan Qing Rou was sleeping very soundly. Even when she was asleep, she was still very beautiful. Shangguan Qing Rou's body was really quite good. In addition, her soul had changed, and her temperament had changed as well. This made Shangguan Qing Rou stand out among the noble ladies. She attracted the attention of the nobles. Ning Shu returned to the tree and took out the book. Under the weak light of the torch, Ning Shu wrote in the book. Miss Shangguan slept very soundly. After turning over, she even smiled. This subordinate thinks that Miss Shangguan dreamed of master. Damn, why did she do all these things? His heart was stifled. Ning Shu was afraid that Xian Hongyu would also make him abnormal. Then Ning Shu wrote that Shangguan Qing Rou woke up at night to go to the toilet. After going to the toilet, she didn't wash her hands and drank a cup of water. After recording all these things, she began to cultivate her ultimate martial arts. Nothing was more important than strength. However, the current Ning Shu had already cultivated Qi Jin. However, the Qi Jin was very weak. With this small amount of Qi Jin, he was able to transform his body and improve his physical fitness. The original owner's body was actually very exhausted. He had been training non-stop in the base. His hands were covered in thick calluses. These were the result of holding a knife handle since young. Actually, even if this body didn't die during the mission, it wouldn't live for long and couldn't die of old age. The Qi Jin of the ultimate martial arts slowly healed the body's internal injuries. However, the downside was that Ning Shu always wanted to eat. He was too hungry. There were too many things to eat. Ning Shu didn't look for food in the minister's residence. Instead, he ran out and spent some money to buy trays of buns and roasted chicken. It was simply a delicacy. Ning Shu's daily life, other than cultivating, was to record Shangguan Qing Rou's situation. Then, late at night, he would go to the prince's residence to give the book to Xian Hongyu. Every time he saw Xian Hongyu holding the book, his handsome face would have an expression like that of an idiot. Ning Shu felt disgusted. Actually, Shangguan Qing Rou was also quite miserable. Without her knowing, everything about her was exposed to Xian Hongyu. She was living under Xian Hongyu's control. To have absolute control over Shangguan Qing Rou, this level of control had already surpassed the jealousy between lovers. It was a morbid emotion. Did the original owner know that his mistress was so sick? Chapter 478. Xian Hongyu was attracted to Shangguan Qing Rou, to the point that he was unable to extricate himself. It had already become a kind of obsession. This kind of feeling was not something that normal people could bear. It would only make people feel suffocated and want to escape. Perhaps in the eyes of normal people, Xian Hongyu was like a madman. Once Shangguan Qing Rou was involved, he would become a madman. No wonder Shangguan Qing Rou did not hesitate to kick Xian Hongyu away and get together with the 5th Prince Xian Shaotian. I am a woman of the new era. How can I accept such inhumane conditions? I am just me. I am not yours. I do not belong to anyone. I have my own thoughts. I am a person with dignity, not an emotionless toy. Ning Shu really wanted to grab Xian Hongyu and stop him from running further and further down the path of death. Master, please calm down. Please don't seek death. Xian Hongyu closed the book and said indifferently, very good. Record it like this in the future. Ning Shu said with a straight face, thank you for your praise, Master. Ning Shu hesitated and said, Master, since you like Miss Shengguan, you should marry her. That way, Xian Hongyu would not be able to stare at someone else's wife and grit his teeth. Xian Hongyu looked at Ning Shu indifferently. His eyes were sharp and cold. He coldly scolded, impudent. Ning Shu was helpless. He half knelt on the ground and apologized, Master, please forgive me. I spoke out of turn. Xian Hongyu was angry that she was ordering him around. They were not on the same level. She could not even voice her opinion. Ning Shu also gave up on matchmaking Xian Hongyu and Shengguan Qingro. Practicing martial arts was the way to go. When Xian Hongyu was about to be destroyed, he would just save his life. Remember your own status. Xian Hongyu's face was cold. He threw the book to Ning Shu. Ning Shu put the book away and returned to the minister's residence to protect Shengguan Qingro. Ning Shu did what a shadow guard should do. Ning Shu did not want to participate in other things. The plot would develop as it should. However, this mission was not easy at all. Shengguan Qingro loved to attend banquets, and was the kind of person who loved to play and try new things. She had to follow behind Shengguan Qingro. Every banquet would attract the attention of a large number of men. Even on the streets and in restaurants, there would be handsome men. This was a collection of beautiful men. Furthermore, these men more or less had a favorable impression of Shengguan Qingro. Even if they didn't like her, they still treated her as a friend. Perhaps it was Shengguan Qingro's unpretentious and casual attitude that made these men feel refreshed. In this era, men and women were all courteous when they met, and they were all reserved in front of men, abiding by etiquette, and would not do anything impolite. Unlike Shengguan Qingro, who was so lively and refreshing, Shengguan Qingro did not have any barriers between men and women. She patted the man's shoulder and called him brother. Thus, no matter where Shengguan Qingro went, no matter what banquet she attended, she was able to converse with the men she knew. Ning Shu, on the other hand, felt that Shengguan Qingro enjoyed being surrounded by handsome men, enjoying this kind of pursuit. Before she transmigrated, she was just a normal girl who didn't have much attraction, but as soon as she transmigrated, she had the charm to attract handsome men. It was normal for her thoughts to float. Ning Shu recorded all of this down, then gave it to Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu looked at what was recorded in the book, his body emitted a black aura, his pupils trembled, showing that he was very angry. Ning Shu was gloating in her heart, but on the surface, she looked indifferent. As Shengguan Qingro met more and more men, every time she met a man and talked to him, Xian Hongyu would become unhappy. The unhappy Xian Hongyu would find trouble with the man. If the man's status wasn't high enough, he would cause some trouble and make the man suffer. If the man's status was high enough, Xian Hongyu would keep quiet and do bad things behind his back. Xian Hongyu had been holding himself back from hurting Shengguan Qingro, but in the end, he still exploded. Xian Hongyu pulled Shengguan Qingro into his mansion, first confessing his love to her. Qingro, my heart is in love with you. Shengguan Qingro's face reddened, a bit embarrassed, looking at the noble Xian Hongyu. She also had a good impression of him. Xian Hongyu saw that she didn't say anything, and became impatient. Can your heart be in love with me? Shengguan Qingro did have feelings for Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu's status was noble, and he was a peerless talent. Xian Hongyu was the most perfect man Shengguan Qingro had ever seen. Shengguan Qingro was very happy that such a good man liked her. In the modern world, men with good conditions wouldn't even care about her. Yes, Shengguan Qingro nodded. Xian Hongyu smiled brightly, making his eyes look like a painting. Then you are mine. If you betray me, I will kill you. Shengguan Qingro, who was immersed in the atmosphere of a beautiful man confessing to her, suddenly shivered, and turned to Xian Hongyu, stuttering as she asked, What did you say? I said you are mine, you can only talk to me, you are not allowed to talk to other men, or else I will kill you. Xian Hongyu's eyes were smiling and happy, but the words he said were very cruel and eerie. Ning Shu, who was squatting on the tree watching the show, fuck, if it was me, I would have run away as soon as I heard that. Shengguan Qingro was clearly frightened, but she still argued, straightening her neck and saying, how can you be like this? What right do you have to not let me talk to other men? Aren't you being too nosy? Hearing that, Xian Hongyu's face darkened, but he still said, be obedient, or else I will really kill you. Shengguan Qingro was about to die from anger. This man is too domineering. Just because he confessed to me, does that mean I belong to him now? I don't like a male chauvinist sand pig like you. Shengguan Qingro turned to leave. The little bit of good feeling she had for Xian Hongyu instantly disappeared. She wanted a man who could understand her and accept her, not a man who controlled her like this. Xian Hongyu's face did not look good. He tightly pursed his lips, grabbed Shengguan Qingro's wrist, and asked in a low voice, you don't like me? Yes, I don't like you, Shengguan Qingro said loudly. Faced with this situation, Ning Shu thought that according to the normal plot, Xian Hongyu should have pushed Shengguan Qingro against the wall, and then kissed her wildly, making her dizzy and lightheaded. With Xian Hongyu's looks, everything would have been solved. Xian Hongyu did push Shengguan Qingro against the wall, but he did not kiss her. Instead he strangled Shengguan Jing's neck, and said, be good, don't make me angry, or I will kill you. Ning Shu saw that Shengguan Qingro's face was red from being strangled. He quickly jumped down from the tree, and shouted at Xian Hongyu, Master. If this continues, Shengguan Qingro will die. Chapter 479. Ning Shu reminded Xian Hongyu. Shengguan Qingro's face turned purple, and she was shocked beyond words. Her beautiful face was distorted, and tears streamed down her face. Xian Hongyu came back to his senses after being called by Ning Shu. He suppressed the anger and helplessness in his heart, and let go of Shengguan Qingro's neck. Shengguan Qingro slid down the wall and fell to the ground, coughing and gasping for air. She looked at Xian Hongyu with fear and disgust in her eyes. She could feel that this man wanted to kill her. He said he liked her, but he wanted to kill her. Shengguan Qingro got up from the ground and ran away in a hurry. Xian Hongyu looked at Shengguan Qingro's back and clenched his fists. He lowered his head slightly, and a few strands of hair fell down his forehead, forming a shadow on his flawless face. Ning Shu looked at him from the side. At this moment, Xian Hongyu looked helpless and lost, without the anger he had when he was strangling Shengguan Qingro. To this, Ning Shu could only say, you deserve it. The way he expressed his feelings was too unbearable, especially when he was strangling Shengguan Qingro's neck while saying that she belonged to him and that he loved her. The way he said it was so affectionate, full of love. It was too intense, too extreme. Master, do you still want me to protect Miss Shengguan? Ning Shu asked Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu raised his head and looked coldly at Ning Shu. His voice was cold and emotionless. Like before, protect her safety. This prince wants to know her whereabouts. Xian Hongyu turned and left, as if he didn't want to say another word to Ning Shu. Xian Hongyu's attitude made Ning Shu feel at ease. It was best to ignore him. Those who were cared for by Xian Hongyu were always suffering. Ning Shu ran out of the prince's residence. Shengguan Qingro saw her crying and wiping her tears. She didn't look where she was going and kept bumping into people on the street. She almost crashed into the carriage, but luckily Ning Shu pulled her out of the way. Shengguan Qingro's face was pale, and the marks on her neck were very obvious. Shengguan Qingro's expression froze as she stiffly turned her head to look at Ning Shu. Then, she reached out her hand and pushed Ning Shu away, shouting at him with a hoarse voice, "Get lost, I don't want to see you, I don't want your protection, you're Xian Hongyu's man." Ning Shu frowned. Why was he angry with her? If he had the ability, he could go and fight with Xian Hongyu. Furthermore, she had just saved Shen Guanqing Ro's life from the horse's hooves, yet the other party still had this kind of attitude, which made Ning Shu very annoyed. Even if she was ordered to protect Shen Guanqing Ro, she did not owe Shen Guanqing Ro anything. Venting his anger towards Xian Hongyu on her, Ning Shu took a few steps back, ignoring the shocked Shen Guanqing Ro. "Yo, who's this?" A sloppy voice sounded. A palanquin stopped in front of Shen Guanqing Ro. The curtains were lifted by a fan, and a man walked out. This man had a ruffian air about him, but his temperament was noble. He was the kind of yuppie, romantic but not vulgar. Most importantly, he had a good face and a pair of long peach blossom eyes, making him look very seductive. Xian Hongyu's temperament was cold and unparalleled, while Xian Xiaotian's was carefree and unrestrained. Ning Shu looked at this man, thinking, Shen Guanqing Ro had just been wronged, and the male lead had already come online. At this time, the female lead needed the male lead to comfort her broken heart. Shen Guanqing Ro looked at this man and rolled her eyes, saying angrily, "What does it have to do with you? A good dog doesn't block the way." Xian Xiaotian opened his fan with a whoosh and glanced at Shen Guanqing Ro. "You dare to call this highness a dog? If you continue to be so impolite to this highness, be careful that this highness will punish you for the crime of disrespect." Shen Guanqing Ro looked at this despicable man and was about to die from anger. Enemies truly meet on a narrow road, meeting him at such a difficult time. Shen Guanqing Ro hated this man and said angrily, "Then punish me for disrespect, throw me in jail, and chop off my head." Xian Xiaotian was choked by Shen Guanqing Ro's words and closed his fan. "Damn girl, you ate the wrong medicine. You're the one who ate the wrong medicine, your whole family ate the wrong medicine." Shen Guanqing Ro scolded Xian Xiaotian without thinking. Ning Shu was on the side as a passerby. When he heard Shen Guanqing Ro's words, he was speechless. Is this a big-breasted brainless person, or is she fearless? Shen Guanqing Ro even scolded the emperor. Xian Xiaotian used his fan to slap Shen Guanqing Ro's picture and said unhappily, "Damn girl, you've got guts. Is this highness someone you can scold?" Shen Guanqing Ro finally reacted and stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit guilty. Xian Xiaotian didn't blame Shen Guanqing Ro, but instead helped her cover it up. He was actually protecting Shen Guanqing Ro. This was actually a pair of quarrelsome lovers. Xian Xiaotian met Shen Guanqing Ro at a banquet and directly said that Shen Guanqing Ro's songs were immoral. This made Shen Guanqing Ro very unhappy. She had been singing these kinds of songs ever since she came to the ancient times. Everyone said it was very special, but this man said it was immoral. Actually, Ning Shu also agreed with 5th Prince Xian Xiaotian's words. After all, modern popular songs were very straightforward and were all about love. In this conservative and tactful ancient times, it was indeed shocking. At that time, Shen Guanqing Ro was unhappy and asked Xian Xiaotian to sing a song to see what he could sing. Xian Xiaotian said that he wasn't a prostitute and couldn't sing. The two of them started a feud, and whenever they saw each other, they would scold each other. Shen Guanqing Ro felt that she was very unlucky today. First it was Xian Hongyu, then it was this Xian Xiaotian. Both of them couldn't get along with her. So what if he was a prince, he could bully people like this? Shen Guanqing Ro turned and left. Xian Xiaotian saw this little pepper's angry look and was a bit surprised. He reached out and grabbed Shen Guanqing Ro's arm. He pulled her clothes, revealing the bruises under her collar. Xian Xiaotian looked at the bruises and froze, then asked with a cold face, "Who did this?" Shen Guanqing Ro quickly covered her neck and said hatefully, "It's none of your business." "I'm asking you, who did this?" Xian Xiaotian looked at Shen Guanqing Ro and asked coldly. "It's none of your business." Shen Guanqing Ro's eyes were red. She wanted to shake off Xian Xiaotian's hand, but Xian Xiaotian grabbed her arm tightly. Shen Guanqing Ro's tears fell. "You're all bullying me, all bullying me." Xian Xiaotian froze. Seeing Shen Guanqing cry, his lips moved and he pulled Shen Guanqing into his sedan. Shen Guanqing jumped in fright and forgot to wipe her tears. What are you doing? It's none of your business. Start the sedan. Xian Xiaotian said. Ning Shu hesitated, then followed. Hearing all kinds of conversations from the sedan, although they were arguing, Ning Shu felt that the two were flirting. Xian Xiaotian, you bastard, let go of me, or I'll show you. Show me. I'll show you first. You bastard, you're taking advantage of me. Chapter 480. When they reached Xian Xiaotian's residence, Xian Xiaotian got off the carriage and pulled Shen Guanqing into his residence. Ning Shu did not rashly jump over the wall to enter the residence. He sensed the presence of similar people in the surroundings. They should be Xian Xiaotian's secret guards, guarding the safety of the fifth prince's residence. After thinking about it, Ning Shu openly entered and stood guard at the door, listening in on the various conversations inside. Xian Xiaotian wanted to apply medicine for Shen Guanqing, but she refused. Xian Xiaotian threatened to strip her naked and apply the medicine. Shen Guanqing felt wronged and angry, and obediently let Xian Xiaotian apply the medicine. Ning Shu watched the interaction between the two and felt that the entire room was filled with love bubbles. Ning Shu felt that Xian Xiaotian liked Shen Guanqing and purposely used this method to attract her attention. This was the right way for love to unfold. As for her master, Xian Hongyu, there was no need to talk about him. Ning Shu could only sigh. Luckily, this mission was to save Xian Hongyu. She did not need to care about anything else, so there was no conflict with these people. Even if she wanted to help Xian Hongyu, she could not do anything. She was a death warrior, and could not do anything beyond her status. This would make Xian Hongyu feel that this death warrior was not under his control. The mission was clear and simple, but it was troublesome to have such a master. Xian Xiaotian did not know what medicine he applied on Shen Guanqing, but it made the bruises on her neck disappear a little. No matter how Xian Xiaotian asked Shen Guanqing, she refused to tell him how the bruises on her neck came about. Xian Xiaotian did not ask and sent Shen Guanqing back to the minister's residence. Ning Shu was about to jump over the wall to enter the minister's residence when he was stopped by Xian Xiaotian. Ning Shu looked at Xian Xiaotian, who stopped him and asked, "Fifth Prince, do you need something?" Xian Xiaotian fanned himself with his fan, his body exuding an oppressive aura, and asked Ning Shu, "You are Shen Guanqing's secret guard, right? I want to know what happened to Shen Guanqing. This is Miss's business. If Miss doesn't want to tell you, I can't tell you either." Ning Shu shook his head and said. Xian Xiaotian closed his fan and tapped his palm lightly with the fan. He said carelessly, "That's not up to you." Suddenly, several people appeared and surrounded Ning Shu. Ning Shu felt gloomy. She couldn't bear to force Shen Guanqing, so she tried to pry open her mouth. Even if Xian Xiaotian knew that Xian Hongyu was the culprit, he couldn't find out from her mouth. She was a death warrior loyal to Xian Hongyu, a death warrior who was willing to die for her master. How could she betray her master? How did she get the marks on her neck? Xian Xiao Ning Shu asked, "Do you want to say it yourself, or do you want me to tie you up and say it? If you do, you might lose an arm or a leg. You're not someone from the minister's residence. Who's your master?" Xian Xiaotian looked coldly at Ning Shu. "What's your purpose in following Shen Guanqing?" Ning Shu didn't say anything. He gripped his sword tightly and looked at the four people surrounding him. 4 against 1, Ning Shu wasn't sure how strong these 4 people were. Shen Guanqing was quite lucky. There was always a man protecting her from behind and loving her. "Tie him up." Xian Xiaotian didn't want to waste time talking. He retreated to the side and let the shadow guards tie up Ning Shu. The 4 shadow guards rushed forward. Ning Shu used his qi to fight with them. His strength was not much weaker than these shadow guards, and it was still 4 against 1. Ning Shu couldn't take it. He touched the bag at his waist and sprinkled white powder on the 4 people. In order to avoid the white powder, the four people gave Ning Shu time to catch his breath. Ning Shu immediately escaped without a trace. Ning Shu circled around the capital in fear of being followed. After circling for more than 2 hours, Ning Shu returned to the third prince's residence. When Xian Hongyu saw Ning Shu, he frowned. "Why are you back? This prince asked you to follow Shangguan Qingro." Ning Shu quickly told Xian Hongyu the whole story. When Xian Hongyu heard about Xian Xiaotian and Shangguan Qingro, he immediately frowned. Especially when he heard that Xian Xiaotian wanted to take off his clothes to apply medicine for Shangguan Qingro. He directly crushed the jade pendant in his hand, his expression cold and treacherous. Ning Shu didn't care about Xian Hongyu's feelings at all. She was more concerned about what she should do next. She asked Xian Hongyu, "Master, is this subordinate still going to protect Miss Shangguan?" She didn't want to go. She really didn't want to go. "Look at my longing eyes." Ning Shu stared at Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu didn't even bother to look at Ning Shu. He held a pen in his hand and quickly wrote something. When he held the pen, his hand was trembling. "Of course it's to protect Shangguan Qingro," Xian Hongyu said without raising his head. "Ning Shu, why did she still have to protect Shangguan Qingro? So what if she protected her? She didn't even get a good word from her." Ning Shu agreed, then said to Xian Hongyu, "What about the fifth prince? This prince will take care of him. You stay by Shangguan Qingro's side. Especially the matters between her and the fifth prince. You must tell this prince everything," Xian Hongyu said coldly. Ning Shu agreed, then went back to protect Shangguan Qingro. She knew that Shangguan Qingro didn't like her, so Ning Shu never appeared in front of her. To be honest, Ning Shu also felt bad when she saw Shangguan Qingro. She also had to record all kinds of things about Shangguan Qingro. These things were annoying to Ning Shu, but Xian Hongyu insisted on it. He even recorded everything, no matter how big or small. Ning Shu wanted Xian Hongyu to quickly be defeated, then save Shangguan Qingro and run away. That way, she wouldn't have to do such annoying things every day. Ning Shu leaned on the tree and wrote in her book. After she finished, she continued to practice her peerless martial arts. Her strength was still not enough. She couldn't even deal with Xian Xiaotian's 4 hidden guards. If she really went to save Shangguan Qingro, she would die. Ning Shu didn't want to participate in these people's love affairs. Every day, other than practicing martial arts, she recorded who Shangguan Qingro met with. She had already gotten used to doing these things every day. After the mission ended, Ning Shu felt that she should find a psychiatrist to see if her heart was still okay. Because of the medicine incident last time, 5th Prince Xian Xiaotian and Shangguan Qingro's relationship had undergone a subtle change. Although they were still fighting, there was always a sour and sweet taste in the air. The two of them were probably in an ambiguous state. They were just short of breaking the window paper. Okay, looks like her master is completely hopeless. Ever since Shangguan Qingro was strangled by Xian Hongyu, she never went to find Xian Hongyu again. Although Shangguan Qingro didn't go to find Xian Hongyu, she was always exposed to Xian Hongyu's eyes. Xian Hongyu knew her like the back of his hand. Xian Xiaotian often came to find Shangguan Qingro, bringing her to the outskirts to ride horses or to participate in the Lantern Festival. In short, he specially made fun things for her. He knew that Shangguan Qingro liked novel things, so he catered to her interests. Chapter 481. Xian Xiaotian and Shangguan Qingro's current situation was like a modern man and woman going on a date. To put it bluntly, Xian Xiaotian was currently pursuing Shangguan Qingro. Xian Xiaotian was using the method that Shangguan Qingro wanted to use to pursue her. Shangguan Qingro was a modern woman, so she didn't have any psychological pressure when going out with men. In the beginning, Shangguan Qingro didn't even look at Xian Xiaotian, and still hated him for saying that her singing was immoral. But when Xian Xiaotian brought her out to play, and sometimes he could even create some surprises, Shangguan Qingro felt that this person was not bad. Although he was a bit flowery, compared to the cold and unpredictable Xian Hongyu, he was much better. Compared to Xian Hongyu, who always said that he wanted to kill her, Xian Xiaotian was much more considerate. His only flaw was that he always liked to take advantage of her, and always liked to say things that made her blush. Every time the two went out, Ning Shu would thicken his face and follow them. Of course, he wouldn't ruin the atmosphere between the two, and would just follow them from afar. Ning Shu felt that there were still shadow guards following Xian Xiaotian, and they should be protecting him. He didn't know what Xian Hongyu said to Xian Xiaotian, but when Xian Hongyu saw Ning Shu, he didn't let the shadow guards attack her. But Ning Shu had the mentality of watching a good show, so every time Xian Xiaotian and Shengguan Qingro went out, Ning Shu would record these sweet moments for Xian Hongyu to see. Every time Xian Hongyu saw this, his face would be very calm, so calm that it was abnormal. Then, Xian Hongyu would guard the tea house not far from the Shangshu estate, and as soon as Xian Xiaotian and Shengguan Qingro went out, he would immediately follow. What was supposed to be a sweet date between two people instantly became a threesome, especially when Xian Hongyu's face was cold the whole time, and the black qi around him suppressed the pink bubbles. Xian Xiaotian fanned himself, still looking confident, but his peach blossom eyes were dark. Xian Hongyu's gaze was always on Shengguan Qingro, completely ignoring Xian Xiaotian, whose face was starting to darken. Ning Shu watched from a distance. These two brothers were going to kill each other for a woman. What a Mary Sue! If Shengguan Qingro was a capable woman, a peerless beauty, it would be normal for her to attract men's attention. But Shengguan Qingro was not that capable. If dancing a horse and singing Little Apple were considered capable, then Ning Shu would be speechless. Compared to the noble ladies, she lacked the dignified and noble aura of a noble lady. She appeared overly lively, and sometimes even seemed a little crazy. In the end, after Xian Xiaotian ascended the throne, he did not take in any concubines, allowing Shengguan Qingro to live a comfortable life. Otherwise, with Shengguan Qingro's personality, she would not be able to win against a woman who knew the rules of this era. How important it is to marry a good man. Even though Shengguan Qingro talks about her self-respect and self-respect, I only belong to myself, I don't belong to anyone, blah blah blah. She thought she had modern and new ideas, but in fact, she was the same as the women of this era. Her husband was honorable, and she relied on her man to climb to a high position and live a happy life. Shengguan Qingro also relied on Xian Xiaotian to survive, and all she relied on was Xian Xiaotian's love for her. They were all women waiting for a man to pamper them. Shengguan Qingro was very dissatisfied with Xian Hongyu's arrival, especially when she saw Xian Hongyu looking at her with a gaze that made her heart palpitate. It made Shengguan Qingro's hair stand on end. In short, the atmosphere between the three of them was very strange and stiff, and the atmosphere was not pleasant at all. Shengguan Qingro was so angry that she turned and left. As soon as she left, the two men behind her followed. Wherever she went, the two men followed. Xian Hongyu and Xian Xiaotian were like brothers on the surface, calling each other third brother and fifth brother, but in private, there was a surging undercurrent. The atmosphere was not good, so of course they could not continue to play. Shengguan Qingro could only return home. The two brothers stood at the door and watched Shengguan Qingro enter the house. Then, the atmosphere between the two of them changed. Shengguan Qingro is my woman, don't have any ideas about her. She can only be mine. Even if I destroy her, I will not give her to anyone else, Xian Hongyu said coldly to Xian Xiaotian. Xian Xiaotian fanned himself, let's see who has the ability. The marks on Shengguan Qingro's neck were caused by you, right? You hurt her like this, how could she be happy with you? Xian Hongyu's face flashed with a gloomy expression. He coldly snorted and turned to get on the sedan. Seeing Ning Shu not far away, he narrowed his eyes. Fuck, it's that meaningful gaze again. Ning Shu really wanted to pretend that she did not see it. She and Xian Hongyu basically communicated with their eyes. Who the hell knows what he wants to say? Seeing Xian Hongyu leave, Xian Xiaotian also got on his own sedan. However, he also glanced at Ning Shu, and his peach blossom eyes flashed with a trace of light and haze. Ning Shu, why is he looking at her, a shadow guard? At night, Ning Shu hid in a dense tree branch to practice martial arts. When she heard light footsteps, she immediately stopped practicing. Parting the leaves, she saw Xian Shaotian standing outside Shengguan Qingrou's room. Xian Shaotian tidied his clothes, then opened the window and jumped in. Ning Shu really wanted to yell, "There's a flower thief here." She pricked up her ears to listen to the movements in the room. Rustling sounds came from inside, followed by Shengguan Qingrou's voice, 11. Shengguan Qingrou's voice was not loud, but it was just enough for Ning Shu, who was standing guard outside, to hear. Ning Shu hesitated for a moment, then lightly jumped down from the tree. She jumped into the room through the window, only to see Shengguan Qingrou sitting on the bed perfectly fine. Xian Shaotian was sitting leisurely on a stool, playing with an elegant white porcelain cup in his hand. Xian Shaotian shouted, "Come in." 4 secret guards came in and surrounded Ning Shu. The boudoir, which was originally quite big, was now very crowded. They were waiting for her. Ning Shu held her sword tightly and asked Shengguan Qingrou, who was sitting on the bed, "Miss Shengguan, what's the meaning of this?" Shengguan Qingrou's face was very beautiful under the light. The more you look at a beauty under the light, the more beautiful she became. Her skin was like cream, with a hint of naivety and charm from just waking up. Ning Shu naturally did not care about Shengguan Qingrou's beauty. She was thinking about how to break out of the encirclement. Furthermore, these people were all masked, a very thick kind of cloth, clearly to prevent her from poisoning them like last time. "You're Xian Hongyu's shadow guard. Recently, you've been sending him news about me. Otherwise, why would Xian Hongyu know every time I go out? Leave, I can't afford to have a shadow guard like you." Shengguan Qingrou said angrily. "You're loyal to Xian Hongyu, I don't need you to protect me." Shengguan Qingrou was very annoyed that Xian Hongyu would follow her wherever she went. Shengguan Qingrou was very annoyed by Xian Hongyu's entanglement. Ever since Xian Hongyu made a move on her and strangled her, Shengguan Qingrou had completely excluded Xian Hongyu from her heart. Looking at a noble and peerless man who actually made a move on a woman, this kind of scum cannot be kept. Chapter 482. After Shengguan Qingrou came to the ancient era, she had seen many handsome men. She had been mesmerized by Xian Hongyu's beauty at first, but the longer she stayed in the ancient era, the more handsome men she saw. Her shock and admiration for Xian Hongyu gradually disappeared. On the other hand, Xian Hongyu's feelings for Shengguan Qingrou were very deep, to the point that it had become an obsession. One was eager to control, while the other was eager to get rid of him. What a tragedy. 11. You are Xian Hongyu's shadow guard. Even if you follow me now, your heart is still loyal to your original master. You don't have to follow me anymore, you can leave. Shengguan Qingrou did not want to see anything related to Xian Hongyu. Ning Shu frowned and said, "Master told me to protect you. This is my duty." Ning Shu glanced at the shadow guards who were eyeing her covetously. He was afraid that he would not be able to walk out of this room safely today. Xian Shaotian placed the cup in his hand on the table and said lightly, "You're here to monitor this girl and protect her." Third brother really put in a lot of effort. Ning Shu understood now. Xian Shaotian was annoyed at him for being a stalker. Also, he kept reporting to Xian Hongyu, so the two of them did not have the chance to go out alone. Their date was ruined. My responsibility is to protect Miss Shengguan, not to spy on her. Ning Shu said calmly, without blushing or skipping a beat. Shengguan Qingrou looked at Ning Shu speechlessly. Then why does Xian Hongyu follow me every time I go out? If you didn't tell Xian Hongyu, how would he know? Ning Shu was speechless when he heard Shengguan Qingrou mention Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu was still a prince. Calling him by his full name was very disrespectful. I was the one who told Master. Master said that Miss Shengguan has to tell him every time she goes out. Master was worried that Miss Shangguan would be in danger. Master was just concerned about Mississippi. Ning Shu shamelessly twisted the truth. Furthermore, Xian Hongyu did this out of concern, although the majority of it was to control Shangguan Qingro. Shangguan Qingro's hair stood on end. If this isn't surveillance, then what is? How could Xian Hongyu do that? Shangguan Qingro's expression was extremely ugly, her brows filled with disgust. Leave, I don't need your protection. Xian Xiaotian stood up and said indifferently, we can't just leave like this. Ning Shu pursed his lips and held his sword tightly. He placed his hand on the bag at his waist and looked at Xian Xiaotian. We can't let her go like this. She's third brother's Death Knight's secret guard. Xian Xiaotian looked at Ning Shu with eyes filled with killing intent. Shangguan Qingro asked in confusion, what's wrong with Death Knights and Shadow Guards? This kind of person only has his master in his heart. He will do anything for his master's orders. People who aren't afraid of death can't be kept alive. Just kill him, Xian Xiaotian said coldly. She is too familiar with the minister's mansion. If she wants to harm you, it will be very easy. Xian Xiao, Shangguan Qingro said, what's more, who knows how many innocent people's hands are stained with the blood of these people? Ning Shu stared blankly at him, speechless. Fuck, you make it sound like you don't have Death Knights and Shadow Guards. Death Knights are trained by people like you. Even if they kill some innocent people, they should be blamed on you. With a sharp weapon in hand, the one who kills is the person, not the blade. Shangguan Qingro heard Xian Xiaotian's words and looked at Ning Shu. She asked uncertainly, are we really going to kill her? Xian Xiaotian shook his head, it's too dangerous to keep her by our side. Alright, leave this person to me. Shangguan Qingro hesitated for a moment, then nodded, alright. Ning Shu, damn, he's going to decide her life and death so carelessly. Ning Shu knew that Xian Xiaotian wanted to get rid of her and get important information about the third prince, Xian Hongyu, from her mouth. The battle for the throne was already surging in secret. And the battle between Xian Hongyu and Xian Xiaotian would become even more intense because of Shangguan Qingro. The supreme power and the woman he loved the most. The winner would have everything, and the loser would lose everything, including his life. No matter who ascended the throne, they would kill the other without hesitation. Tie her up, Xian Xiaotian said to the 4 shadow guards. Ning Shu immediately said, wait, I have something to say. The 4 shadow guards stopped and looked at Xian Xiaotian. Xian Xiaotian looked at Ning Shu coldly, what do you want to say? Ning Shu circulated his qi in his dantian, his body tensed up and ready to go. He said to Shangguan Qingro, I know I can't escape this time, but I want to say a few words to you. What do you want to say? Shangguan Qingro looked at Ning Shu, her face filled with pity for a person about to die. Ning Shu circulated his qi and rushed in front of Shangguan Qingro, his hand reaching out like lightning and grabbing Shangguan Qingro's neck. Xian Xiaotian's face immediately turned ashen. His low voice was filled with boundless rage, completely different from his usual roguish and unrestrained manner. Let her go, or else this highness will make you beg for death. Ning Shu grinned, one hand grabbing Shangguan Qingro's arm and turning her arm behind her back, making her unable to move. You lied to me, Shangguan Qingro struggled, but with her hands behind her back, she couldn't move. You still want to kill me, Ning Shu curled his lips and said to Xian Xiaotian, let me go. Impossible. Xian Xiaotian's face turned ugly, to be threatened by an ant, what a joke. Xian Xiaotian no longer had the mood to interrogate this shadow guard, he would just capture him and execute him. Ning Shu tightened his grip on Shangguan Qingro's neck, Shangguan Qingro immediately gasped in pain, tears flowing down her face. She hated Xian Hongyu to death, first her neck was grabbed by Xian Hongyu, now her neck was being grabbed by Xian Hongyu's shadow guard. Feeling the cold and murderous aura of the body behind her, Shangguan Qingro was a little frightened by Ning Shu. Thinking about how Xian Xiaotian had said that death warriors and shadow guards were people who killed people like flies, she was very afraid. The two groups of people were in a deadlock, the room was quiet. Ning Shu saw that Xian Xiaotian wouldn't let him go, so he placed his sword on Shen Guanqing Ro's neck. Let me go, or I'll kill her. Xian Xiaotian looked at Ning Shu, then looked at the sword on Shen Guanqing Ro's neck, his expression indifferent and calm. Ning Shu pressed down on the sword, the sharp blade sinking into Shen Guanqing Ro's delicate skin, fresh blood flowing down the blade. Shen Guanqing Ro immediately sucked in a breath of air from the pain, her tears falling. Xian Xiaotian's expression immediately changed, he took a deep breath and said to Ning Shu fiercely, "This prince will let you go, let her go." Ning Shu wasn't stupid, if he let go of Shen Guanqing Ro, the 4 death warriors would surround her, the kind that would kill. Ning Shu didn't think that after hurting Shen Guanqing Ro, Xian Xiaotian would still want to capture him alive. She challenged Xian Xiaotian's authority, he could only kill her. Chapter 483. Ning Shu dragged Shen Guanqing Ro out of the room. He wanted to let go of her and run, but he saw Xian Xiaotian's dark face, his face filled with killing intent. Xian Xiaotian's eyes were cold and indifferent. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him today. In this situation, Ning Shu could not let go of Shen Guanqing Ro. He gathered his qi and carried Shen Guanqing Ro, stepping on the wall and flying away. However, Ning Shu felt that Shen Guanqing Ro was a bit heavy. Chase. Xian Xiaotian's face was cold as he led Ning Shu to chase. Let go of me. Shen Guanqing Ro kept struggling. She felt the pressure behind her getting closer and closer. The aura of death was getting closer and closer, causing Ning Shu's hair to stand on end. On top of that, Shen Guanqing Ro kept making a fuss, which made Ning Shu very impatient. She directly chopped her neck with her hand, knocking Shen Guanqing Ro unconscious. Then, she carried Shen Guanqing Ro and ran towards the 3rd prince's estate. Feeling the distance behind him getting closer and closer, Ning Shu gathered his qi in his dantian and increased his speed. He was still too weak. He was really too weak. Xian Xiaotian wanted to kill him. He did not want Xian Hongyu's men to be around Shen Guanqing Ro. Xian Xiaotian already treated Shen Guanqing Ro as his woman, a woman that no one else could touch. Xian Hongyu could send Shen Guanqing Ro a shadow guard. This meant that the two of them were not ordinary people. Killing this shadow guard would completely worsen Shen Guanqing Ro's relationship with Xian Hongyu. Those who were born into the royal family did everything with a purpose. Ning Shu felt his dantian was about to be torn apart. It was not easy to get rid of the 4 shadow guards and Xian Xiaotian who was not weak. Ning Shu wanted to put Shen Guanqing Ro down and run, but even if she did, the people behind her wouldn't let her go. She might as well keep Shen Guanqing Ro in her hands, as that would be a life-saving talisman. Seeing that they were about to reach the 3rd prince's estate, Ning Shu put his finger to his mouth and blew a loud whistle. The sound was sharp and hurried. This was the method used by the shadow guards in the base to express themselves when it was inconvenient for them to communicate. Suddenly, a few black shadows darted out of the 3rd prince's manor. Ning Shu had arrived. Ning Shu directly said to them, "You guys hold them off for me. I'm going to find master." Seeing these people, Ning Shu let out a sigh of relief. He carried Shen Guanqing Ro into the prince's mansion and went to Xian Hongyu's study room. He saw that the light in his study room was still on. Ning Shu knew that Xian Hongyu was waiting for him to deliver the book today, and wanted to know what Shen Guanqing Ro had done today. But today, she had brought everyone with her. Ning Shu knocked on the door. Xian Hongyu coldly said, "Come in." Ning Shu pushed the door open and entered. He saw that the floor was covered in Xian paper. On each paper was the same person, Shen Guanqing Ro. Shen Guanqing Ro's every move, every frown, every smile. Right now, Xian Hongyu was still holding a brush in his hand. When Ning Shu entered, he did not even raise his head. He coldly said, "It's late today." Facing such a Xian Hongyu, Ning Shu felt a chill at the back of his head. After placing Shen Guanqing Ro on a chair, Xian Hongyu raised his head and glanced at Ning Shu. His gaze landed on the unconscious person on the chair. He was stunned for a moment, then threw down his brush and walked over. Especially when he saw the wound on Shen Guanqing Ro's neck. He looked at Ning Shu with a particularly sharp gaze. Ning Shu hurriedly said, "Master, this subordinate can explain." Ning Shu emphasized that Xian Xiaotian went to Shen Guanqing Ro's room in the middle of the night. It looked like he wanted to do something bad. She wanted to save her, but found out that the two of them were in cahoots. They wanted to capture her and interrogate her about Master. Then she brought Shen Guanqing Ro back. She did not know how the wound on Shen Guanqing Ro's neck came about. Xian Hongyu coldly looked at Ning Shu, then extended his white jade-like hand. "Don't try to play tricks in front of this prince." Xian Hongyu slapped Ning Shu, clearly punishing Ning Shu for acting on her own. Ning Shu quickly bent down, dodging Xian Hongyu's palm. She pulled open Shen Guanqing Ro's collar, pretending to have dodged Xian Hongyu's palm by accident. She said to Xian Hongyu, "Master, Miss Shengguan's wound needs to be treated." Xian Hongyu slightly narrowed his eyes at Ning Shu, then bent down to carry Shen Guanqing Ro into the side room. Only then did Ning Shu let out a silent breath. She did not want to be hit by Xian Hongyu. Fuck, in that situation, she could have been killed. Xian Hongyu did not say anything to comfort her. He even blamed her for hurting Shen Guanqing Ro. Alright, Shen Guanqing Ro was many times more important than her. The shadow guard felt bitter. She really did not know what kind of mentality the original owner had to sacrifice her soul to save her master. With such a master, it was better to get rid of him as soon as possible. 11 actually still wanted to save him. Ning Shu could not understand 11's loyalty to Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu was lucky to have such a death guard, to follow him and not abandon him. However, Xian Hongyu's attitude towards her was that she was just a tool. He did not even treat her as a person. His attitude towards the original owner was probably the same. Ning Shu glanced at the countless portraits on the ground. These were all Shen Guanqing Ro in Xian Hongyu's heart. Rather than saying that Xian Hongyu loved Shen Guanqing Ro deeply, it was more of an obsession. After leaving the study, Ning Shu closed the door. After running for her life for a while, her whole body was sore and weak. Moreover, her muscles were still in pain from the strain. She did not know how Xian Xiaotian was doing. Ning Shu stood on the wall of the prince's residence, waiting for the shadow guards to return. When the shadow guards returned, Ning Shu smelled the scent of blood on them. She hurriedly asked, "How is it?" "They left first. These people are not weak. Should we inform the master?" One of the shadow guards said. His face was covered, and in addition to the darkness, it was hard to see what he looked like. Ning Shu shook her head. "Let's talk about it tomorrow." Xian Hongyu was not in the mood to listen to these things. In the future, Xian Hongyu would probably not ask her to protect Shen Guanqing Ro anymore. It was already like this. If Xian Hongyu still asked her to protect Shen Guanqing Ro, it was no different from sending her to her death. Ning Shu did not care about this anymore. She stepped on a tree trunk and flew up to a branch, preparing to start cultivating. She was now like a monkey, climbing trees whenever she saw one. She had never slept on a bed before. The death guard job was dangerous and the benefits were low. How could such an inhumane job exist? Or was it because her strength was too weak? She could only run every time. Ning Shu wanted to kill everyone and be invincible on the Forbidden Violet Peak. There was no one she could rely on here. Xian Hongyu, that sickly master, was not worth mentioning. Who knew if he did not die on a mission, but died in her hands? After taking a deep breath, Ning Shu cleared her mind and began cultivating. "Xian Hongyu, you pervert, let go of me." Ning Shu, who was still cultivating, was interrupted by a scream. Chapter 484. Ning Shu's cultivation was interrupted. Pushing aside the leaves, he saw that the light in Xian Hongyu's study room was still on. Inside, Shen Guanqing Ro's screams could be heard. Ning Shu suspected that Xian Hongyu did something to Shengguan Qingro. Jumping down from the tree, Ning Shu went to the window and looked inside. He saw that Shengguan Qingro was tied to a four-poster bed, her four limbs tied to the bed. Shengguan Qingro was sprawled on the bed, unable to move. Xian Hongyu was sitting on a stool not too far away, looking at Shengguan Qingro like that. "You're awake?" Xian Hongyu poured a cup of water and walked to the bed, telling Shengguan Qingro, "You must be thirsty, do you want some water?" Shengguan Qingro was struggling with the ropes. Hearing Xian Hongyu's words, she angrily shouted, "I don't want to drink water, Xian Hongyu, let go of me, I'm not feeling well." Ning Shu watched from outside, feeling that Xian Hongyu was really looking for trouble. Shengguan Qingro is such a weak woman, even if she's a bit energetic. With Xian Hongyu's skills, he could easily push her down with one hand, how could she run away? Seeing that, Shengguan Qingro's face went pale, her expression fearful, looking at Xian Hongyu like he was crazy. "Xian Hongyu, can you let go of me first?" Shengguan Qingro begged Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu shook his head, put the cup down, got on the bed and hugged Shengguan Qingro, causing her to tremble in fear. Xian Hongyu stroked Shengguan Qingro's hair, comforting her, "Don't be afraid." Shengguan Qingro trembled even more. Xian Hongyu sighed, his voice gentle, "Qingro, I like you, so why don't you like me?" Shengguan Qingro was speechless, not knowing what to say. Xian Hongyu laid on his side next to Shengguan Qingro, propping his head up with one hand as he looked at Shengguan Qingro. His expression was lazy, his hair was draped over his shoulders, truly a peerless beauty. Xian Hongyu suddenly thought of something, his face showed a joyful smile, his eyes like a painting, "Peerless beauty, Qingro, let's become one." Ning Shu, then, should she retreat? Shengguan Qingro's eyes widened in fear as she shouted, "No, I don't want it." "You will like it," Xian Hongyu said and got out of bed. Ning Shu, how filthy. After squatting for a long time, his legs were numb and he couldn't get up. Ning Shu hammered his legs and then looked at the situation in the room. Xian Hongyu took out a dagger. The dagger was as bright as snow. Under the candlelight, it emitted a cold light. Shengguan Qingro's lips trembled. What are you doing?" When he saw Xian Hongyu holding a dagger, he was puzzled. "Shouldn't they be fused? Why are you holding a dagger?" Xian Hongyu held a dagger in his hand, but spoke gently to Shengguan Qingro like a noble young master. "Don't be afraid. Let's not talk about Shengguan Qingro's feelings." Even Ning Shu felt his hair stand on end. This kind of man was really unbearable. Xian Hongyu first bent down and buried his head in Shengguan Qingro's neck, intertwining their necks. Shengguan Qingro screamed, her voice was filled with pain, her face was twisted from the pain. Ning Shu squinted his eyes, the place where Xian Hongyu kissed was where Shengguan Qingro was hurt. After a while, Xian Hongyu finally looked up. His lips were covered in blood, together with his peerless face, he looked extremely seductive. He even licked the blood off his lips. Xian Hongyu spoke softly to Shengguan Qingro, who was scared out of her wits and had a blank expression. "Right now, I have your blood in my body. Then you should drink my blood now, that way we can fuse as one." Xian Hongyu said as he cut his wrist without hesitation. Beads of blood flowed out of the wound. You. Shengguan Qingro looked at Gu Xian Hongyu in disbelief. What are you trying to do?" Shengguan Qingro looked like she wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "Let's fuse as one, that way no one can separate us." Xian Hongyu held Shengguan Qingro's chin and put his wrist in front of her, letting the blood drip into Shengguan Qingro's mouth. Shengguan Qingro's expression was pained and twisted. She tilted her head to prevent the blood from dripping into her mouth. Blood covered her face. Be good. Xian Hongyu turned Shengguan Qingro's head and held her chin. He lifted his wrist and let the blood drip into Shengguan Qingro's mouth. The thick smell of blood made Shengguan Qingro vomit. She made a retching sound. Shengguan Qingro spat out the blood. Xian Hongyu dripped the blood into her mouth again. Swallow it. After a while, Xian Hongyu finally stopped. He used a cloth to bandage his wound and said to the lifeless Shengguan Ro, "From now on, we are one." Shengguan Ro made a gurgling sound. She was stunned, clearly frightened by Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu got on the bed and hugged Shengguan Ro. He said to Shengguan Ro, whose face was covered in blood, "I'm very happy." Ning Shu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. His legs were no longer numb, so he climbed up the tree in one breath. A sickly man is enough for you. It's scary to be uncultured. So what if you drink blood? After digesting it, you'll poop it out. Why do you have to make it so bloody? Shengguan Ro was scared to the point of losing her mind. Feeding each other blood means fusing as one. Does Ning Shu think it's going to be negative contact? Before dawn, Xian Xiaotian came to the third prince's residence. He was probably here to ask for Shengguan Ro. Xian Xiaotian's face was so dark that it couldn't be looked at. He fanned himself with the fan in his hand, clearly anxious. Shengguan Ro was here the whole night. Especially since Xian Hongyu liked Shengguan Ro, Xian Xiaotian tried his best not to imagine what happened last night. When Xian Hongyu came out, he was very pleased with himself. Xian Xiaotian saw Xian Hongyu like this, and his face was so dark that it couldn't be looked at. He clenched his fists so hard that creaking sounds could be heard. "Third brother, I'm here to bring Shengguan Ro back. It's going to be daybreak soon. If the minister's residence finds out that she's not here, it'll be bad for her reputation." Xian Xiaotian suppressed his anger and said to Xian Hongyu in a hoarse voice. If a woman didn't return for a night, it would be too damaging to her reputation. Xian Xiaotian still wanted to have a future with Shengguan Ro. He couldn't let Shengguan Ro carry the reputation of being unfaithful. Compared to Xian Xiaotian, who was so anxious that he was about to jump up, Xian Hongyu had a calm expression. "Third brother, where is Shengguan Ro? I'm going to bring her back." Xian Xiaotian said again. "You don't have to worry about that. I'll send her back." Xian Hongyu said lightly. "I want to see Shengguan Ro." Xian Xiaotian gripped his fan tightly. His brows were filled with hostility and anger. Xian Hongyu grunted. "You'll leave after seeing her, right?" "Yes." Xian Xiaotian gritted his teeth. He wanted to see what happened to Shengguan Ro. Chapter 485. Xian Xiaotian's current emotions were indescribably complicated. Nervousness, impatience, anger, worry for Shengguan Ro, and anger. Xian Xiaotian looked at Xian Hongyu's solemn expression and felt uneasy. He felt like something had happened between the two of them. Shengguan Ro was helped out by a maid. She had already changed into clean clothes, and there were no more bloodstains on her face. However, her face was completely pale, and her expression was dazed, as if her soul had left her body. Seeing Shengguan Ro like this made Xian Xiaotian's heart skip a beat, and his expression became even uglier. Xian Hongyu must have done something to her. Seeing Xian Xiaotian, Shengguan Ro's tears fell. She ran to Xian Xiaotian's side and said with a trembling voice, "Xian Xiaotian, take me away, I want to go home." Shengguan Ro didn't even dare to look at Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu's expression became indifferent, and said to Shengguan Ro, "Come here. I don't want to go with a pervert like you." Whenever Shengguan Ro thought of what happened last night, she would feel extreme disgust towards Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu looked at Shengguan Ro with a cold expression. Shengguan Ro felt a chill down her spine, and pulled Xian Xiaotian's sleeve. "Xian Xiaotian, I want to go home." "All right." Xian Xiaotian could only endure the anxiety in his heart and take Shengguan Ro away. "I said, I'll take her back," Xian Hongyu coldly said, looking at Shengguan Ro's eyes with sadness and disappointment. Xian Hongyu was happy before, thinking that he and Shengguan Ro had a new beginning, but why was Shen Guanqing Rou still like this? Third brother, she told me to take her back, so let me. Also, don't send any shadow guards to Qing Rou's side, she doesn't like it. Xian Shaotian pushed Shen Guanqing Rou behind him, and confronted Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu pursed his lips, his expression cold. Shen Guanqing Rou is one of mine. Xian Shaotian's body staggered, and Shen Guanqing Rou immediately said, I'm not one of yours, you're speaking nonsense. Xian Shaotian coldly replied, Third brother, if you care about Qing Rou at all, then let me take her away right now. It's almost dawn, do you want her to carry the reputation of losing her virginity after staying out all night? Before Xian Hongyu could say anything, Xian Shaotian pulled Shen Guanqing Rou away. Xian Hongyu just stood there, staring at Shen Guanqing Rou's back, his face expressionless. Ning Shu, who was squatting on the tree, curled her lips. Although Xian Hongyu was her master, Ning Shu still wanted to say in her heart, you deserve it. Xian Hongyu was a perfect example of what it meant to be an expert at courting death. This was the first time Ning Shu had seen a supporting male lead who was so good at courting death. Shouldn't a supporting male lead have the symbol of a warm man as a spare tire on his head? But this bastard's possessiveness had already given up on treatment. 11. Xian Hongyu, who had been standing still for a long time, suddenly called out to Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately jumped down from the tree, walked in front of Xian Hongyu, and shouted, Master. Xian Hongyu's face was pale. Ning Shu asked, 11, why is she like this? Ning Shu's face was wooden, and said seriously, this subordinate does not know. Xian Hongyu glanced at Ning Shu, then turned around to enter the house. Seeing that Ning Shu was still standing outside, he coldly said, get in here. See, he was angry at her. Ning Shu expressionlessly rolled into the house, half kneeling on the ground and asked, Master, what are your orders? Ning Shu's heart was very uneasy. Please don't let me protect Shen Guanqing Rou anymore. Xian Shaotian wants to kill me every time he sees me. Don't send me to the knife's edge, Master. Xian Hongyu asked Ning Shu, you are also a woman. Do you know why Shen Guanqing Rou treats me like this? I like her, so why is she so afraid of me? Ning Shu chuckled in his heart. If it were me, I would be afraid too. This time, I fed her blood, but next time, I might have to feed her shit. If you don't even dare to eat the shit of the person you love, how can you talk about loving me? Ning Shu said in all seriousness, I don't know about this. What do you like? Xian Hongyu suddenly asked Ning Shu. What do I like? Ning Shu was stunned for a moment. I like points the most. This subordinate does not like anything, Ning Shu said. Xian Hongyu glanced at Ning Shu, then remembered that this woman in front of him was not a normal person. Strictly speaking, she was not even a woman. He waved his hand, leave. Ning Shu was speechless. Call her in, say a few words, and tell her to scram. Call her in, send her away, no complaints. Ning Shu turned to leave, but Xian Hongyu suddenly said, right, there is one more thing. Ning Shu asked, Master, what else do you need this subordinate to do? Don't let me protect Shen Guanqing Rou. Continue to keep an eye on the minister's estate, Xian Hongyu said calmly. Fuck, Ning Shu almost spat out blood. I still have to go. I don't want to go. Ning Shu felt uncomfortable, but on the surface, he asked with a serious face, this subordinate feels that we cannot enter the minister's estate. His Highness the Fifth Prince will definitely send people to guard the estate. Just keep an eye on the surroundings of the minister's estate. If the Fifth Prince and Shen Guanqing Rou have anything to do, tell this prince. Xian Hongyu did not insist on sending Ning Shu to his death. Ning Shu accepted this task with a serious and honored expression. However, this task was relatively simple. It was to record Shen Guanqing Rou's movements. He did not need to stay on the tree outside Shen Guanqing Rou's room to feed the mosquitoes. Probably scared by Xian Hongyu, Shen Guanqing Rou did not leave the estate for a long time. During this time, Xian Shaotian often went to the minister's estate. When he came out, it was the Minister of Rites who personally sent him off. Ning Shu stopped the minister's servant who went out to do some work. He gave him some silver and asked, "Did something good happen at the minister's estate?" The servant shook the silver in his hand and said with a proud smile, "His Highness the Fifth Prince plans to propose marriage to our Mississippi. In a few days, His Highness the Emperor will grant the marriage." Ning Shu immediately went back and told Xian Hongyu about this. When Xian Hongyu heard, he flipped over the gold-rimmed Phoebe Jinan wood table with a confused expression. Ning Shu suddenly did not know what to say to Xian Hongyu. Did Xian Hongyu think that after feeding each other blood, they would become one? After performing the sacred blood-feeding ceremony, she would be his? Seeing Xian Hongyu's confused expression, Ning Shu asked, "Master, are you all right? If you're fine, you'll eat some plums." Xian Hongyu's expression was ugly. His eyes were red. He took down the portrait of Shengguan Qingro hanging on the wall and tore it to pieces. He still felt that it was not enough, so he took out the previous portrait and tore it to pieces. Ning Shu just watched silently. What's the use of tearing paper? After venting, Xian Hongyu's expression was cold. He seemed to have calmed down, but his face twitched occasionally. It was obvious that his heart was still raging. "Go back and keep watching the minister's estate," Xian Hongyu said with his back facing Ning Shu. Ning Shu said yes and turned to leave. He did not intend to comfort Xian Hongyu. Chapter 486. The plot progressed smoothly, and Xian Shaotian and Shengguan Qingro were about to get married. The playful Shengguan Qingro had not left the residence for a long time. Even Xian Shaotian rarely went to the minister's residence. In the past, Xian Shaotian would frequently go to the minister's residence, probably because he was busy with the wedding. Ning Shu asked the servant girl who went out to work, and she said that Shengguan Qingro was embroidering a dowry. Embroidering a dowry? Ning Shu did not think that Shengguan Qingro could embroider a dowry. Not long after, the imperial edict for the marriage was passed down. Xian Shaotian and Shengguan Qingro's marriage was set in stone. Even if Xian Hongyu tried to stop it, he could not stop the two from getting married. The wedding date was urgent, probably to guard against Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu went to see Shengguan Qingro, but he was rejected. Shengguan Qingro wanted to cut off all contact with Xian Hongyu, especially now that she was about to get married. She did not want to see him. Shengguan Qingro was in such a hurry to get married mostly because of Xian Hongyu, and Xian Shaotian treated her well. But Xian Hongyu did not give up, and even sent death soldiers to the minister's residence to capture him. But Xian Shaotian made sure that the entire minister's residence was well guarded, just to prevent Xian Hongyu from causing any more trouble. Xian Hongyu's face was cold all day, and the entire third prince's residence was in a gloomy atmosphere. Ning Shu did not care about her master's pain or grievance, and was training hard. The battle between the two sides was getting more and more intense. According to what Ning Shu knew, many of Xian Hongyu's death soldiers had died, because of all kinds of missions, or because they were caught and bit their poison sacs to commit suicide, or because of their master's plan, they were sent to their deaths. This kind of battle was bloody and intertwined in private. This kind of killing, every mission was a narrow escape. It made Ning Shu's hair stand on end. She could only calm down and cultivate. In comparison, her mission was much simpler, and she was much luckier. It was Shengguan Qingro. She was monitoring the movements of the minister's manor from the surroundings. If Shengguan Qingro left the residence, Ning Shu had to inform Xian Hongyu immediately. She was now a stalker and a peeping Tom. It was tiring to meet an abnormal master. There are so many hot women in the world, why is Xian Hongyu so fixated on Shengguan Qingro? Xian Hongyu's possessiveness made him want Shengguan Qingro no matter what. Fuck, I want you. You must be mine. Your corpse is mine. Your hair is mine. Your nails are mine. If he couldn't get it, he would be in agony. He would be in so much pain that he would toss and turn in bed. On the day of the wedding, there was a lot of noise and gongs. The daughter of the minister's manor married the fifth prince and became his wife. It was the most lively event in the capital. Xian Shaotian treated Shengguan Qingro very well, and gave her enough face. The dowry was arranged from the prince's residence to the minister's residence. It looked very solid, and the weight of the carrying pole was bent and bent. It was obvious that the weight of the things inside was not small. Xian Hongyu was prepared to rob the bridal sedan and make the bride disappear on the day of the wedding. However, Xian Shaotian managed to persuade the emperor to give him a group of guards to ensure that the wedding would go smoothly. Xian Hongyu's face darkened as he ordered the death soldiers to retreat. These guards were imperial father's men. Letting the death soldiers go was the same as asking for a knife. It would also make imperial father suspicious of him. Xian Hongyu stared at Xian Shaotian, who was riding on a horse and wearing a wedding dress. He wished that Xian Shaotian would fall off the horse and die. Ning Shu stood behind Xian Hongyu and curled his lips. Why didn't you just marry Shengguan Qingro earlier? Why did you have to be so stubborn that Shengguan Qingro belongs to you? You even fed her blood. Is she yours? Then Shengguan Qingro married someone else with a pure body. Ning Shu just wanted to facepalm. Xian Hongyu naturally had to attend Xian Shaotian's wedding. Even if the two of them were like fire and water in private, they still had to act like brothers in front of the emperor. After leaving the tea house, Xian Hongyu went to the fifth prince's residence. The fifth prince's residence was very lively, but the security was very tight. It was to prevent anything from happening today, but more importantly, to guard against Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu stood in the corner and watched the newlyweds get married. He couldn't suppress the dark aura around his body anymore. His eyes and face were filled with, "As long as I'm with you, don't even think about living happily ever after." He also said, "If I kill someone, let's see how you can hold his hand and grow old together." Hearing the master of ceremonies call for the bridal chamber, Xian Hongyu pursed his lips and turned to leave. Ning Shu was waiting for Xian Hongyu outside the residence. When he saw Xian Hongyu's expression that looked like he was about to destroy the world, he immediately took 2 steps back. "Don't get close to this bastard. If he attacks me, I won't be able to dodge and will become cannon fodder." Xian Hongyu returned to the residence and locked himself in his room. No one knew what he was doing. Ning Shu grinned and went to do something. It shouldn't be long before Xian Shaotian ascends to the throne. Ning Shu had to prepare in advance to save Xian Hongyu. Squatting on a tree branch, feeding mosquitoes, and writing a diary every day, he endured it all. But in the end, Xian Hongyu died, and Ning Shu vomited to death. As for the heartbroken Xian Hongyu, who cares? He'll be alive and kicking and will think of ways to kill Xian Shaotian and Shengguan Qingro. Xian Hongyu was in pain, and Xian Shaotian and Shengguan Qingro's days after marriage were inseparable. They were so loving that all the noble ladies in the capital were envious. Every time Xian Hongyu heard such news, his face was cold, and no one could see his expression. Ning Shu felt that if this bastard didn't explode in silence, he would become perverted in silence. Xian Hongyu didn't give up on Shengguan Qingro. Instead, he became more persistent and stared at someone else's wife every day. During this period of time, something big happened. The crown prince coincidentally saw his sister-in-law, and his heart itched. Shengguan Qingro had a lively personality and was beautiful. Now that she was married, she also had the charm of a young married woman. She was simply the best quality. He thought of ways to get Shengguan Qingro. Just as he was about to do it, Shengguan Qingro was saved by Xian Shaotian. Shengguan Qingro was scared to death. Shengguan Qingro was also suffering. She always had this kind of wolf. She couldn't help it. Her charm was too great. When Xian Hongyu heard about this, he tacitly agreed to work with Xian Shaotian to kill the crown prince. Following this, the entire capital was in turmoil. Some of the crown prince's evil deeds were exposed. However, they were not big or small. Although it wasn't good for the crown prince's reputation, it couldn't shake his position. But the crown prince was angered to death. The crown prince knew that Xian Shaotian was taking revenge on him, so he chose to go against Xian Shaotian. In the crown prince's heart, this world will be his in the future. What's wrong with me sleeping with your woman? You better bear with it. You're going against the heavens. The two sides fought fiercely. The crown prince was the heir to the throne and had been in the court for many years. His strength couldn't be underestimated. Xian Shaotian had Xian Hongyu's help, so they were evenly matched. Chapter 487. Shangguanqing Rou became the fuse that ignited the struggle for the throne. In any case, the two sides were fighting fiercely, and the situation in the capital was unclear. As far as Ning Shu knew, Xian Hongyu sent out a wave of death soldiers, but they were all wiped out. Not even two of them returned alive. Ning Shu was shocked, but he also knew that he did not have much time, and could only work hard to improve his strength. But one day, when the emperor was in court, he suddenly spat out blood and fell from his throne. The imperial physician examined him and said that he had been poisoned, and that he would not live for more than half a year. The emperor was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of black blood and fainted. Since the emperor was poisoned, the crown prince naturally became the regent, and the emperor could only wait for death. But not long after, it was revealed that the crown prince was the one who poisoned the emperor. He bribed the emperor's eunuch, and all kinds of evidence. Even the emperor's eunuch admitted that it was the crown prince who ordered him to do it. The reason was that the crown prince was accused of poisoning the emperor in order to protect his position. After the emperor died, the crown prince would naturally become the emperor. All kinds of evidence made it difficult for the crown prince to defend himself. He knelt by the emperor's bedside, crying that his son was wronged. The emperor was so angry that he spat out blood. Ever since he was poisoned, the emperor would spit out blood every day, and it was all black and smelly blood. This feeling of waiting for death was not good. Now that the emperor was about to die, and seeing that his own son did not kill the crown prince, he was demoted to a commoner. Even if the emperor wanted to drag someone down with him, he still had to consider his reputation in 100 years. Father and son killing each other was a scandal. As for the crown prince who was demoted to a commoner, he was already a loser, and no one paid attention to him anymore. After the crown prince was removed from his position, Xian Hongyu and Xian Shaotian immediately turned their spearheads, and the two who were previously working together immediately started fighting. Things happened very quickly, and Ning Shu saw too much for his eyes to take in. In the end, things had developed to this point. The emperor had at most half a year to live. Both Xian Hongyu and Xian Shaotian had to enter the palace to serve the emperor and fulfill their filial piety. Of course, they were also fighting for the throne. Now, there were only 2 adult princes, and the others were still children who had no ability to compete. If nothing unexpected happened, one of them would become the emperor. Ning Shu did not think that Xian Hongyu could become the emperor. The emperor was Xian Shaotian, the male lead, and the empress was Shangguanqing Rou. A love story between the two of them would be a model for the royal family. Ning Shu intensified his training, and his strength was even stronger than before. If he were to meet Xian Xiaotian's 4 secret guards again, with the addition of his hidden weapons and poison, he would be invincible. Regardless of the raging waves outside, Ning Shu silently practiced his martial arts. In any case, he already knew the outcome. It wasn't that Ning Shu didn't want to help, but Xian Hongyu absolutely couldn't tolerate being ordered around by a tool. Anyway, the mission was to save Xian Hongyu, and Ning Shu didn't care about anything else. However, saving Xian Hongyu required a lot of twists and turns. Xian Hongyu and Xian Shaotian stayed by the emperor's side day and night. They both lived in the imperial palace. The emperor said that he could live for half a year, but the poison took effect after a month. His skin turned purple, and the poison had already seriously corroded his internal organs. Even if the imperial physician of the imperial hospital did their best to treat him, they still couldn't save the emperor's life. A dying emperor naturally had to hand over the country to his son. Xian Hongyu and Xian Shaotian knelt in front of the emperor who was about to die. The emperor's mouth was overflowing with stinky black blood. In front of his trusted officials, he said with difficulty, "After I pass away, the fifth prince, Xian Shaotian, will inherit the throne. The third prince, Xian Hongyu, will be conferred the title of Ding Prince. After I pass away, the third prince will immediately leave the capital for his fief. This son thanks the emperor for his kindness." Xian Shaotian and Xian Hongyu kowtowed to express their gratitude. Xian Hongyu tightly pursed his lips. His expression was indifferent, and no one could tell what he was feeling. Xian Shaotian, on the other hand, was full of spirit. "All of you, leave. Hongyu, stay." The emperor coughed. Black blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, bringing with it a rotten stench. Xian Shaotian glanced at Xian Hongyu and followed the officials out. "Hongyu, come in front of me," the emperor said to Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu shouted at the emperor, "Father, your personality is not suitable to be the emperor." The emperor said, "When you were young, you raised a puppy. You doted on this puppy a lot. But one day, this puppy ran in front of me and played with me. I teased it, but you killed it afterward." Xian Hongyu did not speak. The emperor coughed, and large mouthfuls of black blood gushed out. Xian Hongyu said, "Father, don't speak now." As he spoke, he used a handkerchief to wipe the black blood from the emperor's mouth and neck. "I originally thought that you were a bloodthirsty person, but I found that you are indifferent to other things. But when it comes to the things you care about, you are incomparably stubborn. Go to your fief, don't return to the capital." Xian Hongyu pursed his lips and did not speak. "You can leave," the emperor said to Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu knelt down. "This son will take his leave." After Xian Hongyu left the bedroom, he saw Xian Shaotian and the ministers still waiting outside. Xian Shaotian walked forward and asked Xian Hongyu, "What did father say to you?" Xian Hongyu looked at Xian Shaotian and smiled for the first time. He looked so peerless that Xian Shaotian, who was opposite him, was stunned. Xian Hongyu said lightly, "Guess." Xian Shaotian narrowed his eyes. Before he could speak, he heard the eunuch's sorrowful voice, "The emperor has passed away." Ning Shu, who was cultivating in the third prince's residence, heard the funeral bell in the palace and knew that the emperor had passed away. The housekeeper immediately took down all the fancy things in the residence and hung a plain cloth. When Xian Hongyu returned, he brought with him a cold aura. Seeing him like this, Ning Shu knew that Xian Hongyu had no chance. After hearing the emperor's decree, Ning Shu's heart jumped with joy. If Xian Hongyu waited until after the emperor's funeral and went to his fief, then there would be no more after. Actually, the emperor did this to protect Xian Hongyu, hoping that Xian Hongyu would understand his father's painstaking efforts. Ning Shu originally wanted to ask Xian Hongyu if he would leave the capital after the state funeral, but when he saw Xian Hongyu's indifferent face and strange eyes, Ning Shu swallowed his words. He almost forgot that this brat was an expert at courting death. If he didn't cause some trouble, he wouldn't give up. It was truly a tragedy to have such a master. Why couldn't Xian Hongyu change his target? Why did he have to keep an eye on Shangguan Qingru? Although Ning Shu had a certain understanding of Xian Hongyu's courting death, he did not expect him to be so courting death. While Xian Shaotian was busy with the funeral and ascension, Xian Hongyu kidnapped the future empress, Shangguan Qingru. Ning Shu could only kneel and write the word respect for this action. Chapter 488. Her mission was to save a master who was constantly courting death. Let her master live a little longer and then continue courting death. She really wanted to shout at her master and ask him to stop for a moment. The old emperor did this to prevent brothers from killing each other. Xian Shaotian might not do anything to Xian Hongyu due to the emperor's orders, but Xian Hongyu would definitely kill him. Ning Shu sighed helplessly. She could not understand Xian Hongyu's obsession. He would display a frightening possessiveness over the things he cared about, just like how he professed his love for Sheng Guanqing. He would even cut his own wrist to feed her his blood. But he was indifferent to things he did not care about, even his own life. Did Xian Hongyu not know the consequences of his actions? He knew, but he still did it. The problem was that Ning Shu did not know where Xian Hongyu had taken her. A portion of the hidden guards in the prince's residence were also gone. They should have left with Xian Hongyu. Ning Shu was speechless. His wife had gone missing. Xian Shaotian was almost instantly sure that Xian Hongyu was the culprit. He immediately sent people to search the third prince's residence. Now that Xian Shaotian was the emperor, it was very convenient for him to search a prince's estate. Moreover, he personally led people to search the entire third prince's estate. However, he still couldn't find Xian Hongyu and Sheng Guanqing. Ning Shu had already run away and hid before Xian Shaotian came to the third prince's residence. If he was caught by Xian Hongyu, he would definitely be tortured, whipped with chili, stewed with tiger, burned with iron, and pierced with needles. Ning Shu did not think that he could endure such cruel torture. Xian Shaotian, who did not find anything, left the third prince's residence with a cold face. He secretly sent many guards to search for Xian Hongyu, using the excuse of capturing a fugitive. A country's empress had gone missing. If such news were to spread, it would cause chaos. Xian Shaotian could only suppress the news. While Xian Shaotian was investigating Xian Hongyu, Ning Shu was also wondering where Xian Hongyu had run off to. She had angered Xian Shaotian and caused him to bleed for 1,000 miles. Furthermore, it was such an act of cuckolding the emperor. Xian Shaotian's actions caused the atmosphere in the capital to become very tense. Everyone felt that the new emperor was going to make an example out of them, and all of them were extremely obedient. Even the business of the brothel had slowed down a bit, and from time to time, there would be guards coming in to search. Ning Shu was previously hiding in a desolate house. Seeing Xian Shaotian searching like this, he could only hide back in the third prince's residence. However, after searching for a few days, they still could not find Xian Hongyu. Too many things could happen in a few days. If Xian Hongyu wanted to do anything to Sheng Guanqing, he would have done so long ago. If this matter was made public, then even if nothing happened between Sheng Guanqing and Xian Hongyu, she would still have to bear the crime of losing her virginity. Furthermore, it would depend on whether Xian Shaotian believed that nothing had happened between them. Xian Shaotian was already anxious. He added more guards to conduct a large-scale search of the capital, but they still could not find Xian Hongyu. Ning Shu felt that Xian Hongyu was definitely not in the capital. Perhaps he had run off to a base deep in the mountains. Ning Shu wanted to go back to that base to take a look. He also wanted to see the child from before. He did not know how the child was doing. Ning Shu had disguised himself. He did not wear any clothes, but ordinary female clothes on the bed. The color was gray, and there was a poor quality silver hairpin in his hair. The original owner was originally ordinary, and after this disguise, he was easily forgotten. However, when Ning Shu reached the city gate, he found that the security was very tight. There were many guards standing guard, and all of them had portraits in their hands. As long as it was a woman, they would be stopped and compared to the portraits. If they looked similar, they would be detained. Ning Shu saw a portrait of him on the city wall. He was wanted. Ning Shu wiped his face. It was probably because Xian Shaotian did not have a way to directly arrest Xian Hongyu. He could only capture him and use him to find Xian Hongyu. The problem was that he did not know where Xian Hongyu had run off to. Even if he caught her, he would not be able to find Xian Hongyu. Ning Shu felt that he had been tricked by Xian Hongyu. He let her attract the firepower in front, but he did not let her know where Xian Hongyu and the others were. Ning Shu turned and left. With this kind of search, he had no way of leaving the city. As long as these guards felt that he looked similar to the portrait, he would be arrested. They would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Ning Shu did not think that he could escape like this. When he arrived at the third prince's residence, Ning Shu found that there were people loitering outside the residence. It was obvious that they wanted to catch him. Then he could not return to the third prince's residence. He could only hide in the desolate residence. He did not even dare to go to the inn. Ning Shu cursed Xian Hongyu's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. Ning Shu hammered his chest. Even if he wanted to save Xian Hongyu, he would have to think of a way to take revenge in the future. Fuck, if he did not teach Xian Hongyu a lesson, he would not be able to vent his anger. Ning Shu really did not understand why 11 would sacrifice her soul to save Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu did not treat her as a human at all. He did not even care about her life. Even so, she was willing to risk her life for Xian Hongyu. Ning Shu did not understand this fanatical loyalty. Every time he encountered an unsolvable problem, Ning Shu realized that he knew too little. If he knew how to disguise himself, he could easily leave the city. He still had to learn more in the future. If he learned how to disguise himself, he could exchange for disguise pills in the system store. However, if there was a day when he could not use the items exchanged in the system store, he still had to study hard. The more he learned, the better. These skills could make his missions easier, and could even save his life sometimes. Ning Shu meditated in the cellar. When he was hungry, he did not go out to find food. He just ate fasting pills and then continued to cultivate. Occasionally, he would go out to ask for information to see if Xian Hongyu had been found. As long as the guards at the city gate did not withdraw, he knew that Xian Xiaotian had not found Xian Hongyu. Ning Shu wiped his face. Xian Hongyu was driving his brother crazy. It had been a few days, almost 10 days. Xian Xiaotian, who was supposed to ascend the throne, did not ascend. He delayed the ascension date because he wanted to do a full 21-day ritual for the late emperor. He wanted to let the monks chant Buddhist scriptures day and night so that his father could enter the Pure Land. Even when the ministers advised that the country could not be without a ruler and that Xian Xiaotian should ascend the throne quickly, Xian Xiaotian refused. He insisted on waiting 21 days, until the late emperor was buried. No one could persuade him, so they could only let him be. Xian Xiaotian knelt in front of the late emperor's coffin every day. He also had to look for Xian Hongyu and Shengguan Qingru in private. Xian Xiaotian's reputation as a filial son spread. Chapter 489. Filial son. When Ning Shu heard about Xian Xiaotian's filial son, he almost laughed out loud. Putting a corpse out there for 20 days in the middle of summer, even ice couldn't stop the corpse from rotting. Speaking of which, the previous emperor was quite pitiful. He was caught up in the battle between his 3 sons, poisoned, and died. After he died, his sons didn't even bury him, and still had to go through so much trouble. Before Shengguan Qingru was found, Xian Xiaotian didn't dare to ascend the throne. When he ascended the throne, the empress wasn't present, and there was no master in the harem. Xian Hongyu's ability to court death was once again in a new light. Xian Xiaotian probably wanted to skin Xian Hongyu alive. What made Ning Shu the most unhappy was that she didn't do anything. Why the hell did they put her on the wanted list? In the end, Shengguan Qingru was found, right before the previous emperor was buried. It was Xian Hongyu who brought Shengguan Qingru into the city. When they entered the city, the guards at the city gates even bowed to Xian Hongyu. When Xian Xiaotian received the news, he quickly rescued Shengguan Qingru. Even Xian Hongyu was locked up in the palace to observe filial piety for the previous emperor. When Ning Shu heard the news, he was dumbfounded. This, is Xian Hongyu sick in the head? He kidnapped Shengguan Qingru, then sent her back. Now she's in the tiger's den, controlled by Xian Xiaotian. Ning Shu grabbed his hair. He was on the verge of collapse. If you came back a few days later, let's see how Xian Xiaotian would deal with this. Ning Shu's heart was filled with anger. You like Shengguan Qingru, and you've already kidnapped her. You might as well just leave with her. Why the hell did you come back? Ning Shu really wanted to beat up Xian Hongyu, who was locked in the palace. Damn it, she couldn't understand what he was thinking. Now that Shengguan Qingro had been found, the guards in the capital would naturally not search for her anymore. Ning Shu let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, Ning Shu was very afraid of being caught and tortured. Just thinking about it was terrifying. He planned to return to the prince's estate first. Seeing that there was no one watching over it, Ning Shu climbed over the wall. When he jumped down from the wall, he saw a mark at the foot of the wall. It was left by the leader of the base. Ning Shu followed the mark and came to a dilapidated temple. After walking in, he saw many people standing or sitting. They all had cold expressions, and there was a baleful aura between their eyebrows. He looked at Ning Shu and asked coldly, "Why are you only here now?" Ning Shu hurriedly said respectfully, "The prince's mansion has always been under surveillance." This subordinate only saw the mark now. One snorted coldly, looked at the people in the room, and said, "We plan to rescue Master. I heard that Master is imprisoned in Changle Palace." Ning Shu felt that this was very unreliable. Was he going to barge into the palace just like that? It was no different from courting death. Ning Shu originally wanted to say something, but when he saw that no one else said anything, it was obvious that whatever he said was the truth. Ning Shu pursed his lips and asked, "When are we going to act?" "Tomorrow night," one said decisively. "Tomorrow is the day of the new emperor's ascension. At that time, there will be very few people paying attention to Changle Palace, so we will go and rescue Master at that time." As he said this, he took out a map from his chest. It was a detailed map of the palace. Ning Shu said, "Actually, we can dig a tunnel to Changle Palace." One looked at Ning Shu with a very cold and murderous gaze. 11. You talk too much. Are you thinking of betraying Master? After the Dog Emperor ascends the throne, he will definitely kill Master. How long will it take to dig a tunnel? The other men of sacrifice looked at Ning Shu. Some of them even pulled out their swords, wanting to kill Ning Shu in one fell swoop. Ning Shu was speechless. Did she say something wrong? She was just giving an opinion. Remember, your life belongs to Master. Everything you have belongs to Master. The meaning of your existence is Master. One said coldly, "What you need to do now is to rescue Master, even if it means using your life." Ning Shu's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the other people's expressions and suddenly understood why 11 had sacrificed half or more of her soul to save Xian Hongyu. It was because the value of her existence was Xian Hongyu. Before, he didn't understand and had been thinking about how Xian Hongyu was worthy of 11 sacrificing her soul to save him. Now, he truly understood 11's mentality. Men of sacrifice were no longer normal people. They were used to being assigned tasks by their master, and then they would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives for the task. This was their spiritual support. If this spiritual support fell, where would they go? They were used to being assigned tasks. If one day, the person assigned to them was no longer around, they would be terrified and at a loss of what to do. With their hands stained with blood, the ruthless men of sacrifice could no longer live the lives of ordinary people. Their every move was different from ordinary people. Standing under the sun, they could be distinguished at a glance. Xian Hongyu's attitude towards 11 was to treat her as a tool. Even if he had to abandon her, 11 could not abandon Xian Hongyu. Ning Shu sighed in his heart and said, "This subordinate is just too worried about Master." One looked coldly at Ning Shu and began to assign tasks. They were obviously going to die, but Ning Shu could only watch and not say a word. How could the few people in their house be enough for the Imperial Guards to kill? One's plan was to create a diversion. First, they would send some people to assassinate Xian Shaotian to attract the attention of the palace guards. Then, some people would go to Changle Palace to save Xian Hongyu. Those who were assigned to assassinate Xian Shaotian were basically going to die to attract the attention of the guards. However, they did not have any expression on their faces and calmly accepted the task. This made Ning Shu gulp. Being afraid of death was an instinct. Were these people not even afraid of death? After the mission was assigned, Ning Shu was the only one left who hadn't been assigned a mission. Ning Shu asked, "Where is my mission?" One looked coldly at Ning Shu, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Ning Shu suddenly had a bad feeling. He suppressed his desire to run and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Tie her up," one said coldly. Immediately, someone came forward and pressed Ning Shu down with his hands behind his back. Ning Shu used all his strength to break free from their control and pulled out his sword to confront them. "Did I do something wrong? Why are you tying me up?" Ning Shu was very puzzled. One looked coldly at Ning Shu and said, "I suspect that you have already betrayed Master." Ning Shu, huh? She betrayed Xian Hongyu. How did she not know? In order to prevent you from leaking this mission, you can't go. One took out a bow from his waist and pointed an arrow at Ning Shu's head. "I originally wanted to capture you and let Master punish you after we rescue him. But now, I can't tolerate you." Ning Shu was speechless. He was accusing her of betraying Xian Hongyu for no reason. Where was the evidence? Chapter 490. As soon as he pointed the crossbow at Ning Shu, the arrow flashed with a dark light. This kind of crossbow had a very strong lethality, and it also had barbs. When it was pulled out, it could tear off the skin and flesh. Ning Shu's body tensed up, and stared at the arrow, and coldly said, "I did not betray the Master. I believe in my feelings. Even if you did not betray the Master, I cannot let you live." I shot an arrow at Ning Shu's head. Ning Shu used her chi to dodge the arrow. "Give me a reason to kill me." I coldly said, "The current you does not look like a death warrior, you cannot live." Ning Shu froze for a moment. What kind of reason was this? She saw the other party shooting arrows at her, and several death warriors were surrounding her. Ning Shu used her chi, turned around and ran out of the ruined temple, and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Ning Shu's heart was proud. The current her was stronger than before, at least she could escape from the hands of so many people. After running for an unknown amount of time, Ning Shu stopped, stepped on a tree trunk and flew up. Seeing that no one was following behind, she patted her chest. Oh my, why did it feel like the whole world was an enemy? Xian Shaotian wanted to kill her, and now Xian Hongyu's death warriors also wanted to kill her. When she said that she did not look like a death warrior anymore, Ning Shu patted her mouth. "Who told you to talk too much?" Death warriors did not have their own thoughts, they only needed to unswervingly carry out the Master's orders. She and 11 were not the same person, she did not go through the death warrior's training, and her mental state was not the same. She and 11 were not the same person, and there would be subtle differences. Sometimes a person's subconscious actions could not be changed. Since they wanted to save people, then go save them. Saving people with such fanfare was no different from sending people to their deaths, it was meaningless. Ning Shu thought that under the premise that her life was not in danger, she would only think of saving people. Ning Shu did not enter the city directly. Instead, he sat on a tree branch and cultivated for the entire night. He only returned at dawn. As soon as he arrived at the city gate, Ning Shu was stunned. This was because there was a row of corpses hanging neatly on the city wall. Beside them, there was the sound of a guard beating gongs and drums. He said loudly, "These traitors tried to assassinate His Majesty." In order to warn others, His Majesty exposed these traitors' corpses to the sun for a month. Ning Shu saw a corpse on the ground. His neck was strangled by a rope. His body was pulling at his neck, as though his neck was being stretched out. His face was slightly tilted up, and a scar ran through his face. His face looked ferocious and full of unwillingness. The person who wanted to kill her with a crossbow was now a corpse. In this society where the imperial power was supreme and lives were worthless, they should have been completely wiped out. Ning Shu glanced at them and retracted her gaze before entering the city. He didn't know how Xian Hongyu was doing now. Did he know that so many death warriors had died to save him? But even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. Ning Shu went into the city to inquire about the imperial palace. At most, he heard about the assassination last night. He didn't hear anything about Xian Hongyu. Ning Shu wanted to return to the third prince's palace, but there were people guarding around the third prince's palace. They were probably waiting for him to walk into the trap. Ning Shu turned around and left. He came to a very ordinary house. He pushed the door open with a creak. A thick layer of dust fell from the door. The whole house was very dilapidated, and everywhere was covered with dust and cobwebs. Ning Shu went straight to the cellar. There were people talking in the cellar. There were dim oil lamps on both sides of the cellar. Ning Shu walked over and asked a person, "Where are we now?" A man in his 40s said, "We have reached the martial arts hall. We will soon reach the Changel Palace. You know it's not easy to dig in the palace. Maybe there is a lake in front." Ning Shu frowned and said, "Can you hurry up? It's too slow. Wages are not a problem." He took out 2 ingots of gold. "Okay, I will tell the workers to hurry up. We should reach the Changel Palace tonight." The man shook the gold in his hand and smiled. The cellar was not very spacious. Ning Shu went out and waited. Ning Shu found a group of grave robbers. They were very good at digging tunnels. From the moment he stepped into the capital, Ning Shu had been planning this. Ning Shu wanted to tell them about the tunnels, but they wanted to kill her. Ning Shu thought about it and left the house. When he came back, he was carrying a sack on his shoulder. There was something inside. In the middle of the night, the tunnel to the Changel Palace was finally opened. Ning Shu was delighted when he heard that. It had finally been opened. Ning Shu had learned the tunnel method from the school doctor. The school doctor had created a tunnel between the school doctor's office and his laboratory. Ning Shu applied what he had learned. Ning Shu carried the sack on his shoulder and held an oil lamp in one hand as he walked in the tunnel with his back hunched. In the tunnel, there was no way to straighten his back. Ning Shu felt that his waist was about to break. When he was tired from carrying the sack on his shoulder, he dragged it on the ground. However, he finally reached his destination. There was a blue stone slab above. Ning Shu pushed the stone slab up with all his might. Just as he pushed it up, someone stepped on it. Ning Shu was shocked. Could it be that she had been discovered? After a while, Ning Shu pushed it up and made a crack in the obsidian floor. Through the crack, he saw a pair of shoes embroidered with auspicious clouds. Where did this big rat come from? Xian Hongyu stretched out his foot and stepped on the stone slab. Ning Shu was speechless. "Master, it's me. Don't step on it." Ning Shu used all his strength to push away the stone slab and used his qi to throw the sack away. Then, he crawled out of the tunnel. When Xian Hongyu saw Ning Shu, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. "You're not dead yet?" Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu didn't know why, but he really wanted to beat him up. He really did know that his men of sacrifice had been killed by Xian Xiaotian. Ning Shu looked at Xian Hongyu. He didn't look like he had suffered much. Living in such a luxurious palace, he didn't look like a prisoner. "Master, I'm here to save you. Let's go," Ning Shu said to Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Where are we going if we leave this place?" "We can go anywhere," Ning Shu said as he opened the sack. There was a man's corpse inside. Xian Hongyu looked at the corpse and raised his eyebrows. Then, he looked at Ning Shu. "Master, come with me," Ning Shu said to Xian Hongyu. He was here to save someone, but why did he feel so vexed? Xian Hongyu looked at Ning Shu. "Where are we going?" "Let's talk after we get out." Couldn't they think about where to go after they got out? "You're carrying a corpse to replace me?" Xian Hongyu sneered. "Such a lowly thing. You want to be buried with King Ding's honor and enjoy the incense offerings of the royal family?" Ning Shu was speechless. "Fuck you, you're so hard to please."